The First Book. Preface.
Saint Leo the Great was a staunch defender of the Catholic faith, having already defeated the Priscillianists. As Quesnellus also notes, he dismantled the secret movements of the Manichaeans and achieved a significant victory over Pelagianism, which was spreading through the provinces of Italy. He was then compelled to face even greater challenges. He courageously and successfully fought against the Eutychians, new adversaries from the east who were challenging the incarnation of Christ the Lord. This heresy, named after Eutyches, a monk and archimandrite of a Constantinopolitan monastery, occupied the Holy Pope's attention for 3 years. He dedicated all his efforts to completely eradicating it. He also worked diligently to restore the rights of bishops and churches, which were violently infringed upon and abolished by deceitful men. I don't need to recount his profound wisdom in avoiding the decisions and desires of those who, disregarding sacred canons, used secular power, influence, and command to forcibly remove sacred and orthodox pastors from their positions or harass them with various punishments. In carrying out these duties, both his courage and his supreme wisdom and prudence were clearly evident. So too was the supreme and universal authority divinely granted to the Roman pontiffs for addressing and judging all matters of faith and the churches. With this special privilege, it's well known that heretics and other envious people have always disliked it. They've consistently tried to attack and destroy it. Their motivation is to extend the rights of other bishops beyond reasonable limits and expand the authority of synods according to their own will, while gradually restricting the dignity and power of the apostolic see to narrow boundaries. However, we see their efforts are in vain if, setting aside biased popular opinions, we decide to draw the truth of all matters both from the actions of councils and the remaining writings of the Holy Pontiff. We haven't refrained from discussing these matters, even though Paschasius Quesnellus has thoroughly described the life and actions of Saint Leo, and admits, "I have greater reverence for the dignity of the pontiff than anyone else." He stated this deceitfully, as he omitted nothing that would introduce new judgments into the Church and remove the ancient form and order of sacred hierarchy praised in the Scriptures. I could present countless examples of this Quesnellian craft even at the beginning of my argument, if I weren't afraid of troubling readers unnecessarily. Especially since, aside from the primacy of honor, he grants nothing at all to it, except jurisdiction in the Roman episcopate, which also depends on other bishops who should attend the Roman Western Council. Therefore, I, who have been passionate about the pursuit of truth from an early age and have strongly desired to draw it only from the purest sources to instill it in the minds of others whose education was entrusted to me, observe these things with great displeasure. Reflecting on it, I realize that Quesnel's goal in such discussions was simply to draw in people who aren't familiar with church history. He uses various enticements to gradually lead them away from the respect, obedience, and reverence owed to the apostolic seat. The allure of new teachings, which sparks people's curiosity, has become so powerful in our time that it makes people indifferent to choosing and loving true sincerity, causing the downfall of traditions and teachings passed down by our ancestors. For those in this century who love to call themselves scholars, the Apostles' words seem fitting. For the time will come when people will not endure sound doctrine, but according to their own desires, they will gather for themselves teachers, having itching ears. They will turn their ears away from the truth and be turned aside to myths. And who can deny that Quesnel invented myths in the history of Eutyches and the actions of Pope Leo the Great? He mixes up episcopal dignity, common to all bishops, with jurisdiction, while openly admitting that he doesn't wish to undermine what he respects in one bishop. Yet he argues that, by ancient custom, neither Eutyches nor Flavian saw the Roman pontiff as the legitimate and primary judge in matters of faith. Both the plaintiff and defendant freely approached him to pursue their rights. Addressing the words of the distinguished Cardinal Baronius, the esteemed Quesnel subtly suggests, "We willingly recognize the Roman Pope as the legitimate leader and, when compared with individual bishops, as the foremost judge of church disputes. But who would tolerate Flavian, who should be highly praised for his seat's prominence, unique sanctity, and steadfast faith even to the point of martyrdom, being equated with a rebellious, unskilled, obscure, and disreputable monk? Who would accept a deposed priest being compared to his own bishop and the bishop of the Holy See, a judge with the accused, and both being presented before Leo as if to argue over shared interests, as if fighting over an uncertain outcome? Such an insult to the most sacred assembly of bishops is unthinkable." What then? Does Quesnel defend the supreme judicial authority of the Roman popes, which the testimonies of Scripture indicate and which tradition and the practice of the ancients have supported? He indeed misleads, for he only calls the Roman Pope the foremost and legitimate judge of church disputes in comparison to individual bishops residing in their dioceses. Perhaps he means to suggest that no judgment of the Roman pontiff should be considered firm and valid unless supported and approved by the votes of other bishops convened in synods. Quesnel himself has explained this notion countless times in his writings. Furthermore, If it were insulting to the most sacred assembly of bishops for the cases of accused subjects judged in the provinces to be reviewed again by pontifical authority 318 times, as he claims, then innocent people could be harassed, oppressed, and removed from office by metropolitans and other suffragan bishops of the provinces without consequence, and there would be no judge in the ecclesiastical hierarchy who could avenge those exhausted by severe injustices and persecutions. Since no one can have a just cause when they dare to take up arms against Mother Church, I could hope that, after examining and dismissing all the nonsense and comments from previous books, especially those by Bozaber and Cannell, I might also achieve this with divine help by writing the history of Eutyches.
Chapter 1.
Eutyches holds incorrect views on the incarnation of Christ the Lord. He is accused by Bishop Eusebius of Dorylaeum at the Council in Constantinople. Despite being summoned twice more by the Church Fathers, he refuses to appear. In the year 448, during the consulship of Zenon and Postumianus, Eutyches' case was brought to public and solemn judgment by the Church of Constantinople. On November 8, 30 bishops of the metropolis gathered to resolve a dispute involving Florentius, Bishop of Sardis, and John and Cassanus, bishops of Lydia. At this gathering, Eusebius, Bishop of Dorylaeum in Phrygia, presented writings containing Eutyches' blasphemies to the assembly. Eutyches, who led a monastery in Constantinople as a priest and head of the monks, outwardly appeared holy and pious. However, influenced by misguided teachings, he was undermining the faith and monastic rule by attempting to mix the two natures in Christ after the union, claiming that one was made from two. He initially spread these errors within his monastery, sharing them with the monks. As he gained confidence through the support of leaders and nobles, he began sharing these ideas with friends who were open to new concepts. When this heresy was uncovered, Bishop Eusebius of Dorylaeum, who was once a friend of Eutyches, made several attempts to correct him gently, but realizing his efforts were in vain, Eusebius accused him at the Council of Flavianus to prevent this dangerous heresy from spreading further. Eusebius formally presented his accusations to the Council of Constantinople, where he participated, urging that they be read and entered into the official records. The Church Fathers, after hearing the contents of the writings, requested Eusebius to visit Eutyches' monastery himself to persuade the heretic to repent and sincerely renounce his blasphemies, thus preventing greater disturbances. The accuser disagreed with these fathers, particularly with Flavian's suggestions, because he had often visited the monastery with unsuccessful attempts regarding this matter. To ensure the crime of heresy did not go unpunished and to maintain fairness by hearing both sides, it was decided to send John the priest and Andrew the deacon. When they arrived at the monastery, they read Eutyches' petition to him and provided a copy along with the accuser's name, informing him that he was summoned to the council to defend himself. However, Eutyches completely refused to appear and address the accusation, stating it was established from the beginning that he should not leave his community, living in the monastery as if it were a tomb. He also distrusted Eusebius of Dorylaeum, not recognizing him as a legitimate accuser, claiming that Eusebius, being an old enemy, had brought the accusation against him out of slander and spite. Ultimately, Eutyches admitted that he was willing to agree with and subscribe to the teachings of the Holy Fathers as defined in the Councils of Nicaea and Ephesus, emphasizing his desire to examine the Scriptures, as he considered them more reliable than the Fathers' expositions. Therefore, he professed to believe in one nature after the incarnation of the Word of God following the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, that this nature of God became incarnate and human. He read these propositions from a specific book. After the Fathers heard this report, and it was confirmed by Athanasius, the deacon of Basil of Seleucia, who was present as a witness, Eusebius of Dorylaeum insisted, according to legal rules, that Eutyches be summoned once more to the council. A citation was sent to him through Mama and Theophilus, priests, instructing him to attend the council without delay, warning that by avoiding it, he risked being convicted in person and subjected to the severity of divine regulations. They added that it was not a reasonable justification to claim he had decided not to leave the monastery. As the new envoys were making their way, Eusebius stood up and shared that he had reliable information about Eutyches causing chaos by sending writings through the monasteries and stirring the monks to rebellion. He requested that Abraham, the presbyter of the martyrium in Constantinople, located in the 7th district, be called to investigate these disturbances and riots more thoroughly. To uncover the truth, deacons and presbyters were sent to various monasteries to investigate whether Eutyches had coerced the monks into agreeing with his false statements. Mamas and Theophilus had already returned to the council, reporting that they encountered monks at the gates of Eutyches monastery, who said the archimandrite was ill and could not be seen by anyone. Eventually, when the reason for the new visit was understood, after various disputes, they brought the council's envoys to Eutyches. He, having barely seen and read the summons, replied that due to his illness and old age, he had decided not to leave the monastery. In the third instance, it was decided that Eutyches should be summoned to court to uphold the rules of the canons. Therefore, Memnon, the keeper of the sacred vessels, and the deacons Epiphanius and Germanus were called, and a new summons was sent to the accused Eutyches. However, fearing he might be seen as defiant or that the council might judge him in his absence, he attempted to deceive the council by sending a certain Abraham with 2 other monks to make excuses for him, and, if possible, answer the charges on his behalf. Flavian wanted to receive them kindly but promptly rejected their petition, stating that they could not represent Eutyches' case there, as it is not possible for another to speak on behalf of the accused. Nevertheless, Abraham the Archimandrite reportedly spoke extensively to the council's fathers in an attempt to sway them with some compassion towards Eutyches, but none of these appeals were approved by that sacred assembly of bishops, as verified from the collection of councils. Now, let's discuss how Eutyches received the third summons, which was presented by Memnon and 2 other deacons. After reading the document, he explained that he had sent the priest and archimandrite Abraham to Archbishop Flavian and the council to agree on his behalf with everything stated by the Holy Fathers gathered at Nicaea and Ephesus, as well as everything written by the Blessed Cyril. He then used his usual excuse, claiming illness was the reason he sent Abraham instead of attending himself. When Memnon strongly challenged this excuse, insisting that he should come and present himself at the Holy Council to respond to the charges, Eutyches, realizing he was cornered, finally added that he was waiting for Father Abraham, hoping he might appeal to the Lord and the Holy Council. He consulted with Memnon about not leaving the monastery until Abraham returned, but Eutyches replied that it would be better to ask the Lord Archbishop Flavian and the Holy Council for a delay until the following week, and on Monday, God willing, he would come and respond to the Lord and the Holy Council. While these discussions were taking place between Eutyches and the esteemed delegates of the council, the fathers were engaged in the 6th session, listening to reports from those sent to various monasteries about Eutyches' attempts to incite disturbances among the monks and persuade them to agree with his erroneous statements. Eusebius, the one accusing Eutyches, admitted that he had learned from Mamas and Theophilus, who delivered another summons to Eutyches, that they had heard many things from the heretic that they had not declared under oath. Therefore, if these matters were clarified, there would be definitive evidence of Eutyches' compromised faith. Eusebius requested that these men be called to testify under oath on the Gospels about what they had heard. Only Theophilus was present at that time, as Mamas had not yet arrived to attend the session. When asked, Theophilus openly admitted that he had received another letter from Eutyches, summoning him to court. He expressed a desire to debate in the presence of the priest Narcissus, the archimandrite Maximus, and other monks. In which scripture are 2 natures found? And furthermore, which of the Holy Fathers explained that the Word of God has 2 natures? To these questions, Mamas responded, "It's not even found in the scriptures." But Eutyches argued that the term is not found in the Holy Fathers' explanations. Mamas strongly defended the idea that the 2 natures are preached by the Holy Fathers, asserting that the Son born from Mary should be called perfect God and perfect man. Mamas concluded his argument with this statement: "What, then, prevents us from saying that there is one Son from 2 natures?" However, Eutyches, despite being pressed by these words, stubbornly refused to agree, preferring to be deposed or suffer any other consequences rather than confess 2 natures in Christ after the union. Flavian then questioned why Mamas and Theophilus had not reported this in the previous session. Theophilus replied, "Your Holiness knows that we were not sent for this reason, but only to summon the priest Eutyches. Therefore, not being asked, we thought it unnecessary to mention these things for which we had no mandate." Later, when Mamas arrived, he reinforced the faith with his previous words. After the truce requested by Eutyches to come to court had ended, on the 21st of November, the fathers gathered for the 7th session. Even though Flavian had ordered multiple searches throughout and around the church to see if Eutyches had arrived, and they found him nowhere, eventually, the priest John reported that Eutyches was surrounded by a large group of soldiers, monks, and prefectural officials in the praetorium, who refused to let him enter the council unless the fathers first promised to restore him personally. The great Silentiarius was also sent by the emperor, and he wanted to join the council. So, after receiving permission, he shared that he had certain written orders from the emperor meant for the Holy Assembly. These orders emphasized the importance of maintaining peace among the churches and preserving the faith established at the councils of Nicaea and Ephesus. Because of this, the emperor wanted Florentius, a trusted and faithful person, to be present at the council's hearing. The emperor was then praised for many years, and gratitude was expressed to him. Afterwards, Eusebius, who accused Dorilaus and Eutyches, stepped forward, and the issue was concluded. After the letters of Saint Cyril to the Easterners were read, when Aetius the reader reached the part stating that Jesus Christ is perfect God and perfect man, born of the Virgin Mary according to humanity, consubstantial with the Father according to divinity, and with us according to humanity, and continued on, Eusebius declared that Eutychius disagreed with these teachings. To ensure there was no doubt or suspicion of falsehood, they referred to what had been documented in the Acts. They questioned Eutyches several times, and upon receiving his public confession, they confirmed that he was promoting a new and heretical teaching against the mystery of the incarnation of our Lord Jesus Christ, which was similar to the errors of Valentinus and Apollinaris. Therefore, with sorrow over his complete downfall, they removed him from every ecclesiastical rank, leadership of the monastery, and communion. These were indeed the beginnings of the Eutychian heresy, and this judgment was carefully preserved according to the rules of the canons of the Council of Constantinople. There is no doubt about that. We have described this more fully from the remaining Acts. Hello, this translation will adhere to the specified guidelines to offer a clear understanding of the Latin text. Even though it wasn't entirely necessary, the very learned and distinguished Cardinal Baronius, with his exceptional knowledge, has already reviewed everything we've discussed so far about the Council of Constantinople and the origins of the Eutychian heresy with greater precision. Now, let's proceed to the rest.
Chapter 2.
After the recent provincial synod, Bishop Flavianus sends letters, along with a complete series of acts, to the Holy Pope Leo the Great, seeking confirmation of the proceedings. Paschasius Quesnellus unjustly denies this, and his arguments are presented and refuted. Once the First Synod of Constantinople was completed, Eutyches's errors were condemned, and he was stripped of his priestly office and leadership of the monastery. The sentences against him were announced in various public places in the city of Constantinople. This ensured that monks and other Catholic men were informed in writing not to associate with the heretic and stubborn man in the future. Because this was a matter of faith, Flavianus, wanting to fulfill his duties, promptly sent letters to Pope Leo, along with the entire series of proceedings. A very reliable witness to this is Liber I the deacon, who, after reviewing the condemnation of Eutyches, immediately added, "After these events, the Venerable Flavianus sent his letter to Pope Leo and faithfully reported what had happened in the council." Baronius, while reviewing the letters of Flavianus, confidently wrote that Flavianus was following the custom of the ancestors by doing so. However, Quesnellus consistently disagrees, especially when discussing the events of the year 449 related to Saint Leo the Great. He claims, Saint Leo, not having been informed of these events in Constantinople by Flavianus, having received letters from Eutyches, writes to Theodosius and Flavianus to avoid condemning the innocent or absolving the guilty. Regarding why Flavianus did not write to Leo, he suggests, it is not difficult to say, either he believed Eutyches's judgment was decided or that the case was conducted according to church canon in the council, and that the legitimately condemned monk of his parish should not be heard otherwise. Baronius believes that Flavianus's letters were either intercepted or delayed by Eutyches. Yet, according to Flavian's own letter, which starts with piety, nothing at all was written by him. It's clear that Quesnel, with boldness and a sense of authority, attempted to solve a complex issue using only a few weak conjectures from his own opinion. Even if we carefully examine the two letters Flavian wrote to Leo, which Quesnel published in both Greek and Latin, it's difficult to determine which one should be considered first. In fact, we'll be led to believe that the second should actually be first, based on very compelling reasons that we'll discuss a bit later. Furthermore, who informed Quesnel that Flavian sent only two letters to Pope Leo? We've discovered a third letter in the Vatican manuscripts, written to Leo regarding the Eutychian heresy, involving two clerics from the Church of Constantinople, Gregory and John. Just as he wrote this third letter, why couldn't he have written a fourth, fifth, sixth, or several others, which Eutyches might have intercepted or delayed, as Baronius reasonably suspects? It's reasonable to believe, for me and all sensible people, that Flavian had to write other letters to the Holy Pope, especially since the condemned heresy was resurfacing daily and a new synod was being demanded, driven by Dioscorus and Eutyches' faction, threatening truth and faith. Flavian himself admitted that this new synod wasn't necessary, even from the two letters that have surfaced, as both the heresy and the disturbances it caused could be easily resolved by the Pope's sole authority. So, let Quesnel tell us, does he really think Flavian remained completely silent and didn't send other letters to Leo, especially when he learned that the emperor, aided by the eunuch Chrysaphius and Dioscorus, was already calling for a synod to overturn the decisions made in Constantinople against the heresy? The letters of Flavian have turned out to be a fabrication in the case of those two Constantinopolitan clerics, as we mentioned earlier, and with God's help, we will make this known. However, regardless of what might be said about other letters of Flavian, which have either been lost over time or are still kept, albeit outdated, in private libraries and archives, Quesnellus did not mention them at all in his compilation, being convinced that Flavian only sent those 2 published letters to Leo. Therefore, there is no doubt that after the conclusion of the Constantinopolitan Synod and the condemnation of Eutyches, Flavian did not write to the Bishop of Rome, sending a record of all proceedings. Hence, Baronius's theory holds that such letters were either intercepted or delayed by Eutyches's influence. Indeed, Quesnellus himself should have agreed with this theory if he had paid attention to Leo's letters and their timely details. We do not neglect to do this now, to more effectively refute Quesnellus's arguments. In fact, we find Leo's first letter to Bishop Flavian dated March 1, during the consulship of Asterius and Protogenes, which corresponds to the year 449. Flavian noted that Pansophius, the messenger, delivered this letter from Rome to Constantinople, and wrote back to Leo. However, I find it hard to believe that Flavian sent no letters to Leo before receiving the Holy Pontiff's letters from Count Pansophius, based on the following reasons. If we first consider the time Count Pansophius would have spent traveling from the city to Constantinople, and if we also consider any business the nobleman might have had with the emperor and his court, as well as the journey back to Rome, it's clear that 3 months would hardly have been enough. Although we might think that sea travel was easier back then, thanks to the many ships sailing from Rome to Brundisium and from Brundisium to Constantinople, the journey was actually more challenging during the early months of March and April. During these months, even though the sea is typically calm, it often becomes turbulent due to strong winds and severe storms. Let's assume Pansophium had a successful trip and wasn't delayed for more than 3 months in returning to the city, as might be inferred from another letter of St. Leo addressed to Flavian. But what then? Did Flavian delay writing to Leo about the Eutychian heresy until Leo urged him to do so? No one would claim that without being reckless, especially when considering the subsequent letters of St. Leo the Great. In fact, in a letter dated June 22, St. Leo acknowledges receiving Flavian's letters along with the synodal proceedings concerning Eutyches. He mentions taking the opportunity to write because the Honorable Rhodanus was about to leave for Constantinople. At that time, he wrote a brief letter, but he promised to write in more detail on this matter through the person who delivered your cherished letters, so as to inform your brotherhood about what should be decided regarding the issue. Here, I wish that Quesnellus and others who study this would consider whether the Honorable Count Pansophius or someone else delivered the letters from Flavian, along with the synodal proceedings, to Leo. It was not Pansophius. Those words, "We write more fully on this matter through the one who brought us your beloved letters," suggest a specific individual, possibly a cleric from the Church of Constantinople, as was the custom then, sent by Flavian to deliver the letters and synodal acts to the Supreme Pontiff. Leo was expected to send him back with more extensive letters. So, who would believe that an honorable man, a count of the imperial court, would be sent back as if he were merely tasked with being a messenger? Instead, it's clear that the initial letters of Flavian, along with the synodal deeds, had another bearer besides Count Pansophius. 2 important points, which we'll present right away, clearly demonstrate this. The first point is that, a few days later, when Flavian was about to send longer letters, as he had promised before, he began them with these words: "After reading your letters, which we wonder were so delayed, and after reviewing the order of the episcopal proceedings." So why, in what sense, or for what reason would he describe Flavian's letters as so delayed, especially if Pansophius had delivered them, a journey that would have taken barely 3 months from the city of Constantinople to Rome and back? If Pansophius had brought these letters with the synodal deeds, they would have reached the pontiff's hands quickly, not late, as is evident from the previous calculation of time. Therefore, it must be concluded that someone else carried these letters, who, perhaps hindered by Eutyches' schemes, changes in times, or sea storms, was delayed on the journey. This person was then sent back by the Holy Pontiff to Constantinople to Flavian himself with another letter, namely the 24th. We also note that the phrase "so delayed" indicates not just any delay, but a significant lapse of time, which caused Leo's mind to be amazed, as if by something completely out of the ordinary and unusual. As I thought about these words repeatedly, and understood that the Provincial Synod of Constantinople regarding the condemnation of Eutyches was completed in November of the previous year, I concluded that Flavian had written to Leo with the synodal acts concerning the Eutychian matter either in the 10th month of the same year, or at the beginning of January of the following year, 449. This was done without waiting for Leo's letters, which he claims to have received through the honorable man, Count Pansophius. If Quesnellus argues that in that earlier letter Flavian openly confessed that Eutyches had been accused by the most religious bishop Eusebius, who came to the Holy Council and informed the fathers of the Synod of his beliefs, and that they removed Eutyches as he was not aligned with the proper faith, as your holiness will be informed by all the acts drawn up on this matter, which we have also sent with these letters of ours, suggesting that he had not written to Leo until he sent these letters along with the completed acts. I will respond by stating that from the rest of the context of that letter, it is clear that Flavian had already sent this part of the acts concerning Eutyches to Leo long ago. He was compelled to write again after hearing Leo's complaints that he had not yet received both the letters and the completed acts. This seems to be hinted at by the straightforward words, as your holiness will be informed by all the acts drawn up on this matter, which we have also sent with these letters of ours. Here, however, when speaking of a matter already executed in the past and of these letters written at another time, the third subsequent part of these letters, which he added and attached to the first, should be evident to wise men. If you're discussing the disturbances that occurred for this reason in the Church of Constantinople, both through words and actions, then moving on to the public notices posted by Eutyches, which were full of insults and lies, as well as the petitions submitted to the emperor, which were filled with arrogance and impudence, we then turn to the letters from Leo that had recently been received. Indeed, he states, once these matters were addressed accordingly, the letters from your holiness were delivered by Count Pansophius, a man worthy of all admiration. Quesnellus questions when the letters from Leo were delivered to Flavian by Pansophius. Was it not after Flavian had sent the synodal acts along with the earlier part of these letters to Leo, which the Holy Pontiff himself claims to have received too late? If those words, even when considering the order of expression, can convey another true meaning without any distortion, learned individuals might affirm it. But now another point, which we've derived from the works of the same Leo, will show that no other meaning can be derived. Time and again, the Holy Pontiff, in his two letters, namely the 22nd and the 24th, informed Flavian that the letters with the synodal acts had reached him, though too late. These were written on the 1st and the 13th of June, when he sent back Flavian's legate to Constantinople with more detailed instructions. Therefore, it wasn't necessary to mention these letters with the received synodal acts again, unless, with the return of Count Pansophius, he had repeated those letters with copies of the acts. However, both were repeated by Flavian, as revealed in Leo's 32nd letter, dated the 1st of July of the same year. The beginning of this letter is, I received your letters, with the acts that were completed with you regarding the question of faith, and I easily came to the opinion that this letter, with all its parts and a new appendix, was delivered to Leo, as it holds the first place in the Questionethliana edition. Indeed, this is evident from the text of that letter. Pope Leo, after informing Flavian about the recent letters received and the synodal acts, doesn't mention Eutyches, his errors, or his appeal to the Apostolic See, as he had already discussed these in previous letters. He only addresses the new appendix of the repeated letter by saying, although it's clear that the matter doesn't require synodal discussion, my dear brother, I inform you that those have followed whom it was decided to send in this part. No one will deny that these words refer to what Flavian had most recently written in the appendix of his letter to Leo. When Flavian said he had received the letters of the Roman pontiff after sending the synodal acts of Eutychian condemnation with his letters, and stated that things were carried out and completed, he claims to have received the letters of His Holiness through Count Pansophius. These letters informed him that Eutyches had written documents full of deceit and cunning, claiming he appealed to your Holiness at the time of judgment, and thus spreading the rumor that a general synod should be held for that reason. However, we find it unnecessary to discuss this Eutychian appeal right now, as we will address it in due course. Meanwhile, we present other arguments, by which it is clear that Flavian, with Eutyches condemned and deposed, reasoned differently than Quesnellus and the moderns have suggested, and thus, not only thought about writing, but indeed wrote to Pope Leo about the judgment in Constantinople. He recognized the highest authority and position of the priesthood as vested in Leo himself, addressing him as the legitimate guarantor of the Catholic faith, responsible for upholding the common cause and the unity of the holy churches. Secondly, he asked the Pope to consider the canonical deposition against Eutyches as confirmed and valid through his writing. Thirdly, considering what Christ told Peter about strengthening his brother's faith, he emphasizes the importance of supporting the faith of our most pious and Christ-loving emperor. The situation just needs a push and support from you, which, with your wisdom, will quickly lead everything to calm and peace. So if, as Cannell claims, the issue was resolved at the Provincial Synod of Constantinople, and if all rights regarding that type of judgment belonged to the Bishop of Constantinople, why does Flavian appeal to Leo, saying the matter needs the push and support of the Apostolic See to bring about tranquility and peace? Unless I am mistaken, Leo's confirmation would have ratified the condemnation of that heresy. Without the intervention of papal authority, the true doctrine of the incarnation of our Lord Christ might not have been sufficiently communicated to the faithful, Nor would the stubborn and rebellious have conceded without, as Flavian says, God's cooperation through your sacred letters. Finally, only Leo's letters could have prevented the future General Synod, which was rumored to take place, from occurring. Flavian openly states, the upcoming Synod, which is being publicized, will indeed be stopped to ensure the churches of the entire world remain undisturbed. From this appendix to Flavian's first letter, we can clearly understand what the ancient Eastern bishops thought and concluded about the authority of the Roman pontiffs in combating heresies, establishing and convening councils, and accepting appeals from those condemned. Even though some stubbornly and perhaps foolishly resist all these under the guise of defending episcopal dignity, Flavian's letter, along with his manner of writing and actions, firmly demonstrates and reveals the Church's discipline and doctrine regarding the Apostolic See, the mother and teacher of other churches. Now, let's quickly move on to other matters so we can better understand how distant Quesnel's mindset was from respecting and acknowledging the authority of the Apostolic See. To support his previous statements and show that Flavian only wrote to St. Leo after receiving complaints from the same pontiff, Quesnel referred to various letters by Leo, whether addressed to Flavian himself or to Emperor Theodosius. However, regarding the letter that Quesnel positioned 20th in his edition, which was written on the 1st of March, he neglected to mention its temporary note. To avoid repetition, we won't discuss it further here. We only note that the role of the supreme judge rightfully belonged to St. Leo in this case. Flavian could not violate the rights of the Apostolic See in matters of faith. This is clearly stated by the Holy Pontiff, not only when discussing the appeal of Eutyches, but also when inquiring about the actions Flavian took in the Constantinopolitan Synod. But concerning the matter, he says, we wish to know the reason for your actions. Flavian was not compelled by any injustice to account for his actions, as the order of supreme ecclesiastical governance required it. The emperors will also stirred pontifical concern so that, with all dissensions in the Constantinopolitan Church resolved, the authority of the Apostolic See could strengthen the Catholic faith. For these reasons, in another part of that 20th letter, Leo requests, through a suitable person, to be informed by Flavian about any new ideas that had emerged against the ancient faith, warranting a more severe judgment. As St. Leo adds, both ecclesiastical moderation and the religious faith of the most pious prince raise many concerns for us regarding Christian peace. If these two factors, the method of church governance that Quesnel should have considered, and the emperor's request were so significant to Leo, I can't imagine how Quesnel could boldly assert that Flavian didn't think of writing to Leo until he discovered that the Pope had been misled by Eutyches' deceitful actions and had developed a false opinion about the judgment of Constantinople. Leo the Great didn't write to Flavian immediately after hearing about Eutyches or receiving his appeal. He only did so after the emperor informed him that the Church of Constantinople was facing numerous disturbances and disputes over matters of faith. In that letter, which Quesnel also highlighted, Leo the Great began with these words. When the most Christian and merciful emperor, concerned for the peace of the Catholic Church with holy and praiseworthy faith, sent us writings about the disturbances that have arisen among you. Quesnel should have recognized two key points here, neglecting neither. One related to the imperial writings, and the other to the appeal of Eutyches. He was surprised that he learned about such significant disturbances only through the emperor and not initially from Flavian, stating that your report would inform us. This meant that the unity, arrangement, and form of the ecclesiastical hierarchy required that the supreme pontiff be informed by Bishop Flavian about the newly arisen heresy and the severe disturbances among the clergy of Constantinople. This statement completely overturns the other Quesnelian commentary, which falsely claimed, as long as this stain remained within the boundaries of the Church of Constantinople, there was no need for Flavian to seek the help of his colleagues. Bishops, of course, were well aware that it was their duty to defend the full truth of the Catholic faith, entrusted to them by Christ the Lord, and to suppress any errors that arose against it, acting as the ordinary judges in the parts of the Church they were assigned to. However, when Leo warned that a heresiarch had spread his letters throughout the West, spreading harmful teachings, and that worldly powers were conspiring against Catholic doctrine, he felt it necessary to approach the Roman pontiff. He sought to be informed about the entire situation, as was his duty to the head of the Church, and to use his influence with the emperor to prevent the heretics' tactics from spreading widely and to keep the churches from being disturbed. This was accomplished by convening a council, where there was a rightful concern that unworthy individuals might gain significant authority. Lapida Canel's reasoning. But who doesn't see that it not only opposes church rules but also contradicts the words of Leo and Flavian, completely disrupting the sacred order of hierarchy? Therefore, according to Canel's suggestion, if a bishop of any church, either by hasty judgment or without following legal procedures, condemns someone as a heretic and removes them from their priesthood and rank, while the accusation of heresy remains within his diocese, there is no need to seek the support of colleagues. But what does he mean by the term colleagues? If he refers to the bishops of particular churches, whose faith can sometimes falter and has been challenged by heresies, I would agree. However, if he argues that the term colleagues should also include the Roman pontiff, the guardian and judge of the Catholic faith, he undermines and destroys the structure and form of unity and the true head by removing from him the power to oversee and fulfill his pastoral responsibility around the world. Clearly, Leo's approach and the strength of his words indicate that he viewed the Holy Pontiff not as a mere colleague, but as the supreme judge of actions and controversies. Indeed, he was urging Flavian to explain the cause and manner of the whole issue to him, acting more like a judge than a colleague. He adds that those of us who want the judgments of the Lord's priests to be considered mature cannot make any decisions that might harm any party without fully understanding the situation, until we've truly heard all that has happened. Could we really think it's possible for a colleague, speaking to another colleague with such words, to genuinely want to understand the reasoning behind your actions? All laws agree that an equal does not have authority over another equal. However, it's clear from the entire context of his letter and the words in the subsequent letter to Emperor Theodosius that Leo, with the authority he held, commanded Flavian, the emperor, recognizing the ecclesiastical hierarchy established by Christ the Lord, who appointed one bishop and pastor over other priests, not only sought the Roman pontiff's help to resolve the scandals spreading among the clergy in Constantinople, but also requested his judgment. The emperor needed to determine whether Eutyches, supported by members of the imperial court, was rightly or wrongly removed from the priesthood and the headship of the monastery. Such a letter from Theodosius to Leo may have been lost over time or is perhaps archived, overlooked, in some library. However, Leo's letter to Emperor Theodosius still exists, from which the supreme pontifical rights are clearly understood, and it reveals what bishops of specific churches must adhere to when dealing with matters of faith in their part of the church. In this letter, St. Leo admits he was completely unaware of what had transpired in such a significant matter. Since he hadn't yet received the synodal acts along with Flavian's letters, he wrote to the Bishop of Constantinople to express his displeasure. These matters, which had occurred, were still being kept quiet when he should have been eager to reveal everything to us first. This wasn't so much to gain assistance, but for the judgment of the case, which he believed was owed to him for three significant reasons: the merit of the case, the consideration of the faith, and the importance of imperial concern. These required that there be no room for deceit. First, we need to know what Eutyches is being accused of, so a proper judgment can be made based on clear facts. He concludes his letter to the emperor by stating that after Flavian was admonished through papal letters, he hopes and believes that Flavian will report everything to us. This ensures that what seemed hidden will be brought to light and judged according to what aligns with the teachings of the Gospel and the Apostles. I would like Quesnellus to consider whether Flavian rejected Leo as an incompetent judge, ignored the admonition, or perhaps thought he shouldn't have revealed everything to the Roman pontiff first. Or, did he believe it wasn't his place to judge what aligns with the teachings of the Gospel and the Apostles, or because the matter was confined within the Church of Constantinople? Maybe because the full truth of the Catholic faith had been entrusted to all bishops by Christ, and each was obligated to defend it to the best of their ability. And other such points, which Quesnellus compiled in his extensive writings, suggesting that, apart from the honor of primacy, equal authority and jurisdiction should be recognized among all bishops. We could share many instances from Leo, where he asserted in his letters and sermons that the prerogative of ecclesiastical primacy was rightfully his and his successors worldwide. But to stay on topic, we'll leave this aside for now.
Chapter 3.
Paschasius Quesnellus, by introducing new doctrines, completely disrupted the traditional form of church governance while discussing the case of Flavian and Eutyches. Cardinal Baronius claims that the decrees of St. Leo the Great are upheld in this matter. Quesnellus misinterprets Letter 12 of the same Holy Pope, which is presented more accurately as found in the Vatican manuscript. It is clarified that St. Leo the Great did not stray from the decrees of this letter while exercising the supreme rights of the papacy, as evidenced by various other letters of his. To support his erroneous teachings and promote his absurd ideas against the Apostolic See of Peter, Paschasius Quesnellus aimed to captivate readers by presenting novelties, knowing how much people are drawn to them. We, along with all Catholic writers, must avoid this approach, not just to preserve antiquity, but to diligently guard against errors that undermine the truth, which is more valuable than anything through deceit or false opinions spread among the people, leading to contempt and hatred. Since the aforementioned writer focused on indulging in novelties when discussing church matters and its governance, As we've explained in previous chapters, it's crucial in this writing to investigate and examine the power of truth, which can defend itself against his intellect, cunning, and skill. Therefore, as we continue with the sequence of Leonine matters, we revisit the letters of Leo to Flavian, and Flavian to Leo. Although Quesnellus clearly understood that the Holy Pope acted as the true and supreme judge in the Eutychian case without objection, he still begins to criticize Cardinal Baronius and gently reproaches him for writing. According to ancient custom, it is undisputedly confessed that the Roman pontiff is the legitimate and principal judge of ecclesiastical disputes between Flavian and Eutyches, to whom both the accuser and the accused freely come to pursue their rights. However, Quesnellus deceitfully claims to respect the papal dignity. He then immediately adds, "But since all the bishops of the Church share a common dignity with the Roman one, as even Leo himself professes, let it not be that what I venerate in one, I wish to trample in others. We willingly acknowledge the Roman pontiff as the legitimate and, if compared with individual bishops, the principal judge of the Church's disputes, but who would tolerate Flavian, who is greatly commended for the prerogative of his seat, singular holiness, and steadfast faith persevering to martyrdom, being compared with a rebellious, unskilled and obscure monk of bad character and excommunicated priest? How could such a comparison be made with his bishop of such a great seat, the judge with the accused, both brought before Leo as if they were disputing over some common division, as if about to fight over the uncertainty of the case? Let there be no such injury from the most sacred assembly of bishops." He concocts these and other similar arguments, pretending they can be proven from the letter of St. Leo to Anastasius of Thessalonica, which he annotated in the margin. He shamelessly flatters himself that his entire false interpretation of ecclesiastical judgments is supported by it, but nothing could be found more effective than this letter to strengthen Baronius's statements and the truth, as I will openly demonstrate in the following. Firstly, the Holy Pope, discussing analogically about the ecclesiastical assembly, made a comparison with the Apostle Paul, likening him to the natural body. In this, the connection of everything creates one health, one beauty, and this connection of the whole body requires unity, but especially demands the harmony of priests, to whom, it adds, even if the dignity is common, it did not say jurisdiction. There is not, however, a general order. Who has denied that the dignity of bishops received in the sacred duty of ordination is common to all bishops, or affirmed that one by the power of the holy episcopal anointing has obtained greater or lesser dignity in tending their sheep? In this duty and honor of tending, dignity is common to all bishops, nor does it mean that the order is general, so that anyone can judge any case. For the same author, St. Leo, said, among the bishops themselves there must be a distinction of power, which Quesnellus himself tries to mix and confuse with the honor of dignity. He adds the example of the apostles, who, although they were similar in the honor of the received duty, nevertheless, a distinction of power or jurisdiction was given among them, and while all were chosen for the duty of apostleship, one alone truly was preeminent over the others, because, he says, even among the most blessed apostles there was a certain distinction of power in the similarity of honor. And although the choice was equal for all, it was given to one, however, to be preeminent over the others. Does Quesnellus here, similar in the honor of character and dignity, which is well established not to admit degree, truly unequal in the prerogative of power, because one must preside over the others? By what reasoning, or by which words of Leo, could Quesnellus boast of equality of rights among bishops? For not all bishops can claim everything for themselves in exercising jurisdiction or in making judgments. According to Leo, it was divinely and ecclesiastically arranged for each province to have individuals whose opinions would be foremost among their peers. Some were placed in larger cities to shoulder greater responsibilities, ensuring the care of the universal church flowed to the seat of Peter, keeping harmony with its head. Considering this entire context, how are we contradicting Baronius's statements? It's not the ancient practice that bishops and priests, when disputing matters of faith, would appeal to the Roman pontiff as the legitimate judge of controversies. We could prove this with examples from the histories of Dionysius of Alexandria, Athanasius, Pelagius, Celestius, Priscillian, and Dictinius, but we'll skip that for now to stay on topic. Not the final words for both the accuser and the accused who willingly came to pursue their rights. There was a significant difference in rank and jurisdiction between Bishop Flavian and priest Eutyches, with one being a legitimate accuser and ordinary judge, and the other an inexperienced, rebellious monk, as Quesnellus asserts. However, when Eutyches did not accept the judgment against him and appealed to the seat of Peter, Leo the Great had to hear both Flavian and Eutyches to avoid hasty judgments, also intervening with letters to clarify the events. In doing so, what injury or insult was given to the prerogatives of the Constantinopolitan seat, or to the bishop of singular sanctity who remained faithful up to martyrdom. Flavian's reputation and dignity were not harmed by any actions of the supreme pontiff. On the contrary, before and after understanding the matters, due honor was rendered to him, with moderation and reverence. As all his letters to the same Flavian clearly show, if he argues that it's an insult to the assembly of bishops to be summoned before the apostolic seat for resolving questions of law and fact, then the care of the universal church should no longer flow to Peter's seat. Anyone would be free to disagree with their own head, and the unity of the church would be at an end, as its structure cannot be firm unless the bond of love binds the bishops together in an inseparable solidity. Second, who could rightly deny or dare to say that Holy Leo, when dealing with cases involving bishops, did not look out for or protect the honor and rights of his seat and those of other episcopal seats? Indeed, even if other evidence were lacking, the praise letter to Anastasius of Thessalonica alone would suffice, which Quesnellus used to draw attention and sell his new ideas. In it, discussing the different ranks of bishops, namely bishops, metropolitans, and vicars of the apostolic seat, he commands and orders that the legitimate rights of the metropolitans be perpetually preserved, and that the dignity passed down from ancient times not be violated by the vicars of Thessalonica, even though they are legates of the apostolic seat. He did not think, therefore, that the rights of the metropolitans could be violated if bishops gathered in councils, whether agreeing or disagreeing due to the seriousness of the matters or the complexities of the questions. He ordered that such matters be brought to the judgment of the apostolic seat, with the authority reserved for himself and his successors to establish the final decision. It is recorded in the very ancient synopsis, Canon 7, that 2 provincial councils of bishops are to be held per year, and if a difficult matter arises and is not resolved by the judgment of the bishop of Thessalonica, it should be referred to the Roman bishop. Yet he did not think that this reservation of judgment disturbed or infringed upon the rights of the metropolitan bishops or their suffragans. He also took extra care with a stricter rule to protect the honor and rights of bishops. This was because he feared that, under the pretense of holding provincial councils, bishops might face force or harm. To prevent any misuse that could harm or disgrace bishops, in the 10th chapter of the same letter, he decreed that moderation should be exercised when summoning provincial bishops by the bishop of Thessalonica, ensuring that the clergy's honor would not be insulted. Finally, he wraps up his letter with the last chapter, which Quesnellus referenced. The title is so clear, both in published and ancient manuscript codes we've examined, that it's hard to doubt the authority of the apostolic seat in reviewing cases already decided in provincial synods. This is especially true when matters of faith are involved, and disputes and scandals arise, as was well known in the case of Eutyches. The title of that chapter states, if a dispute arises among them, meaning the bishops, everything should be reported to the Roman pontiff with detailed proceedings, so that he may decree what is pleasing to God. Don't all these points align with what Baronius wrote about the ancient church's institution? Therefore, instead of weakening the statements of 332 with what St. Leo has in his letter to Anastasius of Thessalonica, they actually gain more strength and support. Now let's move on to the rest. Meanwhile, we'll leave out other details about this letter, which we have not only examined and corrected against Vatican and other manuscript copies, but also made more complete and enriched regarding the doctrine of the 8th canon, which we found more fully and clearly explained in a certain Greek archetype from the same Vatican library. Furthermore, we will discuss the Greek interpretation and paraphrase of this canon in an appendix attached to the same letter. Therefore, we now need to consider whether St. Leo made a judgment on the issue of Eutyches and the troubled Eastern affairs after receiving the synodal acts and letters from Flavian, or if he simply offered support to the greatly afflicted Bishop of Constantinople. Quesnel should have asserted the latter to maintain consistency with the previous method of discussion. He argued against Baronius, stating that Flavian appeared before Leo not as a plaintiff, but as a judge, not to condemn Eutyches, but to present him as already condemned. Flavian didn't seek a new judgment from Leo but asked that the sentence he passed be communicated to his Western colleagues through the Roman pontiff's efforts. This was to ensure that everyone would work together with a shared faith, common concerns, and a collaborative effort. He added in the following chapter, after receiving Flavian's letters, Leo promised his help against Eutyches and sent a letter through the distinguished Rhodanus. This was followed by another letter to Theodosius, in which he reaffirmed his commitment to the Nicene faith, condemned the doctrines of Nestorius and Eutyches, and even requested a synod be convened within Italy. Since Quesnel proposed 2 points and resolved them according to his preferred method of discussion, our task now is to separate them and discuss each one individually. Regarding the first point, we affirm that Flavian indeed appeared before St. Pope Leo as a plaintiff, and brought Eutyches as a defendant, already condemned in the Provincial Synod of Constantinople, yet to be condemned more solemnly and definitively by the Apostolic See itself. Flavian's earlier letter to St. Leo clearly shows this. Whether he wrote that letter right after the Council of Constantinople, as we've clearly shown in the previous chapter, or at least after realizing Leo had criticized him, as our opponent irrationally claims, it's evident he turned to the Apostolic See as an advocate, seeking approval for a judgment he had already made. If he neither wanted nor needed to explain this judgment he had already made, as Quesnellus argues, why did he send the Synodal Acts? Why did he think it necessary to inform Leo about everything done against the newly arisen heresy? Why, ultimately, did he ask the Pope to be moved, as was appropriate for his priesthood, to affirm the condemnation against Eutyches and make it clear through his own writings? Unless it was because he deeply valued the final judgment of the Apostolic See, which he desired, so that the heresy and the disturbances it caused could be easily eradicated, with God's help, through the Pope's most holy letters. From these observations and expressions, it is clear that Flavian did not merely request that the sentence he issued be communicated to his Western colleagues through the Roman Pope's efforts but also sought comfort and defense. He says, "You should, by your own consent, bring everything to peace and tranquility." Therefore, with Leo alone approving, confirming, and strengthening the judgment of Flavian and the Council of Constantinople in writing, either the heresy or the resulting disturbances could be resolved, bringing everything to peace and tranquility. There is no mention of the Western colleagues. There is no indication of compelling them to work together with common efforts and concerns for the shared cause of faith. He simply uses the customary closing salutation, saying, "All the brethren who are with you, I and those with me greet you." So, did Flavian appeal to Leo as a judge, believing that Eutyches was already condemned and didn't need further condemnation by the Roman pontiff? Let's consider this without any party bias. Likewise, there's an issue with what Quesnellus suggested, that upon receiving Flavian's letters, Leo promised his support and efforts against Eutyches. We don't find any wording in the letter sent through Rhodinus that suggests this or could be interpreted that way. Leo wrote a very brief letter at that time, taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the Honorable Rhodinus's immediate journey to Constantinople. However, he didn't leave out anything suitable for the supreme and chief judge of the Church. Having already been informed by Flavian's letters and the reading of the Synodal Acts that Eutyches held a belief contrary to what was proper, he should not have strayed from the Catholic tradition but should have remained steadfast in the faith held by all. Meanwhile, Leo postponed writing at length, but he promised to write more fully on the matter, so that, as he said, we may inform your brotherhood of what should be decided about the whole issue. Indeed, he not only claims and attributes universal teaching authority to himself from the cited words but also promises to take on the true roles of judge and avenger in the future, adding, "For we do not allow him, namely Eutyches, to persist in the depravity of his belief, nor your affection, which resists the wrong and foolish error with the zeal of faith, to be disturbed by a prolonged attack from the opposing side." Let Quesnellus, I pray, consider this whole passage and sincerely confess whether these words can be understood merely as a colleague offering help and efforts with the Western colleagues. However, even if the cause related to the common faith, it was situated not in the West, but in the East. Flavian himself was troubled not by Westerners, but by Easterners. If he didn't hold the highest authority and jurisdiction over the Eastern churches, how could he have pledged to judge the deceit of Eutyches and defend Flavian's great zeal against the persistent attacks of the opposition? Indeed, without any dispute, Leo acted as both supreme judge and defender, as well as a universal teacher. In this case we're discussing, as evidenced by his famous letter, known as the Dogmatic Letter, which he wrote to Flavian a few days later. I'll skip over the fact that he mentioned at the beginning of the letter that he received Flavian's letter with the Synodal Acts too late. I'll also skip the part where he explained the entire doctrine of the incarnation of the Lord Jesus Christ divinely, and criticized Eutyches as foolish and insane for refusing to understand, in order to act rightly, as he had conceived iniquity in his heart. This clearly shows that Leo claimed for himself the roles of true judge and teacher. Let me focus only on the last chapter of that letter and discuss whether Quesnellus reasoned rightly or wrongly in the preceding matters. He didn't refer the examination of the Eutychian case to other Western bishops, but after reviewing the Synodal Acts himself, he found some things worthy of criticism and reform, not at all consistent with ecclesiastical law, which the Eastern bishops assembled in synod needed to address, lest the faith in the incarnation of Christ, existing in two natures after the union, be compromised. For he said, when Eutyches responded to your examination by saying, "I confess that our Lord was of two natures before the union, but after the union, I confess one nature." Since this assertion was entirely contrary to the doctrines of faith, when Eutyches made this statement, it was not to be heard without punishment and ecclesiastical censure. Instead, it should be condemned with anathema and execration, as something contrary to the symbol of the apostles. Why does the Holy Pontiff, greatly astonished by the judges of Constantinople, rebuke them with these words, "I am amazed that such an absurd and perverse profession of his was not criticized by any of the judges, and that such an unwise and blasphemous speech was ignored, as if nothing offensive had been heard. Did St. Leo not find in these acts something more reasonable to criticize and challenge the judges of Constantinople for their improper or uncanonical conduct in the examination of Eutyches' case and the compilation of the synodal acts? Does he not judge that the assertion of Eutyches, which Flavianus and the entire synod deemed unworthy of any censure or at least neglected to note with a censorial mark, is impious and blasphemous? Eutyches might indeed have thought, based on the synodal proceedings, that he had spoken correctly or tolerably, as St. Leo immediately suggests, because there was no statement from you refuting it. Wishing to remedy this evil, the Holy Pontiff advises Flavianus to be diligent so that if, by the inspiration of God's mercy, the matter is brought to resolution, the imprudence of an unskilled man may be cleansed from this pest of his mind. Behold, he determines the conditions to be observed regarding how Eutyches should be admitted back into communion whenever he repents. Indeed, as he states, the order of proceedings showed that he had begun to depart well from his persuasion, when, compelled by your judgment, he professed to say what he had not said before and to agree with the faith from which he had previously been estranged. Finally, he commands that if Eutyches ever regrets having spoken and declared such things against the Catholic faith, by coming to full satisfaction, condemning all the wrong views he held with a living voice and present subscription, he should be embraced with the greatest charity, and mercy should be shown towards the corrected. To ensure the successful execution of all these matters, he states that he is sending 4 legates to the East, along with a faithful notary, to represent the papal office. He is confident, he says, in the help of the divine, so that those who have gone astray, upon rejecting their misguided views, may be saved. So, let me ask at the conclusion of this debate, can this approach be taken among colleagues for Quesnellus or anyone else? Leo's primary criticism is that the acts of the Council of Constantinople were conducted irregularly. Secondly, he condemns by his own authority a heretical proposition that the judges of Constantinople overlooked and did not denounce with an anathema. Thirdly, he orders that forgiveness be granted to Eutyches if he truly repents, and he outlines the procedure for receiving the penitent. Fourthly, to ensure all his commands are faithfully carried out, he sends 4 legates, acting with papal authority, who, along with the notary Dulcitius, work to abolish heresy and restore peace to the agitated crowds. If Quesnellus had paid attention to this, or had not ignored it, do we think he would have exerted so much effort to overturn everything? Driven by envy, hatred, and an excessive desire to argue, he sought to undermine the rights of the Apostolic See. Devotees of truth, which Quesnellus claims to be, are enemies of deceit. Therefore, he should not have ignored or misinterpreted what we have inherited from our ancestors for the universal governance of the Church, especially since St. Pope Leo, consistent with his previous stance, expands even further in his letter to Julian of Corinth on what he stated in his 24th letter. He shows it was necessary for him to respond to the frequent and careful inquiries of the judges to clarify his position, not letting it pass as trivial, as it seemed only to stem from the influence of poisonous doctrines. Judgments have been established either to resolve disputes or to punish wrongdoings. If judges don't frequently question defendants or those accused of crimes, they can't effectively uncover the truth, nor can crimes be properly and canonically proven or contested, as has always been considered necessary in investigations of faith. Therefore, the claim by Quesnellian also fails, which asserts that everything in the Acts of the Council of Constantinople was done properly and canonically. We find one issue condemned by the Apostolic See, and we recognize that the judges themselves and Flavian were rightly criticized. This case required a new trial according to the rules laid out by St. Leo, as praised in both letters mentioned earlier. Now, let's begin our discussion about the appeal of Eutyches.
Chapter 4. On Eutyches' appeal to the Apostolic See.
Quesnellus denied this unfairly. His numerous arguments can be drawn and countered from the letters of Flavian and Leo, as well as from the Acts of the Second Council of Constantinople. Finally, the views of the notable Peter de Marca are reviewed and found to be somewhat less aligned with the truth. To defend the rightful authority of the Apostolic See, we've addressed several issues so far. First, we looked at the actions of the Bishop of Constantinople, Flavian, who, after condemning and deposing Eutyches, sent his letters to St. Leo along with all the synodal proceedings, informing him of everything that had occurred. We understood that such a significant and challenging case, which led to scandals and conflicts between the judges and the Eutychian faction, should have been reserved for the judgment of the Roman pontiff according to ancient and apostolic custom. Moreover, The Acts of the Council of Constantinople were not entirely drafted according to canonical rules. Specifically, the judges either allowed or overlooked a blasphemy during Eutyches' speech, which was a source of many heresies, and they should have condemned it and forced the heretic to renounce it under ecclesiastical penalties. Having established these 3 points to demonstrate the judicial authority of the Roman pontiffs in the previous sections, we now turn to discuss appeals to the Apostolic See. We take this opportunity provided by our opponent, who forcefully disputes, by misrepresenting everything, all that appears in the works of Saint Leo the Great, in asserting these appeals. First of all, skipping over numerous claims that Eutyches never appealed to the Apostolic Seat, I concentrated on his 7th dissertation titled, Eutyches. On the case of Eutyches, the Archimandrite of Constantinople, condemned by Bishop Flavian of Constantinople in the Synod. Following this title, he included the dissertation's argument regarding the letters of St. Leo the Pope 20 to Flavian, and 21 to Emperor Theodosius. I hope that Quesnel intended to specifically examine these 2 letters, first citing what St. Pope Leo acknowledges in them about Eutyches' appeal, and then refuting his own objections. But I was mistaken. He starts his dissertation by claiming that several points from these letters are used to support the right to appeal to the Roman seat. He insists he does not begrudge the rights and prerogatives of this primary seat and admits he aims to defend its authority and eminence, as established by sacred canons. However, he adds that while the true foundations of apostolic primacy remain firm, weak and superficial arguments, often supported by misguided zeal, must naturally collapse. Anyone who strives to expose this emptiness will certainly earn favor from the apostolic seat. He concludes the start of his dissertation by declaring his intent to address everything in Leo's writings that needs clarification. Therefore, he says he is compelled to address the fabricated appeal of Eutyches. After introducing such an impressive array of words, he draws this conclusion. I therefore hold that nothing from either of these letters of Leo can convincingly prove that the Roman pontiff was appealed to by Eutyches separately from other patriarchs and bishops of major dioceses. For someone entirely entangled in deceit and lies, nothing more solemn could have been devised. This person mainly aims to gradually convince people that appeals to a future general council were granted among the Easterners, as the innovators dared to claim, as if defending their homes, in contempt of the apostolic seat. To give this lie a semblance of truth, he first argued that Eutyches did not appeal solely to the apostolic seat but also to the Roman, Alexandrian, Jerusalem, and Thessalonian synods. This was shown in Flavian's letter, chapter 3, by adding this. Hence, the truth of Flavian's words shines, in which he responded to Leo, who complained about Eutyches bypassing the appeal to the apostolic seat. Here are Flavian's words. Eutyches sent you documents full of deceit and cunning, claiming that during the judgment, he submitted documents of appeal both to us and to the Holy Council gathered here, appealing to your holiness. This was by no means done by him, but even in this part, he lied, thinking he could sneak this deceit into your holy ears. But nothing of Quesnel's falsehood gains any strength or validity, as people of sound mind will judge along with me from the preceding words. Furthermore, they will conclude that the right to appeal to the apostolic seat was indeed proven by St. Flavian, without considering the other patriarchal seats of Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Thessalonica. The Bishop of Constantinople merely denies the fact of the appeal, not the right, which he proves as legitimate, nor did he wish to bring it into question. Moreover, Flavian's response should have completely corresponded with Leo's proposal. Leo had written that Eutyches appealed to the apostolic seat, and Flavian replies that Eutyches was lying about appealing to your holiness. Where, I ask, is there any mention of other patriarchal seats and their bishops? Even when St. Leo only mentioned himself and his own seat, to which Eutyches claimed he had appealed during the time of judgment, why didn't Flavian object that it was not customary to appeal separately to the Roman pontiff, apart from other patriarchs? Shouldn't he have directed his appeals to all the other patriarchs? Therefore, not only do Flavian's previous words not contradict the right of appeal, but they also support it, giving it strength and validity. They reject and ignore the custom that some modern interpreters of pseudo-ecclesiastical laws have invented, namely, that appeals must necessarily be made to a general council. Indeed, Leo's own letter 20 makes the matter clearer, which Quesnel has proposed as the subject of this current discussion, and to which Flavian's responses agree. But what about this letter? Did Eutyches, condemned by the Synod of Constantinople, appeal to all other patriarchal seats? Nonsense. St. Leo first complains that Flavian could have kept silent to the Roman seat about the disturbances and scandals that were stirred up, rather than taking steps so that, as he says, your report might first inform us. These words, as we've mentioned, indicate how in similar cases of contention concerning articles of faith, the Roman pontiff was to be informed and consulted, so there could be no doubt about the faithfulness of the events. He then immediately added, "For we have received a petition from Eutyches the priest, who complains that he was unjustly deprived of communion, with Bishop Eusebius accusing him, especially since he claims he was present when called, and did not refuse his presence, so much so that he claims to have submitted a petition of his appeal in that very judgment, yet it was not accepted." Here, St. Leo speaks of the appeal made to him, which those undergoing ecclesiastical judgment customarily made, without any doubt. Whether he did it at the right time, when the judgment was being declared, was unknown to Leo. He hadn't yet been fully informed about what had happened. However, it was assumed that Eutyches had lodged an appeal at the appropriate time. It's said that Eutyches, seeing his appeal wasn't accepted, was forced to file formal complaints in Constantinople. What did he mean by formal complaints? Essentially, a public statement written down, declaring that the judgment against him was invalid, and that he had appealed to the Roman pontiff. But, as Quesnellus might argue, if he had lodged an appeal, he would have also appealed to other patriarchs, bishops of major dioceses, and their councils. Where did this new teaching come from? Let him produce those ancient records that support it. We, relying on the testimonies of Flavian and Leo, show that he didn't appeal to the Roman Council. Flavian denies that an appeal was made to Your Holiness at the time of judgment, though he doesn't deny the right, nor did he suggest that an appeal should have been made to other patriarchs and bishops, and their councils. He only adds, "But in this matter, he deceived like the father of lies, thinking he could fool your ears." Therefore, Flavian never questioned Eutyches' right to appeal to the Apostolic See, he only denied that Eutyches did it at the right time. Furthermore, if Quesnellus' assumption were valid, with Eutyches appealing to the Apostolic See and bypassing others, they would have protested, understanding that their right to judge similar cases was being taken away, as nothing stirs up serious animosity more than ignoring and violating others' rights. But where's it shown that they protested? On the other hand, if Eutyches, as Quesnellus suggests, had appealed to all the other patriarchs and bishops of the most renowned churches, they would have quickly given their judgment, especially the leaders of the Alexandrian, Antiochian, and Jerusalem churches, who would have hardly hesitated, if at all, to fulfill their duties in defending their rights, to whom Eutyches had appealed. However, no other bishops from the major churches got involved in this matter. None wrote to Flavian, and none attempted to overturn or confirm the decree of the Council of Constantinople, even though 6 or 7 months had passed from Eutyches' condemnation and appeal to the time when St. Leo became aware of all the events. I truly believe that the leaders of the East and the Greeks, who presided over the more prominent churches, would not have delayed in exercising their right for so long. Therefore, since they did not act, it is evidence that Eutyches did not appeal to them, nor did he pursue the practice of appealing the condemnation in provincial synods to the councils of the patriarchal churches. Ultimately, Eutyches' appeal should have been regarded as both Flavian and Leo the Great interpreted it. However, the writing styles of both indicate that the appeal was made to a single bishop, namely the Roman one, who was revered as the head and foundation of the whole church, from whom, through deceit and lies, Eutyches, as Flavian seems to suggest, hoped to secretly obtain absolution, without anyone knowing the details. Thus, the new form of judgment devised by Quesnellus falters and collapses, with no way to stand, especially since Liberatus the deacon merely asserts that Eutychius, writing to Pope Leo about his condemnation, issued edicts to Constantinople and claimed he had suffered an injustice. Two things, however, are what Quesnellus believed could support such a scheme. One is the testimony of Constantine the monk, the other is Eutyches' letter to the Bishop of Alexandria. Let's address the first point. It's important to understand who this monk Constantine was. Not only was he regarded and condemned as a heretic, but he also tried to support Eutyches at the Second Council of Constantinople. His statements were inconsistent, often contradicting himself. He would deny what he had previously affirmed and affirm what he had previously denied, making his testimony completely unreliable and untrustworthy. Even Quesnellus acknowledges that Constantine was a heretic while reviewing John David, who criticized Peter de Marca. He mentioned that the testimony of that monk, which we will discuss later, is from a heretic, filled with many difficulties. Florentius, the patrician himself, disputes this testimony, which the Constantinopolitan fathers indeed rejected. Here is Constantine's statement. Eutyches, during the reading of the condemnation, appealed to the Holy Council of the most holy bishops of Rome, Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Thessalonica, and these are not included in the Acts. On this seemingly firm, though false, foundation, Quesnellus attempted to build his entire new theory on appeals. However, if he had either thoroughly examined or not completely ignored everything that happened at that Second Council of Constantinople, he could have understood the real value of such testimony. nor would he have claimed that any truth could be derived from such falsehoods. He states, "It is too blatant a lie that is not even disguised in the appearance of truth." From this, we learn that it was not customary for the Easterners up to that time to appeal to only one of the bishops, but to all who were not involved in the judgment from which the appeal was made, not only to the Council of the Roman Pontiff, representing all the West, but also to a synod of other patriarchs who were not suspect in the matter. At the same time, Eutyches wrote to St. Leo and also to Dioscorus of Alexandria, requesting an ecumenical council to discuss Flavian's judgment, as Liber I mentions in chapter 12. However, Liber I needs correction when he claims that Eutyches considered such a council only after the assembly in Constantinople, where the acts of Flavian's synod were re-examined. We will demonstrate later, using the acts from this assembly, that the Council of Ephesus had already been announced by then. But who doesn't understand that building on a lie is equivalent to deceiving and presenting a false story as true history? It is said that the custom of the Easterners was not to appeal to just one bishop but to all those who hadn't participated in the judgment being appealed. But what examples does Quesnellus have of this supposed custom? And if we set aside the Africans, whom both Quesnellus and Petrus de Marca know appealed to the Apostolic See without any dispute, what will he say about Athanasius or John Chrysostom, who appealed to the Apostolic See under Pope Julius and Pope Innocent, Leo's predecessors? We find it unnecessary to delve into their cases or reasons here, since Quesnellus, in trying to establish credibility, neither presented nor could present even a single example from the Easterners who appealed to all those not involved in the original judgment. So, setting aside the cases of Athanasius and John Chrysostom for now, which we promise to discuss later, what is thought about Eutyches' letters to Dioscorus to convene an ecumenical council? Another of Quesnellus's deceptions. Eutyches was well aware that disputes could easily arise between Flavian and Dioscorus because Chrysaphius, an enemy of Flavian and closely allied with Dioscorus, had taken up the cause. Since Dioscorus was the bishop of Alexandria, he aimed to claim primacy after the Roman pope, based on the Nicene canons. He also sought to assert supreme authority over the Church of Constantinople as the leading patriarch of the East, disregarding the third canon of the First Council of Constantinople. This canon stated that the Bishop of Constantinople should hold the highest seat after the Roman Pope. This canon was not only rejected by the Roman Church but abolished, as we will discuss later. Moreover, the Alexandrian bishops themselves opposed this canon, finding it harmful to them, both when councils were convened and during discussions about the ordination of other bishops. Is it any wonder, then, that Eutyches, under the guise of preserving metropolitan rights, wrote to Dioscorus? He was convinced he could rely on him through the recommendations of Chrysaphius. However, there is no evidence that he wrote to Juvenal of Jerusalem or Anastasios of Thessalonica. Quesnellus should have demonstrated this, to avoid us seeing this new method of appeal as fabricated and trivial, aimed only at the ignorant and unlearned. Appealing to someone as a mediator or arbitrator is different from appealing while following the order of law. I'll concede that he wrote to Dioscorus and even sent him his statement of faith. So what? Nowhere is it established that he formally appealed to him. Just like we can't conclude he appealed to the Bishop of Ravenna, even though he wrote to St. Peter Chrysologus, the head of that church. Even if it were true that he also wrote to Anastasios of Thessalonica, could he have legitimately judged Eutyches' case? He acted on behalf of the Apostolic See, as its representative, but only in the name of the Roman Pope. He wouldn't have judged but would have written to St. Leo, as we've already shown in the previous chapter. Let us therefore move on to other matters. Following this, Quesnel criticizes John David, suggesting he's forgetful of his own cause, for using the words of the bishops who claimed they didn't hear any appeal from him during the judgment, thereby undermining himself. When the council convened and the issue arose, Bishop Seleucus stated, "We heard nothing from Archimandrite Eutyches about an appeal." The most reverend bishops agreed, saying, "We also confess the same." Quesnel notes that if even one Roman bishop had been appealed to in the presence of the bishops, they would have known what was said, which they deny hearing. Furthermore, Constantine the monk's complaint about the omission of an appeal in the synodal acts would not have been completely dismissed. Indeed, his complaint would have been supported by Julian, the bishop of Corinth, who attended both the synod and the subsequent assembly. To counter Quesnel's argument, even though we have the testimonies of St. Leo and letters to Flavian, Emperor Theodosius, and Julian of Corinth, indicating this appeal to the Apostolic See, Eutyches' own petition backs them, along with the profession of faith he submitted to the Roman pontiff for review. Yet, to further expose Quesnel's deceit and absurdity, we decided it was necessary to review the Constantinopolitan Acts. In these acts, at Eutyches' insistence and by the emperor's command, the proceedings of the First Constantinopolitan Council were read and examined. It was clear that Constantine the monk acted on behalf of Eutyches, even with Quesnel's support, and primarily, When it was debated whether such acts were corrupted, falsified, and tampered with, it had already been decided, at the emperor's behest, to hold a general synod. Bishop Melithangus, after asserting that the presence of the accused was necessary, especially since such accusations are not made without danger, added, "Wherefore, the most pious emperor. Since an ecumenical synod was called, it's crucial to reserve major issues for that council." However, the examination of the documents was still undertaken. After reading Eutyches' petition, where he mentioned, "Indeed, the proceedings composed by the most Reverend Flavian against me were read yesterday, and I found discrepancies with what was recorded in the documents." Thirdly, Constantine, following the custom of the heretics, accepted only the scriptures openly, rejecting the teachings and writings of the fathers, explaining, "Because the fathers spoke in various ways, I accept everything. However, I do not accept it as a rule of faith." Recognizing the murmur and commotion among the bishops and others present due to such reckless and blasphemous statements, he began to regret it, possibly recalling the writings of the popes against Arian and Nestorian heresies at the councils of Nicaea and Ephesus, which had been accepted as the rule of faith. Therefore, wishing to correct his wrong statements, he ordered those words about the rule of faith to be deleted, saying, "I spoke without knowing in my confusion." All the bishops noted this man's craftiness and inconsistency. Among them, Eusebius, Bishop of Ankara in 341, said, "Similarly, it pleases me that whoever takes on the role of a religious archimandrite should stand by everything spoken by him, and not wish to hold some parts firm while wanting to disapprove of others that were said." Such a great disturbance arose in that assembly that, while the bishops simultaneously marveled and almost argued with each other, they inquired about what should be done in this criminal case, because, in the absence of the one for whom the matter was being conducted, the one who should have taken his place was neither consistent in speech nor in responses to the questions posed to him. Hence, two others, namely Andreas and Athanasius, were admitted to intervene, so that the reading of the Constantinople proceedings could be concluded. So, here is the character and behavior of the monk Constantine, whose false testimony Quesnellus used to uncover the truth about the title we're discussing. During the fourth meeting of bishops, Eutyches' letter to St. Leo, along with his complaint and appeal, was mentioned. Similarly, Leo's letter to Flavian was read aloud for everyone. We found no mention of other letters from Eutyches, whether to Dioscorus, Juvenal, the bishop of Jerusalem, or Anastasius of Thessalonica. If, as Quesnellus claims, he had appealed to the synods of these individuals, would it make sense that only Leo, the Roman pontiff, was mentioned? Would it make sense that during the significant crisis of Eutychian affairs, none of the bishops, clerics or monks defending Eastern rites mentioned that the decision of at least one leading patriarch or bishop of the East, to whose councils Quesnellus falsely says Eutyches appealed according to ancient custom, should be considered or awaited? And to prevent anyone from thinking I'm lying, I'll share the words of Eleasinus the deacon, who spoke about St. Leo's letters and Eutyches' appeal. Recently, the letters of the most holy Archbishop of the Romans, Leo, have been presented to us. They state that the most reverend archimandrite Eutyches refused, was actually accused, and during the examination, appealed to your hearing by submitting a petition. Thus, after his condemnation, they reinstated him as archimandrite. How is it then that now, persisting and saying that the letter concerning faith is with the most holy bishop of the Romans, he called his refusal an appeal in the synod? The distinguished Stephan Baluz noted that the words in brackets are missing in the Corby manuscript due to a copyist's error. For the note of Rusticus, he says, which is placed in the margin, cannot be referred to another place. It is thus written, "The evident falsehood of Eutyches." It's important to note that the letters from Pope Leo, written for a more thorough hearing concerning Eutyches' absolution, have already been received. As a result, they gave Eutyches the title of archimandrite, even after his condemnation. If, as Rusticus claims, Pope Leo's letters could suspend the sentence imposed by the Constantinopolitan Synod on Eutyches until a full hearing, and if these letters led the Constantinopolitan bishops to restore Eutyches' title and honor as archimandrite, then why is there such a need to defend the rights of the Roman See? Why is it necessary to uphold the ancient sacred custom of the Easterners, by which they referred matters of faith to the Roman pontiffs or proposed serious issues for their judgment, without withdrawing from their rulings and mandates? Moreover, Eutyches himself believed that simply refusing the sentence against him would imply he had appealed it. In his testimony, he stated that his declaration of faith was with the most holy Roman bishop. Peter de Marca supports this, noting that in the appeal of Flavian, he generally uses words that align well with the issue at hand. During that time, a refusal was seen as an appeal even after a definitive sentence, though not in the way later introduced by Justinian. It's notable that Eutyches did not claim his statement of faith was with other patriarchs or prominent bishops of the East, but specifically with the Bishop of the Romans. He believed it would be beneficial to have written to the Holy Roman Pontiff. Rusticus did not assert that the sentence of condemnation against Eutyches was suspended due to letters from other Eastern bishops. He only confirmed that it was Leo's letters that had such influence and power. In fact, when you compare all these points with each other and with previous ones, they completely topple that Quesnelian argument. This fanciful tradition doesn't come from some fictional event, as the recent writer has boldly suggested by guessing, inventing, and twisting facts. Even if we admit that the falsehood from Constantine the monk can't be excused or defended, what does it matter? We have other evidence showing that after Eutyches rejected the decision of the Constantinopolitan Synod, the case was already referred to the highest authority of the Roman Pontiff. From the 2 letters of Leo, we know that the Holy Pontiff ordered everything to be reported to him, so he could judge appropriately based on well-established facts. True and not arbitrary jurisdiction must belong to the one empowered to recognize, determine, and judge cases, especially in matters of faith, which, according to the distinguished Peter de Marca, were reserved for the Roman and Apostolic See. However, led by some unknown spirit, he partially sided with Canel, as we'll see shortly. He claimed, contrary to Cardinal Peronius, that Eutyches' appeal couldn't be proven from Leo's letters and that he had appealed to the Roman, Alexandrian, Jerusalem, and Thessalonian synods. But privately, to Patriarch Florentius, after the judgment and the synod's dissolution, which doesn't align with what has been said or the acts of the Second Constantinopolitan Synod. Meanwhile, let's move on, noting that Canel can't support his claims in the praise dissertation, specifically, showing any mention by Eutyches of the Bishop of Alexandria. So, he decided to write down the words of Bishop Basil, who initially forgot but then remembered and testified. "Now I speak the truth," he said, "while the council is still in session, and the Holy Synod is proposing this, that he should declare 2 inseparable and unconfused natures in one Lord, even after the union. I know that the devout Archimandrite Eutyches said, 'If the Roman and Alexandrian fathers command me, I will say this same thing.' But he did not say this as if appealing, but rather, 'I do not dare to say it because of the fathers.'" From these and similar words, spoken at different times to different people, sometimes publicly, sometimes quietly, sometimes as if appealing, and sometimes to explain his own mind, as Quesnella says, Eutyches seized the chance to falsely attribute this to St. Leo through letters, and to the Eastern Fathers at the Council in Constantinople through Constantine. From there, he falsely claimed an appeal. But now, the question isn't about whether Eutyches wanted to submit to the judgment of the Alexandrian bishops, since, as we have seen, he was already hoping they would favor him, both because he was against Flavian and because he was contending with Flavian under the guise of the prerogative of primacy. Finally, relying on the support of the eunuch Chrysophius, he easily persuaded Dioscorus to side with him. His faith could not be more than sufficiently proven, as is known from his past and subsequent actions. Nor is our question confined to whether Eutyches lied to St. Leo, for from the records we have, we cannot definitively ascertain whether, at the time of judgment and while the fathers were still in council, he openly and publicly appealed, although it is most certain that he rejected the decision made against him and persisted in his role as Archimandrite until a new inquiry and a new judgment were instituted. If he refused the judgment against him and appealed to another judge through his own petition, then submitted to this new judgment, what more could he have done for us to say he truly appealed? Therefore, we could not easily be influenced by what Canel wrote afterward, which seemed more about showcasing his own learning than attacking John David, as he opposed Peter de Marca. He pretended to take on the role of someone embarking on an unfamiliar and difficult path, even when the Archbishop of Paris dared not deny this right to the Apostolic See with such confidence, for which we now provide the words. The same renowned and learned bishop of the Parisian Church affirmed the right of the Roman pontiffs to judge matters of the Eastern churches related to faith and the strictness of universal discipline. He believed this right was owed to the Apostolic See, either due to the Sardican canons or even the Nicene ones, where it was established that the ancient custom of holding judgments should be maintained. He also spoke highly of the primacy of the Roman pontiffs in the entire Church. To support this, he refers to the testimonies of the early fathers, Cyprian, Irenaeus, Jerome, and Augustine, guided by the idea that the center of unity and the role of the head should be preserved in the Catholic assembly. Nor does he deny the right of appeal we are discussing. In fact, he provides various examples from the Eastern churches, specifically those who, empowered by such a right, appealed to the Apostolic See and submitted themselves to its judgment, setting aside the parties involved in disputes. However, When discussing the appeal of Eutyches, he says, "I do not include among the appeals to the Roman bishop the one circulated under the name of Eutyches the abbot, after his condemnation by Bishop Flavian, even if it is brought up publicly whenever controversies about religious matters arise. Yet, I would not want to deny that he appealed to the Roman pontiff. But still, I argue that he did not only appeal to the Roman pontiff." Here, he gently criticizes the distinguished Cardinal Peronius for thinking that this title could be justified by the authority of St. Leo's letter to Flavian. He argues that the same words cannot conclude that an appeal was made to the Apostolic See. Instead, a petition for appeal was submitted, and he was compelled to present the appeal documents in Constantinople. But who would believe that we've run into a tricky problem? This learned man suggests it cannot be concluded that an appeal was made to the Apostolic See, and he took on the role of judge, and Leo himself, under the guise of synodal records, wanted to be informed about everything, and Flavian, who claimed that Eutyches had lied, sent the synodal acts? Did the learned bishop remember that the ancients considered a refusal as an appeal? Did he not notice Rusticus's note, where he admitted that the sentence pronounced by the Constantinopolitan Synod against Eutyches was suspended by the authority of letter 344 from St. Leo? It doesn't help to argue that Eutyches appealed to other sees, because he appealed to the Roman, Alexandrian, Jerusalem, and Thessalonian synods, but secretly, and to the ear of the patrician Florentius, after the judgment was made and the synod was dissolved. But these things contradict what Bishop Basil testified, who, reflecting on events many months earlier, testified that while the assembly was still in session, and perhaps when he rejected the sentence pronounced against him, he committed himself entirely to the judgment of the Roman and Alexandrian bishops. Certainly, Basil's testimony should be valued more than that of Constantine the monk, an inconsistent man, heretic, and trickster, who tried with all his cunning to show that the acts of the Constantinopolitan Synod were corrupted and falsified. However, why Eutyches also named the Alexandrian bishop is not something we need to discuss, lest we repeat what has already been said. However, the distinguished man, Peter de Marca, closely follows the testimony of the monk Constantine to argue that Eutyches' appeal cannot be included among those claimed for the Roman See. He sets out two notable rules, which Quesnellus later exaggerated excessively. He states that the first rule is that matters of faith, being common and universal, should be judged by synods of the entire Church, particularly by the Roman Church, which is the foremost of all. Then, the deposition of a heretic, stemming from the decision on faith, should be decided by a definitive decree from all, especially if it is a new heresy not yet condemned by the Church. However, from which law divine, ecclesiastical, or imperial this rule originates, is unknown, leaving us to suspect it might have come from some dubious source, as the author did not disclose this secret. If we consider the actions of the Roman pontiffs, without straying from Peter de Marca's own statements, we see that Nestorius and his heresy were rightly condemned, and the heresy's author was stripped of his bishopric even before a general synod was convened. This is especially true since Cyril was solely entrusted with faithfully executing the papal sentence and presenting it to the Council of Ephesus, giving Nestorius 10 days to decide whether he would abandon and renounce his erroneous doctrine. This assertion requires no further explanation, as Peter de Marca himself interpreted Pope Celestine's letter to Cyril, stating, "And Celestine orders Cyril that, invoking the authority of the Roman See, and using the position, place, and power of the Pope, he should carry out this sentence and oversee the Church of Constantinople." Leo the Great had Celestine as his immediate predecessor in the pontificate. Under this leadership, the first praised rule was completely unknown to the Church Fathers, yet, it dealt with removing a bishop from his position, a matter concerning the faith that was common and general to everyone. Despite this, Pope Celestine made decisions, established judgments, and granted time for reconsideration without waiting for the judgment or support of other patriarchs. Instead, he entrusted the execution of his decrees to Cyril. Therefore, as Peter de Marca mentioned, I do not see under which law, canon, or imperial constitution such a rule could be derived. It must be believed to be arbitrary, stemming from a system and the will of the papal authority, meant to be limited and confined. We would discuss this system further if our purpose allowed it. Meanwhile, it is useful to note that this rule is not as outstanding as Marca claims, because we find it supported by neither law nor custom. This prerogative might be achieved by another rule suggested by the same author. Specifically, appeals made to patriarchs are also considered as appeals to their synods, as shown by the appeal formula of Eutyches. However, he did not appeal to the synods of the East because the Patriarch of Antioch had subscribed to the judgment of Flavian, and many metropolitans of the dioceses of Asia, Pontus, and Thrace were present at the council in Constantinople. Finally, to support these statements, The praised prelate admitted he derived them from the acts of that Constantinopolitan council. In these acts, Constantine the monk, acting on behalf of Eutyches, argued that the acts published by Flavian were corrupted and even interpolated, since Eutyches had appealed to other praised synods, and the appeal was not described in the acts. Following in the footsteps of Peter DeMarca, Quesnellus, with some exaggeration, expanded on the previous doctrine with a flourish of words. He also included a letter from Bishop Domnus of Antioch, which he refers to as synodical, taken from the books of Facundus of Hermian. However, Bishop Domnus of Antioch's approach is complex and can't be easily explained in a few words, so we'll revisit it in future discussions. We've gained significant insights from Vatican manuscripts to enrich its history. The Acts of the Council of Chalcedon, documented around the 7th century, include the well-known session that Quesnellus deemed fictional and dismissed. In the meantime, I acknowledge that Domnus of Antioch strongly opposed Eutyches' errors. However, I argue that, based on the appeals format, Eutyches did not appeal to all patriarchs and their synods. To avoid seeming like we're playing with words, I believe we should first ask the wisest archbishop what authentic form he thinks Eutyches used. If he considers the one presented by Constantine to be genuine, then Constantine did not lie, as Quesnellus and others claimed. Therefore, all the fathers who opposed that agent's words in the Second Council of Constantinople were unjust to the truth. We must either conclude that Constantine lied about this appeal or that the synod's fathers lied. But who would make such a statement, risking insult and disgrace to the assembly of bishops? Certainly not Quesnellus, who insists he always aimed to honor the dignity of the bishops. Nor would Peter DeMarca, who stated that matters of faith should be addressed by the entire assembly of bishops for the Church's common good and safety. Therefore, we shouldn't cling to the form proposed by Constantine the monk, lest we rashly and boldly judge the order and hierarchy of bishops and priests. Therefore, the true basis of the Eutychian appeal should come from different sources, not from other factors. This could either be from the words of Basil, who thoughtfully reflects on historical truths, or from the testimony of the deacon of Eleusis, which aligns with the words of Saint Leo the Great. Since this earlier formula also discusses Dioscorus of Alexandria, while the latter only mentions the Supreme Pontiff Leo, as we've already seen in previous cases, we won't delve into them further. This is to avoid repeating what has been covered already. We've thoroughly analyzed both formulas before. Furthermore, I find it nearly impossible to grasp what DeMarca added. He stated that there was no appeal to the synods of the East because the Patriarch of Antioch had supported Flavian's judgment, along with many metropolitans, and so on. But why was this the case? Was a general synod already being considered? And did Eutyches argue that the Easterners should be excluded? Did he want to be judged solely by the Westerners with the Roman pontiff? And how could a general council, which DeMarca claimed was necessary for the common cause of faith, consist only of Western bishops? This situation indeed seemed mysterious to me. Therefore, I am convinced that the true form of the Eutychian appeal must be sourced from elsewhere. We will clearly demonstrate this in the following chapters.
Chapter 5.
More detailed discussions are presented regarding Quesnell's arguments against Eutyches' appeal. We also examine Eutyches' letter to Pope Leo and defend Christian Lupus's opinion. In our previous discussion, we defended Eutyches' appeal to the Apostolic See as thoroughly as possible, covering all the reasons and opinions we believed would help us achieve our goal. However, we couldn't cover every aspect in that single debate. This was partly due to the insights of the very learned Peter DeMarca, the Archbishop of Paris, in his renowned work on the causes and rights of Eastern bishops, and partly due to the acts of the Second Council of Constantinople, convened because of the Eutychian heresy, which we found to be quite disordered and confusing. We decided it wasn't necessary to address everything on this topic under one title, to avoid overwhelming our readers. Now, since there are additional arguments by Quesnel that need to be explored, which he claims can be clearly deduced from the earlier letters of Flavian and Pope Leo and might weaken our previous points, we've chosen to address these in this new discussion. I don't think it's necessary to remind the reader at the start of this debate about Quesnel's excessive zeal in interpreting and twisting the testimonies he relied on to make his case and gain the reader's trust. This will become evident as we delve into his arguments. So, let's begin with Quesnel's first argument, which is based on Flavian's words directed against him. When Constantine the monk's testimony was compared to the words of Saint Flavian, Quesnel commented, "In these accounts, aside from one Leo, no one else is mentioned to whom Eutyches appealed." He then adds, "It's not hard to understand why this happened because Eutyches addressed only Leo, naming him alone as the heresiarch. He thought he could deceive Leo and gain his ear, as Flavian writes to Saint Leo among the patriarchs and metropolitans to whom the appeal was supposedly made. Saint Leo was prominent without dispute. both by multiple rights, as he held the primacy in the church and was the head of the entire synod to which the appeal was made. This is Quesnel's interpretation. However, who doesn't see that these explanations are overly embellished and dressed up with honor? Yet Quesnel continues, saying, although the Pope seems to have taken the whole case upon himself, asking for details on each point and expressing frustration about Flavian's silence, he ought to have revealed everything to us in the first place, he said. This wasn't actually the case. Any other bishop, to whom an appeal document was sent, would also ask for information on the matter and express frustration over any silence. Therefore, it was reasonable for Leo, as the primate, to want the entire account and understanding of the matter brought to him first, as he had to decide on it with others and before others if there was room for the appeal. But let's uncover the falsehoods hidden beneath the guise of truth. First, it is pointless and incorrect for Quesnel to claim that Constantine the monk's testimony contradicts Flavian's words if both were aiming for the same goal. As Quesnel also points out, Constantine was a heretic and a very deceitful man, and he testified that Eutyches appealed to other patriarchs, metropolitans of principal churches, and their synods. If Flavianus had intended to convey what our opponent suggests when he wrote back to St. Leo, mentioning only him because he was the sole recipient, it would imply that Flavianus either agreed with Constantine's account or rejected any appeal by Eutyches. First, Quesnel's beliefs do not permit him to assert this. It would be wrong to even suspect that Bishop Flavianus, a man of great holiness who died as a martyr for defending the Catholic faith, would have wanted to support Constantine the monk, who was lying. Therefore, the second point must be accepted. Flavianus denied any appeal made by Eutyches, specifically during the trial. However, he did not deny that Eutyches appealed to the Roman pontiff, Leo, after the meeting was dissolved, when he became aware of the appeal through Leo's letters. Consider Flavianus's words, Quesnelus, and see if your interpretation aligns with them. After these events, we received letters from your holiness, informing us that Eutyches sent you documents filled with deceit, claiming he submitted appeal documents during the trial to us and the convened Holy Council, and appealed to your holiness. Note these words, and appealed to your holiness. Thus, Eutyches wrote that he appealed to none other than St. Leo. Flavianus denies this by clearly stating, that was in no way done by him. What Flavianus denies is that the heretical archimandrites submitted appeal documents to him and the council during the trial, appealing to St. Leo. He does not claim they appealed to you and your council, but to your holiness. Furthermore, if the heresiarch, in writing to St. Leo, mentioned only him, as even Quesnelus asserts, without any mention of other patriarchs and synods, why should we claim it was against the custom of the Easterners? Are we to invent that patriarchs and metropolitans of the most prominent dioceses, along with their synods, were also supposed to be addressed? If such a custom had indeed existed, Flavian, respecting the head of the entire church, would have called this appeal irregular. He would have written back to St. Leo, stating that the rights of the Eastern Church had been violated, since the patriarchs and metropolitans, who had an interest in such judgments, were completely unaware of this appeal. However, Flavian's silence on this issue is evident from his later words, addressing the same Leo as the sole authority to handle the matter and judge the heretic. But even here, he lied, thinking he could slyly slip into your holy ears. If he had known or believed he was also trying to deceive others with his letters, he would have added words like to your holy ears, along with others, or something similar, regarding other bishops. Indeed, he should have included them, so that, as Leo requested, he could be more fully informed. For he had written, and therefore, because your affection sees us necessarily concerned about such an important cause, he should hasten to inform us as fully and clearly as he should have done before. These are golden words, indicating authority and command. A very full and clear narration or exposition of all these actions would not exist if he had kept silent about the fact that Eutyches had appealed to the Roman See against the rights of the Eastern Church, or if he had not mentioned that he appealed to synods and other patriarchs, or that he should have done so. Therefore, this new form of ecclesiastical judgments was completely unknown to him, which is what our adversary mentions. But perhaps Quesnelus sensed the strength of this response, as he, intending to confirm his previous statements, suggests that from Leo's manner of writing, it seems Leo took the whole case upon himself. When he asks to be informed about each matter and complains about Flavian's silence, as those words imply, when he should have first been eager to reveal everything to us. However, the opponent submits a very weak response by arguing that this could have been done by any bishop to whose judgment an appeal was made through a petition. Quesnelus, do you really twist the expressions of the popes, moving from one matter to another? So, let's examine where the difficulty lies. And first, let's inquire by what right any other bishop could have received such appeals and requested to be informed about the matter. If this were about an arbitrary judge chosen by compromise from both parties to resolve a question, indeed, any bishop selected would have to request to be informed, so he would not pronounce judgment on unknown matters. But at present, which judge are we discussing? None other than the one who was established by divine and ecclesiastical laws for resolving disputes of faith and for reviewing the judgments of others to see if they were in accordance with the rules of law. And whether the ordinary judges, driven by hatred, envy, or any other passion, had imposed force and oppression on the condemned. Therefore, Leo the Great drew the whole case to himself for this reason, because Eutyches, not submitting to the judgment made by his ordinary bishop and by the Council of Constantinople, had to appeal to a higher and final judge. Therefore, the Holy Pontiff uses commanding words in his letter, full of authority and dignity, and so, your brotherhood should inform us with the fullest report possible through a suitable and most appropriate person about what has arisen against the ancient faith. Or with these other words, since we, who wish the judgments of the priests of the Lord to be mature, cannot decide on matters unknown to us in prejudice of any side, until we truthfully hear all that has been done. Indeed, these and other similar words of Leo, written not in the name of the council but in his own name, had such great force and authority that they would have already moved Flavian's mind. If they had not compelled him to present himself before Leo, either in person or through suitable representatives, or by providing an account of all actions through authentic writings. But we have already seen above that Flavian did this before receiving this letter from Leo. Therefore, if we consider everything together, we will have a clear argument that Leo took the whole matter upon himself in such a way that no other bishop or judge would have been allowed to involve themselves in these matters, except by the judgment of the Supreme Pontiff. Indeed, Leo himself indicated in the aforementioned letter that he referred the entire task of defining the matter to his own authority. To prevent all difficulties and excuses related to the stubbornness and obstinacy of the Archimandrite Eutyches, he reserved the entire matter to be examined by himself, as required by the moderation of the Church and the concern for Christian peace, as also mentioned in the imperial letters to him, so that, he says, with disagreements removed, the Catholic faith may be preserved inviolate, and those who defend wrong beliefs may be recalled from error, and those whose faith has been proven may be protected by our authority. Here, Leo promises to do three things with his authority: to remove disagreements to preserve the Catholic faith inviolate, secondly, to recall from error those who defended wrong beliefs, and thirdly, finally, to provide protection and support to those whose faith has been proven. If Leo promises on his own authority, not relying on others, to perform these three things, there's no need to twist the interpretation by introducing other judges and arbitrators for this case, or claiming that Leo, along with the other bishops, should have decided whether an appeal was possible. But Canal continues to challenge this by quoting St. Leo's words in his letter to Flavian: since we, who want the judgments of the Lord's priests to be mature, cannot make a determination on unknown matters to the prejudice of any side, until we truthfully hear all that has happened. From these words, our opponent triumphantly argues, these are not the words of someone arrogantly claiming the right to pronounce every judgment, but of a prudent, discerning, and fair judge who does not wish to hastily decide on an unknown case. But why spend time addressing such arguments drawn from Leo himself? Canal also mentions, we are not questioning whether Leo claimed that prerogative for himself in this case, but whether Eutyches indeed appealed, and whether it was solely to the Roman pontiff. What a clever move! He understands the case is weak, recognizing that nothing really supports it, with those vague and unusual expressions, not arrogantly claiming every right to pass judgment, which imply a certain presumption, or the notion of offering a vote, as if Leo suggested he needed to convene a council to act as a discerning, prudent, and fair judge. Offering a vote typically means discussing the case in an assembly, synod, or college. Regarding these matters, Leo is silent, and there's not even a hint of it in what he wrote. However, since Canal realized his case was weak and shifted his reasoning to other matters, let us follow his lead and consider what he added. He said, if Eutyches had appealed only to the Roman Pope, as St. Leo believed had been done through a crafty and deceitful letter, it wouldn't be surprising that Eutyches, appealing to Rome, was willingly received by the Pope too. This was especially true since it seemed to concern the faith of Nicaea, to which both Eutyches and his accuser claimed to adhere. It is particularly the duty of the Roman leader, as the head of the episcopal crown, to safeguard the canons from the main seat, as if from a watchtower, and to act as the protector of the Catholic faith. Those who ignore the following words of Quesnellus might argue that no one could have written more honorably in defense of the apostolic seat. However, since Quesnellus, in the next paragraph or chapter 8 of his dissertation, claims that Leo should not be listened to, as he was too focused on the splendor and rights of his seat, It was therefore spoken deceitfully and exaggeratedly, and this is well established. Thus, he reasons, we should not trust the cunning deceiver Eutyches, nor should we listen to Leo himself, although a very holy man, as he was pursuing the splendor and rights of his position. Instead, we should listen to Flavian, the Bishop of New Rome, and the strongest martyr of Christ, who couldn't have missed the mindset and customs of the Easterners regarding appeals and the entire manner of Eutyches' actions. Did he decide that the decision of his council regarding Eutyches should be sent to Leo, so that if approved by him, it would stand, and if rejected, it would be dismissed? Certainly, none of this appears in either of his letters. Therefore, these and other similar statements, which he described elsewhere with the same or equivalent words, show that Quesnellus exaggerated beyond his belief to gradually sell fables and comments by discussing the ancient governance of the Church and the form and order of its judgments. Who would believe that the most holy Pope Leo acted with bias or an unfair perspective in the case of Eutyches, claiming rights that weren't his, beyond the laws of justice and fairness? This is the same Leo, the Supreme Pontiff, whom the entire Church, gathered at the Council of Chalcedon, revered as the rightful heir and defender of all the rights of St. Peter. He preserved the doctrine of faith necessary for salvation, serving as the interpreter of the voice of blessed Peter for everyone. This is the great Leo by whom the popes, using their authority for the benefit of the Church's children, showcased the inheritance and destiny of truth. In the shared crown of joy, they feasted on spiritual delights at imperial banquets, which Christ prepared through your writings for those invited. So, should we not also listen to this Supreme Pontiff, to whom the entire Church paid heed? Is it simply because of the suspicion that he was pursuing the splendor and rights of his seat, while wronging the See of Constantinople and overlooking the rights and privileges of the Eastern churches? Only Quesnellus might think this way, unjustly exaggerating the privileges and honor of the throne of Constantinople. But what exactly were the privileges and rights of this seat that Quesnellus mentions? Let's hear from Flavian, the Bishop of New Rome and a most courageous martyr. New Rome, which is certainly the city of Constantinople, gained its name through the generosity and majesty of the emperors, but not its honor and privileges regarding religion. Its episcopal see was not founded by the apostles and St. Peter, or his disciple, unlike Antioch, where the prince of the apostles first sat, Alexandria, where his disciple Mark was appointed bishop, and Rome, which Peter himself held until his martyrdom. These churches were called apostolic, and from their founding, they received the honor and privileges of a patriarchate. This distinction of ranks was maintained as St. Leo and other popes have passed down, which is also clear from the Nicene canons. However, the Bishop of Constantinople did not enjoy these honors and privileges at the start, nor during the time of the Nicene Council. He only received the title of Patriarch after the year 500, thanks to the efforts of Emperor Justinian and with the permission of the Roman popes. It doesn't help Cannell to refer to the 5th canon of the First Council of Constantinople, held under Theodosius the Elder, or to the 28th canon of the Council of Chalcedon, which claims the honor of primacy after the Roman Pope for the Bishop of Constantinople. As we discussed in the previous chapter, that canon of the Council of Constantinople gained no strength whatsoever, either concerning the name of primacy or the privileges and power in appointing metropolitan bishops of the provinces of Pontus, Asia, and Thrace. The attempts by the Fathers of Chalcedon to renew and confirm that canon also achieved nothing. The Fathers of Chalcedon were hoping, above all, that the Holy Pope would willingly share new titles and privileges with the bishop of the imperial city, thereby enhancing his glory, if he did not disdain to impart the privileges of ancient Rome. They believed that the see of the bishops of Constantinople was akin to another part of ancient Rome and therefore should be elevated above the other churches of the East. Additionally, they faced some opposition and pressure from the patriarchs of Alexandria and Antioch, who were used to considering the see of Constantinople as part of the episcopate of ancient Rome. They noted that the Nicene canons opposed this decree, meaning the Bishop of New Rome couldn't enjoy the discussed privileges and prerogatives without a clear decree from the Apostolic See, and a final judgment to settle all disputes, particularly those with the Ephesians. Therefore, they decided to present the entire council, along with the assembly of the Easterners, humbly through letters to Leo. The fathers of that general council, addressing Leo, did not use any of the phrases Quesnellus used to exaggerate New Rome's glory or magnify its church's rights. They requested confirmation of all proceedings, especially the praised 5th canon of Constantinople. They spoke confidently because, with the apostolic light shining upon you, governing the church of the Constantinopolitans, you frequently expand this influence, as you often enrich your household by sharing your goods generously. From this way of speaking, it's clear that up to those times, the Roman pontiff extended the apostolic light to the church of the Constantinopolitans, governing it, as was often done in complex matters and issues of dissension. They believed he was willing and able to enrich his household by sharing goods, meaning privileges. They added that the pontifical legates strongly opposed this decree and attempted to nullify it, wanting this initiative to come from your providence so that, just as with faith, the outcome of good order would be credited to you. So, what happened then? They did not attribute the victory of the Catholic faith to the Roman Council or the Chalcedonian Fathers, but to Leo, from whom they equally hoped to gain another arrangement of ecclesiastical governance, for which they earnestly pleaded with him. We ask you to trust our judgment with your decisions. Just as we have brought harmony to the forefront in good matters, may your leadership provide what is right for the children. Now, to determine if the reasoning regarding Quesnel's case holds up or completely falls apart, let's discuss the points that have come before. Flavian, the Bishop of New Rome and a courageous martyr of Christ, could he have viewed the appeals of the Easterners and the decisions of the provincial synods differently than all the Eastern Church Fathers gathered in a general synod? In my opinion, and that of anyone sensible who doesn't seek problems where there are none or isn't driven by a desire to argue and present falsehoods as truths, Flavian could not have thought differently about these matters than what the Chalcedonian Fathers declared in that renowned assembly, namely, that the Bishop of Constantinople was particularly under the apostolic see among the Easterners and looked to it for judgment or moderation in any case. Therefore, it's clear that such a great bishop, Flavian, known for his holiness and merits, without any prior prompting, disclosed the entire case of Eutyches to Pope Leo the Great, and sent all the synodal acts to him, showing due submission, so that if the judgment against the heretic was approved, it would stand; if not, it would be dismissed. This is evident from both of Flavian's letters, as we have shown in the previous 2 chapters, and since it seems redundant to repeat what has been said, we choose to focus on other significant matters. To discuss the rights of the Church of Constantinople during that era, we need to recognize that Flavian did not have a more dedicated and sincere advocate for his cause than Anatolius, who took on the same role after Flavian's death. I acknowledge that Anatolius did not match Flavian in terms of holiness, character, and virtues. However, it's undeniable that he was excessively ambitious in expanding and increasing the rights and privileges of his church, often lacking the moderation needed to avoid presumptuously claiming what belonged to others. The extent of his submission to the Roman See is evident in his letter to Pope Leo the Great, written after the Council of Chalcedon. In it, he first complains about Dioscorus of Alexandria, whom the council identified as the main instigator of the turmoil against peace. He suggests that this troublesome man needed to be removed, as he had caused much unrest worldwide. Dioscorus not only opposed matters of faith but also strongly resisted the ambitions of the bishops of Constantinople, claiming primacy rights over what was deemed the Second Church according to the Nicene Statutes. After Anatolius explained what had been established at the council regarding the Catholic faith, with the agreement of the Fathers, he began discussing the affirmation and decreeing of the honor and prerogatives of the See of Constantinople. It was necessary to address other proposals to ensure the council adequately provided what was needed in terms of correction and confirmation, in both canonical matters and other ecclesiastical chapters. Those governing the most magnificent and glorious princes, the illustrious Senate, the entire clergy, and the people were concerned that the most holy seat in the royal city of Constantinople should feel an increase in honor. To facilitate granting him this increase of honor, he referenced the canon of the First Council of Constantinople under Emperor Theodosius. He also mentioned the Roman Pope and notable figures like Great Nectarius and Timothy of Alexandria, who supported this council. Anatolius stated that the matter had been discussed by the Fathers in the council, with the confidence that it would be approved by the Roman Pope. They were sure that the honor of the See of Constantinople would be confirmed, as it already shared in the care and harmony of your apostolic throne, providing mutual assistance in all necessary matters. In highlighting the special care the Roman See showed towards the Church of Constantinople, Bishop Anatolius suggested many things to Leo, hoping to influence him to confirm and ratify that canon, which concerned the honor and prerogatives of his see. This clearly illustrates the doctrine of those times regarding the governance of the Eastern churches, which strongly opposes new doctrines and completely overturns the fallacies of Canal. He earnestly asks, he says, that whatever approval and stability we can obtain, you, most holy ones, may grant it. Please, reader, pay attention to what follows next. The See of Constantinople regards your apostolic throne as its father, aligning itself with you in a special way, demonstrating that your care for it assures everyone you have sincerely considered it before and continue to do so without interruption. It would greatly benefit the ecclesiastical state for you to graciously confirm in writing what was achieved in the most holy and ecumenical synod. We have sent the aforementioned constitution concerning the See of Constantinople to your holiness, so that you may know that everything has been divinely arranged according to your wishes. Finally, he humbly asks St. Leo to provide a suitable response to each proposition by sending Bishop Lucian as an envoy for this purpose. Lucian would clarify everything and offer his assistance. Lucian was an exemplary man, previously esteemed by the emperors, whom Leo himself had sent to the synod before. We request that each proposition receives the appropriate response, as Bishop Lucian, beloved by God, explains everything to you. Lucian, present at the Holy Synod and wisely expressing his thoughts for the sake of our faith, was chosen by us to gladly serve you. He is an outstanding man, already valued by our most esteemed and Christian emperors, whom you kindly sent to us, enjoying your favor and joy. To ensure no one doubts that all these matters overturn the new doctrines and falsehoods of Quesnellus, I ask them to consider why or in what sense these things can coexist. Quesnellus denies that Flavian sent the decision of his council against Eutyches to St. Leo for approval or to be set aside if disapproved. He denies sending him the series of acts to fulfill the obligation of reporting. He argues that the decision of the Council of Constantinople, over which Flavian presided, was conclusive and that a detailed inquiry was unnecessary. He also claims that the deceitful Eutyches would soon bring his false complaints to other sees, especially the Roman one, capturing the attention of the popes. Furthermore, when the rumor spread that the emperor was considering convening a universal synod to re-examine the entire matter, it was reasonable for Flavian to inform the primary see and the fathers of this council, and for the Acts of Constantinople to become known to other bishops of the western region through the efforts of the Roman pontiff. But by denying these things and affirming those already mentioned, he would completely undermine and overturn the decision of the Fathers of Chalcedon. The testimony indicates that the influence of the Apostolic See extended all the way to the Church of Constantinople through consistent governance, often broadening its reach. They were used to enriching the people of Constantinople as if they were part of their own family, sharing in the benefits. Secondly, it's important to note that the people of Chalcedon did not ask the Roman Pope to endorse their judgment with his decrees. If, as Quesnellus suggests, the acts of a metropolitan council didn't require the Roman Pope's confirmation, then the acts of a general synod, approved by the entire Church, would require such confirmation even less. Thirdly, it would have been incorrect to suggest that, to resolve disputes stemming from changes in the Church of Constantinople, whether due to the Ephesian tumult or the appointments of metropolitans in the provinces of Asia, Pontus and Thrace, the Roman popes exercised complete rights and authority. This was to ensure that the bishops of Constantinople became special participants in the privileges of the Apostolic See. They were regarded as sons under a father, cared for greatly even in church governance matters. Fourthly, how could Anatolius claim that the Church of Constantinople was not only generally under the Roman Church's oversight, but also specially connected to it due to the continuous care of the Roman popes, who arranged everything beneficial for the Church's state? These 4 points, which we didn't create but derived from genuine sources, how could they be reconciled with the supposed rights and privileges that Quesnellus argued Flavian defended, so the case of Eutyches wouldn't be brought, reviewed, and judged by the Roman Pope? Furthermore, the fact that Flavian attempted to persuade the Roman. According to the established rules regarding Bishop Eutyches, it was decided that a new examination and judgment were unnecessary, as even Quesnellus acknowledges. First of all, Flavian never suggested that an examination and judgment by St. Leo were unnecessary. In fact, he sought this, believing that a general council would be excessive and could lead to further disputes and conflicts. He also requested that the sentence against Eutyches be confirmed by papal writings, as without this confirmation, the judgment of the Eastern bishops would have had no effect. Eutyches himself protested, publicly claiming in Constantinople that he was unjustly deprived of communion and leadership of the monastery due to the malice or envy of his opponents. Therefore, Quesnellus should not be heeded, as he, in an attempt to bolster his weak argument, relied on distorted interpretations, confidently and almost playfully twisting Flavian's words. Flavian requests not judgment from Leo, but support, not a sentence, but letters, not confirmation, but defense, his own writings, not synodal decrees. Once the anathema was pronounced against Eutyches by episcopal judgment, the case was closed unless a universal council decided to address the matter or it was referred to the Western Church. The Bishop of Constantinople rightly considered that this should be avoided, fearing that the most holy churches everywhere would be disturbed by the error and malice of one troublesome and seditious monk. Therefore, Quesnellus should not be listened to. In the appendix of his letter, as it is circulated, Flavian asks the Roman pontiff to take the common cause of faith as his own and requests him to decree against the condemnation made against him and to dignify it through his own writings. Could the Roman pontiff have acted on Flavianus's request without examining the previous proceedings and without knowing the deceit and wickedness of Eutyches? Could he have decided that Eutyches's condemnation was justified without assuming the role of a judge, reviewing the official synodal acts of the prior sentence, and ignoring the defenses of the condemned? What more can be said? Without examining all these aspects beforehand, could he have provided reassurance to the ordinary judge in writing, not just verbally, by declaring that the inquiry had fulfilled the canonical laws and that Flavianus himself had upheld the highest standards of justice, endorsing whatever was declared against Eutyches? If these statements do not suggest that Flavianus sought an examination, judgment, or decree from Leo, I don't know what more suitable words he could have used to ensure the sentence remained firm. Indeed, it's a great comfort and defense for lower judges when their judgments are reviewed and approved by higher tribunals. Therefore, it's no surprise that Flavianus, greatly troubled and wronged by the Eutychian chaos, admits that the Roman pontiff's judgment would provide him solace and defense. A synodal decree wasn't necessary, as the Roman pontiff could have achieved all this through his writings alone, which Flavianus asserted would suffice for him. But now Cannell laments that the translation of Flavianus's previous letter to St. Leo seems less accurate. If, he says, it had been possible to correct it against the Greek text, which has been lost over time, we might have found something clearer to support our opinion. Despite the usual complaints about forged ancient texts and poorly arranged translations, which were borrowed from older heretics, he confidently wraps up this part of his essay with these words. From this translation, although perhaps done by a Western and Roman man, a sincere reader who is not looking for trouble will find more than enough light to uncover the truth. But it is a charming tale. After using every reasoning skill to interpret and twist Flavian's statements, which he recently exaggerated as being as clear as day, he now realizes among learned men that his case might fail. So, he decided he needed both an escape and a defense by criticizing and reproaching the old interpreter of that letter. However, if the Greek text of that letter were available, Quesnellus would have found nothing clearer to indulge his studies, since the actions and speaking style of the Chalcedonian Fathers and Anatolius reveal the teachings and ecclesiastical administration of those times preserved by the Easterners. Meanwhile, we thought it necessary to remind the reader that the praised letter of Anatolius had been long sought after by scholars. We were the first to discover and transcribe it from the Greek manuscripts in the Vatican in the year 1738. It was then translated into Latin with great erudition and kindness by the distinguished Lord Francis Mariani, a writer of the Vatican Library and interpreter of Greek literature. We will publish it in its entirety in both Greek and Latin with God's help, using public presses. Because Quesnellus had long contemplated bringing forth everything that could somehow support his false opinions, this led to him, under a suppressed name, reviewing the opinion of a man of exceptional learning, who wrote, "Indeed, having read the proceedings of the Constantinopolitan Synod against Eutyches, everything was so approved and confirmed by St. Leo that both Flavian and St. Leo thought a general synod should not be convened." This way of speaking displeased Quesnellus, so he added, "With all due respect, it is far from the truth." Seizing the moment, he gently described St. Leo as being upset with Flavian because he believed Flavian had been too harsh with Eutyches, who appeared to follow the decisions of the Council of Nicaea. But tell me, where did Quesnellus think Leo's anger came from if not from the fact that neither Flavian's letters nor the synodal proceedings had reached the Pope, as required by the order of church administration or moderation, as St. Leo himself insisted? As we've clearly noted, there's no need to revisit this topic now. Yet, Quesnellus further added, Flavian did not even think about confirming the actions he took against Eutyches. Really? Do those previous words in Flavian's statements, which we mentioned earlier, suggest that Flavian did not even consider confirming the actions he clearly demanded? He cleverly tried to mislead the reader, but the truth exposes and overturns lies. If we wanted to continue with the usual writing approach, noting everything Quesnellus wrote to dismiss Eutyches' appeal, we'd end up going off topic. He mixed in various other points in his dissertation, which he thought supported his argument, but they barely relate to the current issue. Like the question of whether or not to convene a general council, which he pretends does not rely on the apostolic seat of St. Peter, but on the emperor and the consent of all bishops, which he claims must be sought first. These are the records from the acts of the Eastern Synods, created by the metropolitan bishops of the provinces or diocesan bishops. They weren't sent to the West for examination unless a particular controversy or accusation became a public matter of faith. They were sent when someone condemned in a synod appealed to other bishops, or when heretics, misusing the emperor's favor, made it necessary to consult the bishop of the leading seat, who would act on behalf of the prince to counter the heretic's wicked schemes. He believes that evidence of this is found in the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon. Therefore, while discussing with Christian Lupus, he says, "Who would believe that the Acts of the Antioch and Berytus synods held shortly before the one in Constantinople regarding Ebas, were sent to Rome. Who would say the same for another Antioch synod concerning Athanasius of Perasia? Who would claim that the acts of 600 other cases were sent to the western regions by that time? Flavian would have acted against the custom if he had thought of sending them before Eutyches' stubbornness, the publication of protest documents, letters sent to Leo, the fear of imperial power, or the announcement of a council to be convened by Theodosius imposed the necessity on Flavian to inform the primary seat about the matter, which had already become a common cause. These are the points Quesnellus arranged to disguise in the appeal to the apostolic see. Some relate to the subsequent announcement and convening of a general council, others pertain to the cases discussed and defined in both the Ephesian and Chalcedonian ecumenical synods. Finally, concerning the affair of Eutyches and Flavian, since we have thoroughly discussed and clarified them, we will postpone further discussion to a more appropriate time to maintain the thread of historical events. Meanwhile, we're focusing on the appeal document of Eutychian, which Quesnellus decided should be removed from Leo's collection of works.
Chapter 6.
Discussing Eutyches' letter and writings to Saint Leo the Great, Christian Lupus' views on these topics are defended against Quesnellus' critiques, ultimately showing that these actions and writings are full of deception and nonsense. I believe there is no ecclesiastical writer as bold as Quesnellus, nor one more eager to disrupt the form and order of Christian governance. This has been clearly demonstrated in our discussions, especially in the previous chapters of this Eutychian history, as unbiased readers will agree. Meanwhile, after writing 2 chapters on Eutyches' appeal to the apostolic seat, we found it necessary to add a third. In this chapter, Quesnellus is challenged regarding Eutyches' letter, his profession of faith, and the writings he sent to the great Leo, aiming to defend and protect his cause. Our opponent has tried in various ways to suppress and harshly interpret these documents. To facilitate this, he convinces himself to categorize 4 types of writings that Eutyches, condemned by his bishop, either presented or falsely claimed to have presented. The first was the appeal document we previously mentioned. The second was the protest document. St. Leo, in letter 20 to Flavian, chapter 1, states that after an appeal, letters must be sent by the one appealing to the one reviewing the appeal, known as dismissory or apostolic letters. If not accepted, a protest should be made, etc. The third document was a complaint. Eutyches sent a complaint about his grievances to the apostolic seat in writing, as Leo mentions in letter 21 to Theodosius Augustus. Quesnellus also adds that a complaint document, properly and rightly submitted by a presbyter against his bishop or superior, is called a complaint or grievance document. To support this conjecture, he quotes the legal maxim, "It is right and customary to hear a son complaining about paternal injuries, while hardly anyone tolerates him accusing his father." Eutyches presented the fourth petition, the humble one, against the decision of Flavian. There are several of these petitions, as seen in the Acts of the First Council of Chalcedon. With these distinctions of petitions laid out, Quesnellus further reasons, 4 such petitions should primarily be distinguished, so that the force and significance of each are not misattributed to another, which would consequently obscure the entire matter. Therefore, the first petition was an appeal to the council. The second was a protest to the people of Constantinople. The third was a complaint or grievance to St. Leo. The fourth was a humble petition to the emperor. The first was fictitious and not actually given. The other 3 were genuinely presented. St. Flavian mentioned all of these petitions in his first letter to St. Leo. Quesnellus concluded his dissertation with these words: "If, therefore, this clever distinction of petitions invented by our adversary were to stand, the things we have written so far about Eutyches' appeal would partly collapse. We would say Eutyches only made a complaint to the apostolic seat, not an appeal. But I ask the adversary from where he derived that distinction, so that we do not think it was concocted for deception? In the manuscripts and digests of laws, we do not find these 4 types of petitions distinguished, so that one alone cannot have all the force and energy. Indeed, the protest, which jurists call the summons, contains an appeal, complaint, and petition, as those who are not deceived by the preceding display of Quesnellian nonsense will affirm with us and will not be reluctant to investigate the truth of the matter." Socrates tells the story of how, at the Council of Tyre, the Meletian faction, along with the Eusebians, disregarded natural and ecclesiastical order to condemn the great Athanasius as if he were guilty of numerous crimes. As a result, Athanasius and the Egyptian bishops submitted a petition, which today might be called a summons. According to the renowned Peter de Marca, they asked Dionysius, who had been sent by Constantine to oversee the council and ensure fairness, not to give in to fabricated slanders or allow harm from the traps and false accusations of their enemies, who were acting as judges in that council. Here are the words of the petition presented to Dionysius. When we witnessed the assembly of numerous slanders and the traps set by Eusebius, Narcissus, Flacillaus, Theonis, Maris, Theodorus, and Patrologia against us, which couldn't be dismissed at first due to their evasiveness, we were forced to protest. Notably, since we noticed many actions being stirred up to favor the Meletians and others against the Catholic Church under the guise of our accusations, we felt compelled to present this petition to you with numerous entreaties. We ask that, keeping in mind the fear of God, who protects the rule of the most revered and pious Emperor Constantine, you reserve the examination of our cases for the Emperor. It is only right that you, sent by the Emperor, preserve this matter in its entirety. No one can deny that this petition contains all the force and energy that Quesnellus imagines to be spread and divided among 4 types of documents. Don't Athanasius and the Egyptian bishops voice their complaints about being attacked by the slanders and false accusations of their enemies, due to the traps of Eusebius, Narcissus, and others? Didn't they solemnly testify in that council that plots were being made against the Catholic Church under the pretext of false accusations against them, which were pretended to be investigated? They were undoubtedly pleading for the judgment of their cases to be reserved for Emperor Constantine, out of fear of God. This was about false accusations that, if true, would have already offended both the civil administration and the imperial government. Therefore, it's not surprising that in such challenging circumstances, they appealed to the emperor for new judges, hoping these judges would not be influenced by hatred, malice, or wickedness when examining their case. It's incorrect to say that 4 types of petitions should be distinguished in similar cases, as doing so might attribute the power and energy of one to another, obscuring the entire matter. The nature of the appeal is clearly revealed by a single type of petition if it includes everything necessary to establish and obtain a true appeal. Indeed, this type of petition includes the letter in which Eutyches appealed to St. Leo, which we will discuss shortly. This letter or petition contains 3 main points. The first 2 are complaints. First, that he was accused of heresy by Eusebius of Dorylaeum, who was hostile towards him. Second, that the acts of the Synod in Constantinople were unjustly recorded against him. Therefore, invoking the testimony of the Holy Pontiff above the meaning of his own propositions and words, he adds, "But the wicked devil has bewitched our effort and purpose, by which his power should have been destroyed. Pretending all domestic violence against me, Eusebius moved against me, handing a petition to the holy Bishop Flavian of the Church of Constantinople, and, with the help of certain others found in the same city, called me a heretic, not out of truth moved to accusation." Later, he similarly complains that, after presenting his profession of faith to the Constantinopolitan fathers, written in a petition and signed with his own signature, Flavian neither accepted the petition nor ordered it to be read. In addition, he mentioned that he had spoken and requested in that council to wait for the judgment of the Apostolic See. "I was asking for these matters to be made known to your holiness, and for you to judge as you saw fit, declaring that I would fully follow what you approved." He then expressed a more serious complaint about this rejection. "But without listening to anything I said, they dissolved the council and published the sentence of deposition, which they had prepared against me before any investigation." He describes the pressure and deposition threatened toward the archimandrites of other monasteries to endorse that condemnation. These actions led him to strive to satisfy the people by publicly presenting a confession of his faith. These, I say, are the issues concerning Eutyches' complaints, which occupy the entire first chapter of his document. After expressing these grievances, Eutyches moves to his appeal, rejecting the previous judgment from the Synod at Constantinople, and appeals to the Supreme Pontiff, beginning his appeal with these words, "Therefore, to you, defenders of religion, and those who detest such factions, I flee." He explicitly requests that the actions and decisions made in the Constantinopolitan Synod be annulled and rendered void, pleading for a new judgment and sentence to be issued by the Roman Pontiff. Hence, let Quesnellus pay attention to his following words and decide whether Eutyches appealed to the Roman Pontiff or not. "And I beseech," he says, "that no prejudice be made against me from those things done against me through deceit, to pronounce the judgment that seems right to you regarding the faith, and not to allow any slander from the factious against me to proceed, and not to be removed from the number of the Orthodox, etc. Moreover, so that the Supreme Pontiff would not disregard Eutyches' appeal as if it were unsupported by the necessary conditions prescribed by the canons, he attached both documents to his letters. The individual accused by Eusebius of Dorylaeum at the Synod, and addressed by him, was not accepted by Flavian and the Synod, nor was his profession of faith, as well as what was decreed earlier by the Holy Fathers. This profession of faith was immediately attached to the praise letter or booklet, as we learned from a manuscript in the Vatican Library written about 600 years ago. In this manuscript, after completing the first 2 chapters, we found the following note: Also, the words of Eutyches. We briefly indicate what that profession of faith contains, as it is not the focus of our discussion. Moreover, Christian Lupus has published it from the Cassinese manuscript, although Quesnellus thought it should be removed from his appendix. In that profession of faith, Eutyches admits that he fully adheres to the decrees of the councils of Nicaea and Ephesus, where the divinity of the Word and the Incarnation were addressed. He professes to honor the teachings and opinions of Saint Cyril, Bishop of Alexandria, both Gregory's, Atticus, Proclus, and all Orthodox individuals, asserting that he holds them as his saints and teachers. Finally, he declares anathema on Nestorius, Apollinaris, and all heretics up to Simon, and others who claim that the flesh of our Lord Jesus Christ descended from heaven, for it was the Word of God himself who descended from heaven without flesh. However, our adversary thought it necessary to engage in a discussion with the esteemed Christian Lupus. Therefore, he wrote an appendix in another edition of the works of St. Leo the Great, titled, Appendix to the Dissertation on the Appealing Booklet of Eutyches, which Christian Lupus published from the Cassinese manuscript, questioning whether it is truly an appeal booklet. He could not prove this letter as an appeal booklet, lest he appear to contradict himself. Hence, he first criticizes Christian Lupus for including it in his work on appeals. Continuing from the previous statements, it's argued that the letter can't be called a libellius, with both the title of the writing and the writer himself opposing this view. Eutyches clearly distinguishes between libelli and his letter. He states, I attached to these letters of mine both the libellius presented to the synod by my accuser and the one I wrote, though it was not accepted. Therefore, the mistake of Christian Lupus, or the negligence as Canal suggests, seems to lie in calling Eutyches' letter a libellius, contrary to the writing's title. But what of it? Can the term libellius not be applied to any letter, especially of this nature? I certainly refrain from citing examples from grammarians' writings to remind Canal of the rules, although some could be praised from Cicero himself, and it wouldn't be tedious to note a few. Still, I can't deny that all the characteristics and notions of a libellius apply to this letter, even if our title opposes it. It contains a narrative not of one, but of several matters collected together, which rightly earns it the designation of a kind of commentary, and those familiar with Latin writers would judge it to differ in no way from a libellius. It doesn't matter that Eutyches attached other writings, which he called libelli. These writings were not sent to absentees but presented only in a solemn episcopal assembly. Therefore, it's not to be believed they obtained both the name of letters and libelli from Eutyches. The previous note from our opponent is not only diminished by what we've just discussed, but it also completely vanishes by his own testimony. He admits that St. Leo used the term libellius, but not as a name, rather as an expression of pain and complaint. When he mentions a libellius of appeal, he refers to the one Eutyches admitted to having submitted in court, as the formalities of appeals required, according to St. Leo. But he falsely claims St. Leo as his supporter, although it cannot be denied that the Holy Pope, writing to Theodosius, said, even though the aforementioned priest sent a complaint to the Apostolic See through a letter of his grievances, nowhere in his works do we find those final words used, in judgment, as the formalities of appeals required. Quesnellus invented these from his own opinion to give strength to his conjectures. And in the letter to Flavianus, where he discusses the appeal letter presented in court, he merely states, to the point that he claims to have submitted his appeal letter in court, yet it was not accepted. We are compelled to note these things because of what was stated previously. For the public rejection of the sentence passed against Eutyches, made while the fathers of the council were still sitting, could suffice for the formality of the appeal, as is evident from the deacon Rusticus and Peter of Marca, whom we have praised, especially since he solemnly confirmed such a rejection with protest letters. Nevertheless, Quesnellus argues that these letters of Eutyches do not hold any canonical appeal. He refers to the places that Christian Lupus cited for his opinion, saying that Eutyches, at first, with those words, I invoke your holiness as a witness to my heart and the reasons for my thoughts and words, says Quesnellus, wanted to compel the reader he was addressing to judge what error might be contained in this sincere profession of his faith. And perhaps he alludes to that passage of the Apostle in 2 Corinthians 1:23, but I call God as a witness to my soul. From this, he later seized the opportunity to criticize the version of this letter as crude and poorly arranged, and therefore he distinguished that narrative with another interpretation, which he thought favored his own studies. But what clearer and more explicit expression can be desired in these letters to conclude that they present a canonical appeal? Roman. The Pope is recognized as the rightful judge of disputes, especially those that arise within the clergy and the Church of Constantinople. This is evidenced by the bishops of Chalcedon, the Bishop of Constantinople, Anatolius, and by Flavian himself. Most notably, Eutyches addressed the Roman pontiff as the sole witness in his letter, detailing the entire series of events against him. He complains about the injustice inflicted upon him through hatred and deceit, and he expresses his willingness to submit to the judgment of the Apostolic See, promising to abide by whatever it approves. It doesn't hinder Eutyches to have written, "I asked for these matters to be made known to your holiness, and for you to judge as you see fit." Quesnellus insists, these are the words of someone requesting, not appealing and demanding judgment by right. Eutyches explains his approach with the bishops of Constantinople to avoid a sentence of condemnation, or at least to have the judgment of his case suspended until the Apostolic See could be consulted and its judgment known. He chose supplications over appeals to avoid appearing prideful and arrogant, as the council was still deliberating his case and no sentence had been passed against him. Nevertheless, he alleged that Eusebius, the bishop of Dorylaeum, was a hostile accuser against him, suspecting a conspiracy through slander. This implied that if they intended to proceed against this canonical protestation by the bishops, he would appeal to another judgment. Therefore, Quesnellus wrongly and perhaps deceitfully attempts to confuse Eutyches' supplications to the bishops of Constantinople made before the sentence was passed with the appeal made after the sentence was passed. Thus, his entire reasoning collapses. He tries to explain the words of Eutyches based on his understanding, aiming to compare them with those spoken by Bishop Basil at the Second Council of Flavian, specifically, "If the Roman and Alexandrian fathers order me, I say this. However, I did not say this as an appeal, but saying, I did not dare to speak because of the fathers." We've already noted in the previous chapter that this last act of Eutyches should be linked to what the heretic said after the sentence was pronounced. Who would believe that these could be compared to the words of someone making a request? Therefore, Lupus does not try in vain to interpret the meaning of this letter as an appeal, even though Eutyches, at another point, addresses Pope Leo in the plural by writing, "To you, therefore, defenders of religion and those who curse such factions, I flee and I beg that no prejudice be made against me based on the things done against me by deceit, to pronounce a decision that seems beyond faith to you." First, he briefly asks for two things: protection against the deceitful slanderers who plotted against him, and a judgment or decision on the question of faith. What else do those who are accustomed to making a canonical appeal usually ask for, if not protection to overturn the plots of slanderers, and a decision on the matters in question? It also follows that Eutyches refused the sentence canonically issued in the council and confirmed his refusal with public protest documents. These words clearly show a true appeal, which is further demonstrated by other words immediately following those praised, which Quesnellus completely omitted to note. "And to allow no further slander against me by the deceitful ones to proceed, and not to be examined, and to be removed from the number of the orthodox, etc." Does he not intend for the full and complete judgment of his case to be reserved for the one to whom he writes and appeals? Why does Quesnellus seem to be playing foolishly and senselessly to me, when he speaks to the wolf as if it were half-blind and says, "You see, my wolf, what you do not want to see," that Eutyches seeks refuge with the defenders of religion, not to call them judges, that he pleads for no prejudice to be created against him from Flavian's judgment, not to declare the judgment invalid by the voice of appeal, and finally that he requests a judgment on faith, rather than his deposition and excommunication, about which, if he had appealed, it would have been necessary for him to act first. This is plainly a childish comment, as if asking that no prejudice be brought against him from the given judgment isn't the same as demanding and requesting it be annulled, and anyone who asks not to be removed from the number of the orthodox isn't requesting a judgment also on his deposition and excommunication. Quesnellus would have seen that Eutyches requested both judgments if he hadn't neglected to see that whole passage. Therefore, the mockery made of the wolf clearly fits the author. Especially since from the Second Council of Constantinople, we know that the judgment against Eutyches was suspended, and the privileges, honor, and title of archimandrite were granted to him by the power of Pope Leo's letters, which had been read to the fathers of the council. Now, in order to refute Christian Lupus, Pascasius Quesnellus flattered himself that this would be sufficient. Nevertheless, he judged it necessary to add from an abundance of law. If this entire document was sent to Pope St. Leo, he says, it wasn't sent to him alone, nor was it composed for him alone, but it is an encyclical letter to all the principal bishops of the sees, whose authority Eutyches wanted to move against Flavian's judgment and make favorable to himself. For even when they falsely claimed the appeal of the heresiarch, those who acted on his behalf at Ephesus did not name only one Roman pontiff. A charming as well as fabulous prediction. To confirm this, he once again references the testimony of Constantine, the monk and heretic, as well as Bishop Basil, which we've already discussed. But let me show you why Quesnell's argument doesn't hold up. First off, who would claim that a letter could be called encyclical if it only has one person's name on it? An encyclical is named so because it's addressed to many people. This is evident in numerous examples from church history and ancient documents found in Liber's works. However, the letter we're talking about only has the name of Pope Leo. Even if it lacks the usual titles of honor, which might be due to the translator's carelessness or even malice, we can't claim that a similar version of this letter was sent to Dioscorus of Alexandria or other key bishops, since the manuscript codes from Cassino and the Vatican only have the heading "The Christian Lupus," following the authority of the manuscripts, attached. What if Eutyches had sent the same letter to other bishops? Would Dioscorus, a known schemer with a notorious reputation, have skipped reading it publicly at the Robber Synod, and avoided confronting Flavian and the legates of the Apostolic See, with whom he was in conflict? Surely, to avoid appearing unjust and unlawfully usurping others' rights, especially those of the Roman pontiff, he would have shown this letter or document, and ordered that it be recorded by notaries in the Synod's acts. This alone could have cleared him of all suspicion and made it evident to everyone that he deserved the leading role in that synod and to act as president, because, on Eutyches' appeal, he had called his see from the judgment and decision of the 363 Council of Constantinople. Therefore, this letter shouldn't be called an encyclical, as it only bears the name of the Roman pontiff and wasn't directed to other bishops of the primary sees. There's no trace or mention found in ancient records. It's unnecessary to refute the other conjectures fabricated by Cannell, as they collapse under their own weight. Besides admitting that Constantine the monk and Basil the bishop, who acted in Ephesus on behalf of Eutyches, were lying, there's no reason we should listen to them. He finally suggests that the letter is indeed an encyclical, which the entire letter itself denies, as it doesn't mention the Apostolic See or the Roman pontiff, whose privileges and splendor he would surely have proclaimed, being very intent at that time on winning over all the hearts he needed. Therefore, he used only those words that are fitting for all the bishops of the primary sees. To whom among them do these words not apply? I invoke your holiness, so that these matters may be known to your holiness. Therefore, I turn to you, defenders of religion, and those who abhor such factions. Our opponent, flattering himself too much, closed his appendix with these words. Certainly these last words alone, to you, defenders of religion, etc., make it as clear as the midday sun that this writing, whatever it may be, was sent not to one, but to many. In my opinion, the conjecture of Cannell couldn't have gained any greater strength from these words that close his appendix. Although, as we've said, titles of honor are missing in that inscription, it's probably due to the fault of the scribe, as from those words we have everything else, addressing Pope Leo of the city of Rome, who alone was named, to whom, according to the rights of ecclesiastical primacy, it pertained to judge matters of faith and the deposition of priests. I admit there's no explicit mention of the Apostolic See, nor does it proclaim its splendor and prerogatives, but what of it? So, was this document, whatever its nature, sent to many people? Impossible. Eutyches wasn't known for praising the splendor and prerogatives of those he wrote to in his letters and pamphlets. He simply laid out the details of his affairs and business without trying to win over those whose support he needed. If our opponent, who tried to undermine and abolish the rights of the apostolic seat with weak conjectures, had taken the time to examine the two writings of Eutyches, both sent to the emperors Theodosius and Valentinian, he wouldn't have been misled by excessive speculation. In these writings, Eutyches didn't proclaim the prerogatives or supreme dominion of the emperors, nor did he focus on winning their favor. He simply presented the case brought against him by Flavian and added, "Therefore, I humbly ask your serenity, who supports the usual orthodox faith, to instruct the most blessed bishops," etc. And finally, he closed his petition with this brief formula, without any praises of prerogatives, so that, having achieved this, the examination of events under Flavian, I may customarily give thanks to the Lord, and God of all, Christ, and always to your piety. Similar content is found in another letter, the 364th, written to the same emperors, as seen in the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon. Therefore, Eutyches did not use a lavish style in his writing that thrived on praising the merits and prerogatives of those he addressed, even if he needed their help and support. Would Quesnellus perhaps deny that he needed imperial support and patronage? Finally, with our own adversary as a source, Eutyches appealed to the one he wrote to as a defender of the faith and a denouncer of evil factions, humbly requesting that nothing prejudicial be brought against him due to the intrigues carried out against him, nor should he be removed and excluded from the number of the Orthodox. Who else could have achieved all these things and answered the prayers of those seeking help, except the highest pontiff, especially since the matter had already been addressed in a provincial synod and a decision made? Only a single supreme judge could annul, rescind, reject, or confirm the proceedings. To find reliable testimony on this issue, it is useful to look to St. Peter Chrysologus. When Eutyches reached out to him through letters for support, he responded without hesitation. "In all things, we urge you, honorable brother, to follow what the most blessed Pope of Rome has written, because blessed Peter, who lives and presides in his own seat, provides the truth of faith to those who seek it. For the sake of peace and faith, we cannot consider matters of faith outside the agreement of the Bishop of Rome. Let Cannell take note, only blessed Peter, who lives and presides in his own seat, provides the truth of faith to those who seek it. No other bishop can independently hear matters of faith without the agreement of the Roman bishop. Whether what we have presented in these 3 chapters on Eutyches' appeal is strong or weak can only be genuinely judged by an unbiased reader. Finally, we find it fitting to conclude with this. In defending the legitimate rights of the Apostolic See and supporting the views of Baronius and Christian Lupus, we have not relied on our own assumptions. Our goal has been to present insights drawn from ancient records, to which we have always strived to adhere closely.
Chapter 7, on the Council of Ephesus, convened due to the Eutychian heresy.
St. Leo's actions with the emperor to convene a council in Italy. The efforts of the saint are defended from suspicions and criticisms by Quesnellus. The Council of Ephesus was led by Dioscorus, Bishop of Alexandria, by order of Emperor Theodosius, who unjustly claimed this right for himself. Similarly, the legates of the Apostolic See left the city, an error discussed by Paschasius Quesnellus. I could not have addressed and explained the rights of the Apostolic See concerning Eutyches' appeal based solely on ancient documents unless I had also engaged in discussions with opponents who interpret ecclesiastical governance differently. They exerted effort and diligence in distorting either the testimonies of St. Leo the Great or other writings that could have led us to a full and sincere understanding of all matters. Now, however, we must undertake something more serious, wishing not to break the thread of history. We are about to describe with utmost accuracy the events related to the Second Council of Ephesus. This council greatly contributed to the growth of the Eutychian heresy, to the detriment of the Catholic faith, the destruction of the Eastern churches, the disgrace of priestly dignity, and the sorrow and lamentations of St. Leo the Pope. In weaving this history, although many eminent men have contributed their efforts, not all were guided by the same spirit of truth, resulting in different interpretations of the rights of the Apostolic See. They have taken arguments from that council, turned into a robbery by the fury and violence of Dioscorus of Alexandria and others, to increasingly magnify the authority of emperors and restrict the jurisdiction of the Roman pontiffs within narrow limits. I must admit that my heart is deeply troubled and saddened by this mournful tragedy, which has filled the Church and nearly the whole world with betrayals, murders, filth, exiles, insults, and afflictions. It's disheartening to think about how the hearts of priests can be corrupted by old rivalries and private hatreds, which rage on when, having broken the bonds of the Christian religion, ambition alone, pride, and presumption try to claim all power for themselves by any means, discarding all restraint of piety. It's indeed very difficult to remedy these evils in any state when the authors of scandals and rivalries enjoy the patronage of great leaders. This patronage is further encouraged by the same leaders' servants, who deceive the pious and merciful rulers with wicked strategies, influencing their minds with preconceived opinions. Ultimately, deceived by false suggestions, they decide and decree what goes against divine and human laws. The Eastern Church was tormented and almost completely oppressed by these severe calamities when Chrysaphius, abusing the piety of the most merciful Emperor Theodosius, sought to defend the lowly, arrogant, and heretical man Eutyches. The case, involving numerous issues, was not entrusted to the judgment of the Roman pontiff or the examination of a universal council, but to the decision and authority of Dioscorus, Bishop of Alexandria. Chrysaphius, driven by his hatred for Flavian, had influenced Theodosius' will when the Council of Constantinople had ended, to write very earnestly to St. Leo for peace under the pretext of showing due obedience to the Roman pontiff and providing support to church matters. Whether the earlier letter requested the convening of a general council is not known. Indeed, it's easy to assume that a deep silence was maintained about holding it at that time. Although Theodosius's letters have been lost over time, we still have St. Leo's responses to him, and there's no indication of such an imperial request, especially since St. Peter hoped to inform Theodosius, after the admonition made through letters to Flavian, that everything would be reported to us. This way, when what seems hidden is revealed, it will be judged according to the teachings of the Gospel and the Apostles. Therefore, it's likely and certain that Theodosius did not write to Leo about convening a new council. If he had, he would have mentioned this important matter and not reserved judgment until what was hidden from him at the time was revealed. However, I can't deny that at that time, or shortly after, a rumor spread in Constantinople about a similar council being convened, and that this had been suggested to Emperor Theodosius by Chrysaphius and other corrupt ministers, along with Dioscorus's schemes. As we saw, Flavian was compelled to write again to St. Leo, who hadn't received the previous letters, requesting the cancellation of the council, which was rumored to be happening. Even though this letter lacks a specific date, we may guess that the rumor about holding a council had spread in the East in April. However, I'm convinced that nothing of this imperial decision had yet become known to Leo by June of the following year. On the 8th or 9th of that month, according to the Vatican manuscripts, when writing back to the emperor, filled with apostolic vigor, he confidently addresses him, urging him to be concerned for the integrity of the Catholic faith, and he says, "With unceasing prayers, I ask divine mercy to inspire your heart with the truth, and not allow you to be deceived by the deceit of human rivalries." Thus, St. Leo understood that Theodosius's mind had, in some way, been led away from the truth by the deceit of human rivalries, and that he had been ensnared by the suggestions of wicked people. To address these issues, he wisely decided to propose to the emperor that a church council be held in Italy to resolve all the scandals disrupting the entire church. Here, I must admit that I am aware of some theologians of our time who oppose the Roman Curia. They highlight Leo's words about holding a church council in Italy, interpreting this to mean that the right to convene councils belongs to the emperor, not the Roman pontiff. However, since Catholic scholars widely refute such arguments, and we have discussed this in another of our works, it is not within the scope of this discussion to delve into this controversy. Therefore, we support the historical account with another letter from Leo to Flavian. In this letter, the holy bishop is reminded of receiving Flavian's letters along with the synodal acts written against Eutyches. He promises his dedication, unwilling to allow Eutyches to persist in his erroneous beliefs or Flavian, who was resisting error with misguided and foolish zeal, to be disturbed by prolonged opposition from the other side. However, in this letter, he does not mention holding a council either in Italy or at Ephesus, which perhaps he had not yet considered, and which he indicated to Emperor Theodosius just 4 days later, as we have seen. Quesnellus, noting this letter from Leo to Theodosius, suspects that the Holy Pontiff had already learned of the emperor's decision to hold the council at Ephesus. Therefore, he decided to add a note at the end of the letter, May 25, since in the 27th letter to Pulcheria, Leo clearly states that he received on May 13 the letters indicating the synod called by Theodosius. It is surprising why he makes no mention of the same synod to the emperor. The bishop thought it best to keep his intentions hidden so he could more easily ask Theodosius to convene a synod in Italy. Alternatively, there might be a mistake in the date or month in one of the letters, a problem Baronius also faced. After noting that the emperor wrote to the Roman bishop following the conclusion of the Second Council of Constantinople on April 9, concerning the synod to be held in Ephesus which St. Leo received, as he mentions in a letter to Pulcheria, on May 13 Baronius observed that the letters traveled from Rome to Constantinople within a month. However, the learned Cardinal Baronius does not provide clarity or significant help in resolving the issue later raised by Cannell. Since we were somewhat pressed by both of Cannell's conclusions, we prefer to assume an error in the month or day slipped into one of the letters, rather than suspect the holy bishop of deception. We must certainly believe he did not deceive Bishop Flavian, but in the letter written to him on May 21, as we have seen, there is no mention of receiving letters from Theodosius about the Council of Ephesus. In fact, if the entire letter is examined carefully, it becomes clear that the Roman bishop had no idea the emperor was considering convening such a synod. In it, he speaks as the supreme judge of all those disputes. He declares Eutyches' faith to be violated, as his doctrine strays from tradition. He promises Flavian proper guidance on what should be decided regarding the matter, and finally, he asserts that he will not tolerate Eutyches' stubbornness and the holy bishop being troubled by such serious issues. If by the 3rd day of May the letters from the Council of Ephesus had already reached Theodosius, then all these things wouldn't add up. Leo himself wouldn't just have been deceitful, but also lying, as Flavian, having been deceived, was waiting for the support promised by the Roman bishop in those letters. It seems, then, that an error slipped into one of these letters, and instead of the Ides of May, it should read the Ides of June in the letter he wrote to Pulcheria. The strength of this guess is supported by the words, "The greater part of the remaining time must be spent so the priests necessary for the task can be sent." Leo's complaint would seem weak if, from the time the letters announcing the Council of Ephesus were received, nearly 3 whole months had to pass before the council could begin on the 1st of August or the Ides of the same month. Who would claim that the remaining time in these 3 months wouldn't have been enough for bishops from Italy to travel to Ephesus? Especially since during those months, sea travel is usually calm and the whole journey can be completed in about a month, as Baronius previously noted. However, this consular note doesn't fully satisfy us, even if we propose reading it as, on the 3rd Ides of June. For when we look at other letters from the Holy Pope, whether sent to Julian, Bishop of Coan, or addressed to Theodosius and Flavian, we clearly see that by the Ides of the same month, the Apostolic See's legates had already been appointed to attend the announced council. And although it's not explicitly mentioned apart from the letter to Theodosius, which says, "Since, however, your piety, which devoutly loves the Catholic truth, has established a synodal judgment at Ephesus in honor of God," I find it hard to believe that just 3 days would have been enough for Leo to send 3 apostolic legates with the notary Dulcisus from the city. However, since the existing records don't resolve all the doubts that can pop up here and there, it's not worth spending more time on them unless we have another piece of evidence from the sequence of events showing that St. Leo couldn't have received Theodosius's letters from the Council of Ephesus on May 13. Regardless of any error that might have occurred regarding the date or month, one thing is clear: St. Leo neither concealed nor lied in the letters sent to both Flavian and Theodosius. We believe this is evident from the following chronological calculations. First of all, we assume that St. Pope Leo, having been informed by the emperor about the disturbances in the Church of Constantinople, sent the first letters to Flavian and Theodosius on February 14. We also assume that Flavian received these letters on April 25, during the Second Synod of Constantinople, where the acts of the previous synod were reviewed and re-read at the request of Eutyches and by order of the emperor, presided over by Bishop Thalassius and Patrician Florentius. It's well known that the Ides of May fell on May 15. Therefore, the third day before the Ides must have been May 12. Since only 22 days passed from April 25 to May 12, it follows that Leo couldn't have received the council's letters from Theodosius on May 13, especially since it's unlikely that on the same April 25, when Flavian's actions against Eutyches were reviewed and re-read, presided over by Thalassius and Patrician Florentius, the emperor deliberated about holding the Council of Ephesus. When he should have first been informed about the events that had occurred, time also needed to be given to the schemes and plans of Chrysaphius, Dioscorus, and other scoundrels, just as it was necessary to wait for the imperial decrees to be issued. If we believe that all these matters were resolved very quickly, within 2 or 3 days, and the emperor's mind was misled to convene that council at Ephesus, what then? Could the letters of the Ephesian council have reached Leo by the 12th of May? It's a fabrication. Letters could not be carried from Constantinople within 15 or 18 days, as the subsequent narrative of events will make clear. Therefore, Quesnellus reasoned falsely, falling into the suspicion that St. Leo ignored these council letters under the pretext of convening a council within Italy. Now, let's proceed to the command of Theodosius, where he intended to decree that a general council be convened at Ephesus, which will further illuminate what we've explained earlier. Afterwards, Liberatus the deacon writes, "Nothing was proven by the notaries about the falsity of the acts. Eutyches asked Dioscorus, the bishop of Alexandria, to investigate what was done concerning him and to examine the case. He urged the emperor for a universal synod to be held, so that the judgment of Flavian could be proven. Dioscorus wrote to Emperor Theodosius that another general synod was needed, and Eutyches persuaded him to do so. The emperor agreed and sent a sacred message to Dioscorus in Alexandria." If we consider the exchange of many letters between Eutyches and Dioscorus, and between Dioscorus and the emperor, which only began after the 25th of April, we must believe that the letters concerning the General Council of Ephesus were delayed until at least the last day of that same month, unless we wish to assert that they were only signed on the 3rd of the Ides of June, as Leo himself perhaps intended to indicate when addressing Pulcheria. In this instance, if any gaps have appeared in the text over time due to the carelessness of scribes, we haven't yet been able to fill them, even with the help of many manuscript copies. This idea is further supported by the words of Nicephorus. He describes the deceitful tactics used by Chrysaphius to manipulate the imperial mind with these words. When those acts and decrees were confirmed as legitimate, Chrysaphius, who sided with Eutyches, couldn't stand the insult and grew even angrier at Flavian. He informed Dioscorus of Alexandria, a man lacking piety, that he would favor him in all matters he liked if he defended Eutyches and attacked Flavian and Eusebius of Dorylaeum. It's clearly shown from Theodosius's letters to the organizers of the Council of Ephesus, whether addressed to Dioscorus, Barsumas, or other Easterners, that this temporary note contained an error, but Leo didn't hide it by asking for the council to be held in Italy. The emperor signed the first letter to Dioscorus on April 29, the second on May 15, and the third, which we found written to Barsumas, on May 14. Therefore, it's unlikely that St. Leo, in Rome, could have received the imperial letters from Constantinople listing the Council of Ephesus on May 13, if the emperor had barely decided to hold the council and was busy on the 14th summoning leaders supporting the Eutychian faction to the synod. So, it should rather be concluded that St. Leo received the council letters from Theodosius in June, or nearly at the end, signed on May 13, and this is what the words in the letter to Pulcheria, which Quesnellus emphasizes, signify. Finally, Chrysophius achieved what he wanted. According to Liber I, the emperor gave a sacred mandate to Dioscorus, directing him to choose 10 metropolitan bishops as he wished and to go to Ephesus to convene a council to discuss the case of Eutyches. He also instructed Barsumas, a corrupt archimandrite, to attend and represent all the monks accusing the eastern bishops. Theodoret, the bishop of Cyrrhus, was forbidden from attending the council and was told to remain in his city. Additionally, Ebas, the bishop of Edessa, was exiled by Eutyches through his son Chrysophius, preventing him from attending the synod. These events, as narrated by the deacon Liberatus, closely match the account in the imperial decree about convening the Ephesian synod, as noted by Baronius in the collection of councils. However, Baronius correctly pointed out that the date on this imperial letter had been altered. Instead of the third day before the calends of April, under the consulship of Zeno and Postumaeus, it should be corrected to the third day before the calends of May, under the consulship of Asterius and Protogenes. We needed to mention this to confirm what we described earlier. Despite all these efforts to suppress the most holy men Flavian and Eusebius of Dorylaeum, and other distinguished men in doctrine and morals, Chrysophius and Eutyches believed they needed Dioscorus appointed by the emperor as the judge of all matters to succeed. Therefore, they obtained letters from the emperor so that Dioscorus, as the leader of all factions, would preside over the council. The emperor assumed and took on this right, which none of the previous emperors had dared to do. However, his corrupt ministers pushed Theodosius to take on this role under the pretense of piety, ensuring that Theodoret would not be present at the council. The emperor claimed that Theodoret had made statements contrary to those written about the faith by Cyril of blessed memory. That's why we've decided it's important to clarify to you and the entire Holy Synod through this sacred letter addressed to you. We, following the traditions of the Fathers, grant you authority and primacy not only regarding Theodoret but also over everyone else connected to the gathered Holy Synod. However, caught up in these wrongdoings by claiming ecclesiastical rights for himself, Theodosius supported and enabled all the wicked, deceitful, and disgraceful actions of the Eutychians to happen without consequence. Under the guise of Nestorian heresy, Theodoret was expelled from that assembly. Ebas was forced into exile. Meanwhile, those who were very loyal to Eutyches were ordered to attend and preside over the synod. What more can be said? To cause even more harm to the Catholics, Theodosius, misled by conspirators, issued new letters to Dioscorus, in which he praised Barsumas as a man proven in faith and living a pure life, instructing him to take the position of all Oriental archimandrites. On the same day, specifically on May 15, he wrote to Barsumas, celebrating his efforts in defeating the Nestorians and their heresy with high praise, asserting that he should hold the position of all Oriental archimandrites at the synod to be held in Ephesus. Thus, with everything arranged this way, the Eutychians, realizing it couldn't be called an ecumenical synod without the supreme head of the church and without the influence of the Roman pontiff, once they understood from previous letters that St. Leo had condemned Eutyches and would do so more formally if he attended a general synod, persuaded the emperor to be informed of the upcoming synod too late, believing the short notice would prevent him from attending either in person or through his representatives. Since neither the traditions of the church derived from the canons, nor the troubled times due to the impending destruction from the Huns, nor his love for his country and fellow citizens allowed him to leave the Apostolic See, abandoning Rome as if it were left without a father and shepherd, to journey to Ephesus, he therefore decided, with the approval of Emperor Theodosius and Pulcheria, to excuse himself from going. He expressed this in these words: "For that which his, the emperor's, piety believed I should also attend the council, even if it were required by some precedent, now could not be fulfilled, because the uncertain state of current affairs would not allow me to be absent from the people of such a great city, and they would be thrown into a certain despair if I were seen to be willing to abandon my country and the Apostolic See, for the sake of an ecclesiastical matter." Since the Holy Pontiff was deeply concerned with the ecclesiastical matters of the East, he judged it necessary to consider the safety of the citizens and the benefit of the Apostolic See. He did not neglect his responsibilities, ensuring that what should be done at the convened council in Ephesus proceeded according to divine and ecclesiastical laws. Therefore, addressing Pulcheria, he immediately added, "Since you understand that it pertains to this public benefit, I could not deny my love and the prayers of the citizens, with your gracious permission. In these brothers whom I sent in my place, consider me also present with the others who were there, to whom, according to the matter clearly and fully revealed to me from the series of acts and by the profession of the one in question, I have shown what must be observed." By this manner of action, the Holy Pontiff was confident that everything in that council would be brought to a happy conclusion through his representatives, having beforehand necessarily instructed them about all matters to be acted upon or defined, clearly and fully showing what must be observed. He even mentions the mission of these legates and their necessary instruction for all that was to be done in a letter to the emperor, written on the same day. In this letter, he briefly explained the 3 reasons or motives that prevented him from attending the Council of Ephesus in person. However, he made it clear through the series of events that Eutyches had indeed erred foolishly and unwisely, and needed to abandon his beliefs, which were rightly condemned. Therefore, since the emperor had decided to hold a synodal judgment in Ephesus to clarify the truth, which was obscured to the ignorant old man, I sent my brothers, Bishop Julius, and Presbyter Renatus, and my son, Deacon Hilary, who would suffice in place of my presence due to the nature of the matter. He closed this letter by indicating that he had sent writings to Bishop Flavian, from which it was undoubtedly clear what the Universal Catholic Church believes and teaches about the mystery of the Lord's incarnation. He wanted to imply that neither Eutychius nor anyone else was permitted to deviate from the teachings proposed by the chair of St. Peter, the pillar and foundation of true faith, without being marked by open heresy and stubbornness. Meanwhile, the legates of the Apostolic See, informed of everything that had already happened in the matter of Eutyches and receiving written instructions from the Supreme Pontiff on what should be addressed at the Council of Ephesus, promptly set out on their journey. All the tricks of the Eutychians had to be circumvented by St. Leo. They had persuaded the emperor, under the pretext of growing evils in the East due to new heresy, to set a very short period for the bishops to convene in Ephesus. Therefore, they had to very quickly begin their journey to thwart Dioscorus and others' desires to conduct a general council without the Roman pontiff presiding over it directly or through his legates. Hence, we cannot at all subscribe to Cannell, who, in his dissertation on the life and acts of the great Leo, as well as in the notes to Letter 32, refers to a corrupted reading from Grimm's Codex. By insisting on borrowing, he argued that the envoys of the Apostolic See had not yet left the city by June 20th, and were headed to the Council of Ephesus. Regarding the letter we're discussing, St. Leo wrote to Flavian. In it, he mentioned, although it's clear that the matter at hand doesn't require synodal discussion, yet, dearest brother, I indicate that those who it pleased to send in this matter have followed. Therefore, Quesnel, having removed the word followed, inserted another about to follow into the text, following the reading of the Grammatian Codex. He wrote this note in the margin, but it is certain from this and Letter 34 that the envoys had not yet set out. However, we can conjecture from many things, especially from the previous letter directed to Julian, Bishop of Coenus, where he writes about the aforementioned envoys sent as his representatives, that they had already left the city by June 20th, and that an error had crept into the Grammatian Codex. Furthermore, this letter was signed by the Holy Pontiff on June 13th, which was the 13th day of that month. Therefore, if the Holy Pontiff had already sent his envoys, there's no reason to disregard the authority of all other manuscripts and previous editors and assume that by June 20th they had not yet set out. We should not infer this from a single word, which clearly indicates a scribe's mistake, since both the manuscript and edited versions show followed, not about to follow. Moreover, if they had delayed setting out for so long, considering the council was to begin on August 1st, they would have hardly had time to reach Ephesus by the appointed day. Therefore, that effort by St. Leo to thwart the evil designs of the Eutychians would have been less prudent, as he would have risked such a long delay, allowing those who supported the Eutychian cause to start and carry through the council without waiting for the envoys of the Apostolic See. Nothing in favor of Cannell can be concluded from Letter 34, to which he refers. Leo the Great begins it with these words. With our people, whom we sent to you regarding the matter of faith, having already set out, signed by the same Supreme Pontiff on July 23rd. Nothing, I say, supports Cannell. It doesn't specify when the papal legates left the city, and those words can easily align with the previous statement indicating that the papal legates had followed. What prevents the Holy Pontiff from informing Flavian a second or third time about the departure of the legates? It wasn't easy to exchange letters, nor was it quick and safe, so he couldn't be certain that, without obstacles delaying the letters and messengers, his messages would reach Constantinople swiftly from Rome. Cannell himself admits this in his dissertation on the life and deeds of Leo the Great, affirming that the Holy Pontiff sometimes wavered about whether the letters he sent to the emperor and others in the East would be delivered faithfully. But let's not stray from the actions St. Leo took with Flavian. It's useful to note that in several letters, written at different times, he informed Flavian about receiving the synodal proceedings drawn up in Constantinople against Eutyches. This is testified in Letter 32, written on June 20th. Again, in Letter 24, he states that he received these synodal acts on June 13th of the previous year. Finally, on May 21st, in Letter 22, he acknowledges receiving Flavian's letters, which informed him about the matter stirred by wrongful error among them. He couldn't have admitted being fully informed about this new error unless he had received the synodal proceedings along with the letters. Therefore, the diligence of the Holy Pontiff should be greatly praised, as he explicitly mentions the same matter several times in cases of utmost importance. This way, if the carriers of his letters were ever delayed by illness or faced an unexpected accident and had to stop their journey, those receiving the letters would still be informed about the matters through letters, messengers, and reports. If anything in this chapter hasn't been fully explained, it will become clearer in the following sections.
Chapter 8.
We're exploring several letters from St. Leo the Great, written during the Council of Ephesus. We'll look at St. Peter's efforts to resolve Eastern scandals and strengthen the Catholic faith. We'll also explain the views of Christian Lupus. Meanwhile, Dioscorus of Alexandria misused imperial power, oppressed Catholic bishops, absolved Eutyches, and turned the Synod into a robbery, forcing the Apostolic See's envoys to flee for safety. 3 envoys from the Apostolic See, along with the notary Dulcitius, left Rome. St. Leo did everything he could to ensure the faith's causes were successfully concluded. He aimed to resolve scandals spreading across the East due to personal rivalries and old hatreds through priestly harmony and peace. In the authority given to St. Peter by Christ to strengthen faith, Leo wrote letters to clarify beliefs about the Lord's incarnation. He also sought to eliminate the false errors that had emerged under the guise of countering the Nestorian heresy. If Catholics had adhered to these guidelines, the Catholic faith wouldn't have faced the severe misfortune we're about to discuss. On June 13 of that year, he sent several letters with his envoys to the East. The most important was the doctrinal letter to St. Flavian, which became a standard for our genuine faith regarding the mystery of the Lord's incarnation. This was affirmed by the consensus of the Holy Fathers, the Council's sanctions, and the decrees of the Roman pontiffs. The Fathers of the Council of Chalcedon, considering this, declared it consistent with the revelation to St. Peter, who confessed Christ's divinity and was called blessed for it. They received it with the utmost reverence, aligning it with Peter's great confession, serving as a shared foundation against those with misguided thoughts. Moreover, Pope Gelasius considered it so crucial that he issued a decree at the Roman Council regarding apocryphal scriptures, stating, "We approve the letter of Blessed Leo, the Pope, sent to Flavian, the Bishop of Constantinople. If anyone alters even a single iota of its text and does not receive it with full reverence, let them be accursed." The level of veneration it held in the Church is further demonstrated by a custom noted by Cardinal Baronius, who mentioned that the Roman clergy used to read it during divine offices in the Advent season. This practice, possibly adopted shortly after Gelasius's decree, is evidenced by the sacred reading books used in the choir. Among these, we examined a very old one preserved in the Vatican Library. This Codex of Readings, from the 6th century of the Church, was written by the presbyter Agimandus in Roman and uncial characters, divided into 2 parts. Some inscriptions at the end of one part reveal not only the name of the scribe but also that the Church of the 12 Apostles in Rome used this codex for divine offices. After thoroughly examining it, we found nearly all the sermons and homilies of our Holy Pontiff organized according to the order of days and feasts. The writers of the Vatican Library kindly encouraged us to include a complete example of this arrangement at the end of our work. From this, readers could understand, against some modern critics, that certain solemnities were established in ancient times, and that this rite has been preserved unchanged in the Church up to our present day, as passed down by our ancestors and shepherds of souls. As you will see from this collection of sacred readings, the ancient tradition of church discipline in celebrating feasts and offering divine praises has remained completely unchanged. In this way, heretics might argue that the sacred tradition has been preserved with utmost reverence, and has stayed uncorrupted concerning the doctrines of faith and the administration of sacraments, topics on which it's neither appropriate nor necessary to speak right now. Now, setting aside this Vatican document, let's return to the mentioned letter, where Leo the Great aimed to support and strengthen the faith that was wavering and endangered in the hearts of many Easterners due to a new doctrine from one uninformed old man. His goal was to condemn erroneous teachings and declare what must be believed perpetually and inviolably to the entire Catholic Assembly. There's no need to review the doctrine contained in this letter or explain each of its chapters. We believe that hardly any theologian is unaware of these. We only found it necessary to highlight one point, which we touched upon earlier, namely that St. Leo, without a council of Westerners or the vote of any other bishop, condemned the absurd and perverse profession of Eutyches. He also criticized the judges of Constantinople, who, during the synod, failed to condemn the excessively foolish and blasphemous speech, as if nothing offensive had been heard. It was impiously claimed that the only begotten Son of God had 2 natures before the Incarnation and wickedly asserted that after the Word became flesh, there was a singular nature in him. However, he commanded that mercy be shown to Eutyches, on the condition that he would not refuse to subscribe to this letter and would openly renounce the false doctrines he had embraced. He states that he entrusted the entire process to his legates, who must represent and uphold the papal position at the council, confident that divine assistance would help ensure that the one who had erred would be saved by condemning the depravity of his own views. So, if anyone were to consider the approach of the Supreme Pontiff for just a moment, it's hard to imagine they could reasonably doubt that St. Leo exercised full and absolute power and jurisdiction. This was true whether he was condemning the Eutychian heresy, drafting the rules of faith, or deciding the terms under which Eutyches should be accepted for penance and satisfaction, provided he renounced and rejected the false doctrine he had stubbornly defended. This approach is quite different from the one proposed by Quesnellus, who argues that the cases of the Easterners were not referred to a single supreme Roman pontiff, but to all the bishops of the primary sees and synods, whose judgment was always appealed to by those condemned by provincial or metropolitan bishops. For those who argue this way, please tell me, by the authority of which council was this doctrinal letter to Flavian produced, or who were the bishops of the West who voted to condemn this heresy or to prescribe the rule of faith? It is well known that St. Leo alone accomplished and had to accomplish all these things. Using the full power of his see, he indicated, defined, and prescribed what pertained to the apostolic rite, then entrusted the execution of everything to his legates, whom he instructed to act on his behalf at the upcoming synod. The decrees already issued did not gain force and strength from the votes of other bishops, but only a more solemn proclamation, so that those in the East who were questioned about this faith or were suspected had to be proven by subscribing to these letters. Whenever they refused to subscribe, they would be deprived of all clerical honor and rank and expelled from the community of Catholics. So, what do those other letters that the Holy Pontiff sent to his legates in the East really say? This aligns with another letter written to Julian, the Bishop of Caesarea, who was well aware of the events at the two previous Constantinopolitan synods, in which, as we know from the sequence of Acts, he took part. He had already sent his writings to St. Leo through the deacon Basil, which, as Leo mentions, delighted us with the fervor of their Catholic sentiment. We also attach this document that complemented those letters. It's clear that this refers to the earlier letter to Bishop Flavian, as St. Leo explicitly acknowledges this at the start of his letter, saying, "Although we sent our most comprehensive letters to our brother Flavian through our representatives from the city for the sake of faith, against the error of excessive impiety." What he intended to add in the current letter to Flavian, so they could stand together and firmly against those who wanted to corrupt the gospel of Christ, is clearly shown in this text. Here, he explains that Eutyches distorts the hope of Christianity and the truth of all mysteries. The characteristics of both natures remained in Christ. Christ's soul did not exist before the body, nor was the body created from nothing, but both are of the same nature as us. Finally, he was inspired, he says, to expand his discussion due to the vastness of the subject. However, he felt it wasn't necessary to elaborate further, especially since he had sent ample letters to Flavian through his legates to strengthen the spirits not only of the priests but also of the laity. Indeed, two other letters signed on the same day are consistent with these, one to Theodosius Augustus, the other to Pulcheria, also Augusta, or the one he sent to Faustus and Martin, the archimandrites of Constantinople. Here, it's clear that he acknowledges the importance of the decrees from the Council of Constantinople. Upon reading them, he realized that the doctrine of Eutyches was rightly rejected and added that it must indeed be condemned. Furthermore, he stated, if anyone foolishly insists on their error, they should be grouped with those whose error they followed. It is only right that those who deny Christ's human nature, which is our nature, are outside the Church of Christ. Now, let's talk about the letter written to the Synod of Ephesus, which will shed light on the dedication of the Holy Pope and his approach. He aimed to eliminate the scandals, rivalries, and personal hatreds among the Easterners, strengthening the Catholic faith in everyone's heart. In reading this letter, we understood that St. Leo was completely unaware of all the schemes used by Eutyches, Chrysaphius, and Dioscorus to influence Theodosius. He couldn't have even slightly suspected that the rights of the Apostolic See were to be undermined and destroyed at that Council of Ephesus. By carefully examining this letter, we concluded that Emperor Theodosius, guided by divine instructions, wanted to uphold the authority of the Apostolic See as was proper for convening the council. Therefore, through the Roman Pontiff, the successor of St. Peter, it would be declared what all Catholics should uphold regarding that matter of faith. These reasons truly convinced Leo that the emperor initially believed it would be entirely wrong for the fathers of the synod to violate the Apostolic See's rights. These rights had been established and approved first by divine and then by human authority in previous general councils. To avoid the appearance of fabrication, I will immediately include the words with which the Holy Pope began his letter to the Synod of Ephesus. The devout faith of the most merciful Prince understood that it was crucial for his glory to ensure no seed of error grew within the Catholic Church. He demonstrated this reverence for divine institutions by involving the authority of the Apostolic See in executing the holy arrangement, as if he wanted it to be declared by the most blessed Peter what was praised in his confession. If St. Leo were to address the Pope of the Council of Ephesus, explaining why, on what occasion, and under what title he invoked the authority of the Apostolic See, it seems unlikely, as some writers have confidently claimed, that this synod was convened and assembled solely by the emperor's authority. He indeed sought to invoke the authority of the Apostolic See to adhere to divine institutions and completely uproot the new seat of error. Furthermore, if the emperor desired from the Apostolic See, as from divine Peter, to declare what was praised in his confession by Christ the Lord, it is hard to believe that he was so opposed in mind and deed to the rights of the Roman pontiffs, or hostile to them, that he sought to abolish these. Therefore, we firmly argue that all the offenses the Apostolic See suffered at that time should not be attributed to the emperor but to his ministers, who abused the prince's mercy and particularly his weakness of mind. If we had to present other arguments on this matter, one would suffice for all, which we gather from the earlier letter of the same Theodosius to St. Leo. In it, he sincerely indicated all the scandals and disturbances stirred up in the Church of Constantinople due to Eutyches heresy and requested remedies for them. He did not obscurely reveal this in his letter to the Ephesian Synod in 377, writing, "Truly, he speaks of Eutychius, because even such cases should not be neglected. The most Christian emperor wished to hold an episcopal council so that every error could be abolished with fuller judgment, our brothers Julius, etc. Together, they should decide what would be pleasing to the Lord." The reasons for holding the synod have been clearly explained. It was necessary to address the issues involving Eutyches, who was contradicting the gospel of Christ, as St. Leo pointed out, showing that he had no desire to learn the truth. This was at the emperor's request. Following divine guidance, he used the authority of the Apostolic See to establish a holy arrangement. He called for an episcopal council, believing this would allow him to advise Eutyches as well. Due to the age and honorable service of the archimandrite of a great and renowned monastery, as Leo indicated in a letter to Julian of Cos, the emperor did not reject the authority of the Apostolic See in holding a synod. There was no reason to suggest that the Roman pontiff could or should oppose this wish. The goal was to eliminate the significant and troublesome issues threatening the Catholic faith. To resolve these disturbances and conflicts, a fuller judgment was necessary, as problems arose from the remnants of the Nestorians and a new error gaining strength. The matter of faith was initially dealt with at the Constantinopolitan Synod by Flavian, and later reviewed, approved, and confirmed by the Holy Pontiff Leo. Quesnellus must admit he never distinguished between a canonical and a more solemn judgment, which St. Leo himself indicated in several places. Most importantly, in this letter and the ones that followed, he not only talked about having a more thorough judgment or a more diligent examination, but he also discussed the sentence canonically passed on Eutyches, which was approved and confirmed by the Apostolic See. He also mentioned a document previously received from Eutyches himself, where Eutyches professed with his own voice and signature that he would condemn his opinion, promising to follow, said the same Holy Leo, our decision in all things. We find similar writings in two letters, both signed on the 13th of June, one addressed to Pulcheria Augusta and the other to Julian of Cos. Paschasius Quesnellus noticed these and wondered why Leo sent two letters on the same day to both Julian and Pulcheria Augusta when one would have sufficed for each, especially since the reason for new letters wasn't apparent. Quesnellus tried to resolve this question by offering various conjectures, which we transcribe for the reader, hoping they might deduce what we haven't yet fully grasped. Quesnellus suggested, though not definitively, that it might have been due to a messenger arriving before the envoys, or out of concern that the envoys might be prevented from reaching Augusta, which indeed happened, as is clear from letter 41. The letter to Pulcheria briefly covers those matters written through the envoys, who were held up in Rome for some time, as we learned from a shorter letter received again on the 20th of June to Flavian. He mentions that with the matters they will carry written, he is to be instructed more fully. And again, I indicate those to follow whom it pleased us to send on this matter. I admit that these earlier conjectures by Quesnellus should not be dismissed. It's also reasonable to accept his reasoning that the envoys were hindered from presenting themselves before Pulcheria Augusta, as is evident from the entire praised 41st letter, where it strongly complained that the letters sent through his clerics regarding the matter of faith had not reached her. This passage reveals their intention to send envoys to the Council of Ephesus, stating, "But when those sent could not reach your kindness, only one of them, our deacon Hilary, managed to escape and return to us, so we thought it necessary to resend the letters." He wrote this letter after the Council of Ephesus, which is evident from the entire context, which we will discuss more in its appropriate place, as well as from the date. It was signed on October 13th of that year. Regardless of the circumstances, whether Leo had a messenger who could travel ahead of the envoys, or whether he feared the envoys might be prevented from reaching the empress, we do not know. What is clear is that Saint Leo did his utmost to remove the scandals in the East and to strengthen the Catholic faith, which was damaged and seemingly in danger there. We have already dismissed Quesnel's conjecture, which suggested that the envoys were still detained in Rome on June 20, in the previous chapter, so we disregard it. Meanwhile, after the envoys of the Apostolic See had already departed, Saint Leo continued his correspondence with Saint Flavian. When he received new letters from him through the deacon Basil, on July 21, he wrote back, encouraging him to fight bravely against the enemies of Christ's birth and cross, and not to be intimidated by the powers and plots of the adversaries. To encourage this steadfastness, he used the words of the Apostle Paul, "In no way be terrified by your adversaries, which is to them a sign of destruction, but to you of salvation." It can be argued that somehow the Holy Pontiff became aware of the schemes of Dioscorus, Chrysaphius, and the other Eutychians. Since Basil, who delivered Flavian's letters, had recently left Constantinople and shared many things with Leo that weren't in Flavian's letter, the words of St. Peter suggest. In response to a personal inquiry, the conversation was appropriate, through whom we now, by the grace of our God in whom we trust, encourage your love, using the words of the apostles, etc. Despite the turmoil and wanting to address the ignorance, he instructs Flavian to use patience as a remedy. He says, "To treat the ignorance, we also want you to apply the remedy of patience, so that if the Eutychians, who had grown in number, renounced their error, the kindness of episcopal mercy would not be withheld from them. The previous judgment would stand. Pay attention to this, Quesnellus, if the condemned impiety continued in its depravity." However, regarding the serious plots being devised against the faith and Catholics, another letter signed on August 11 shows that St. Leo was informed of these issues through Basil's reports. He writes to Flavian, whose silence increases the papal concern, saying, "Since we, sharing your concerns and anxious about defending the faith, have often sent letters to you at the right times, wanting to support you with papal encouragements, so you wouldn't be swayed by adversaries' provocations." He finally urges, "And that you respond to our letters promptly and inform us immediately about your actions, those of our legates, and the resolution of the whole case, so we can ease our concerns for the faith with better news." These words indicate that the papal mind was heavily burdened by great anxieties. But what does this mean? He had to endure even harsher challenges because his efforts were undermined by the reckless actions of Eutyches' followers, Dioscorus, and Chrysaphius. The notorious Council of Ephesus, convened on August 1, started disastrously and, by August 8, saw Dioscorus, the Bishop of Alexandria, taking control, ignoring all ecclesiastical rules. This was done through letters obtained from Emperor Theodosius, granting him authority and primacy. However, the esteemed Christian Lupus, observing the actions of both Dioscorus and Emperor Theodosius, tried to defend Theodosius by interpreting his letters favorably, suggesting he had no intention of undermining the rights of the Roman pontiff. Instead, Dioscorus had taken over as president of the council by force, not through the emperor's appointment. Lupus then put forward some convincing arguments in writing. It's unlikely that Emperor Theodosius allowed himself to be persuaded by a eunuch to exclude the Roman bishop from the presidency. Indeed, the sacred letters he sent to Dioscorus included this note: "The same was written to the most reverend Bishop Juvenal of Jerusalem," and Dioscorus himself stated before the judges at the Council of Chalcedon, "Your Grace knows that our most holy emperor did not entrust the judgment to me alone, but also to the most blessed Juvenal and the most holy Bishop Thalassius." Yet, Christian Lupus, aiming to clear Emperor Theodosius of this accusation and protect the rights of the Apostolic See, described how Julius, the Bishop of Pozzuoli and one of St. Leo's legates, opposed Dioscorus' attempt to usurp the presidency of the council. This was interpreted by Florentius, the Bishop of Lydia, who said, "In the same manner, our most pious and Christian Pope of the Roman Church was called." Hilary the deacon, one of the representatives sent by St. Leo, openly protested at that false council. The most glorious and Christian emperors, showing their affection for the Catholic faith, sent revered letters requesting our most blessed Bishop Leo, the head of the Apostolic See, to attend this venerable and holy council. From this way of speaking, the wise annotator inferred that the letters from the emperor to the Roman pontiff were not strict commands but rather supplications, although Leo preferred to call them commands out of respect, to emphasize their importance. Furthermore, Hilary insisted that the responsibility entrusted to him and the other representatives should not be undermined with disrespect and contempt for the Apostolic See, as shown by the following words: "The Pope sent us, not doubting that he is present with us, whom he especially knows to act in all matters related to the purity of the Catholic faith and the respect for St. Peter the Apostle. Finally, the annotations of Lupus seem to gain greater strength from what Lucentius, the bishop of Asculum, objected to Dioscorus at the Council of Chalcedon, accusing him of a grave crime, saying, he must give an account of his judgment, for he presumed and dared to hold a council meaning preside over a general council without having the authority of the Apostolic See, which was never allowed, never done. These are the things that the learned Christian Lupus noted with commendable scholarly preparation, to show that Theodosius could be easily cleared of the schism mark that many, almost all writers after Baronius, thought could be inflicted for violating the rights of the Apostolic See. However, various factors can complicate Christian Lupus's work and weaken his opinion. For in the first place, regarding the emperor's decree, which states that Dioscorus was made the president of the council, it is difficult to interpret it differently than its words suggest. For this reason, we find it necessary to use these sacred writings to address your reverence. Through them, we clarify to your blessedness and the entire Holy Synod that, by following the rules of the Fathers, we grant your blessedness authority and primacy not only because of Theodoret but for all others who are part of the gathered Holy Synod. These words, along with the entire preceding cause, were understood by Rusticus the deacon, an experienced interpreter of the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon, to clearly incite and lead to a schism against the divine Roman seat. He noted this in the following comment, adding to those final words, clearly against the Roman seat. We do not believe anything can be accomplished when we encounter the names of Juvenal, the bishop of Jerusalem, and Thalassius, the primate of Caesarea in Cappadocia, in the same divine list. We might think the emperor granted them the same primacy. However, the emperor only indicated he was convinced these two bishops would be united in mind and actions with Dioscorus himself. He remains completely silent about granting them primacy and the authority to preside. Therefore, let us transcribe the following words, knowing more diligently that both the most reverend Archbishop of Jerusalem, Juvenal, and the most blessed Archbishop Thalassius, along with all fervent lovers and supporters of the Orthodox faith, will be in agreement with your sanctity, shining through God's grace with the integrity of life and the Catholic faith. Thus, it is clear that no authority was granted to the Archbishops Juvenal and Thalassius. Otherwise, anyone who participated in that synod and agreed with Dioscorus's zeal and factions could have assumed the authority of the president for themselves and attributed it to him because of those words, and all such fervent lovers will be in agreement with your sanctity, which indeed Christian Lupus neither granted nor could have granted. The difficulty remains whether Theodosius wrote in the same manner to either Juvenal or St. Leo the Pope. Annotation by Lupus regarding Juvenal has been introduced, and its certainty is questionable. Labius believed it should be read in this way at the same time. However, Stephanus Belugius argued that the earlier reading should remain, as it appears in handwritten books. He adds that the Romans replaced it. It is also written in the same style in Juvenal, etc. In the royal edition, it is similarly written at the same time. Therefore, Belugius concludes that everyone sees it as a typographical error, and he doesn't understand why Labius retained it. With such variety in manuscripts and editions, it's hard to find certainty. So, I believe this annotation shouldn't be insisted upon, especially since it's unclear who added it to the Acts of the Councils or by what authority. Even if the reading accepted by Christian Lupus is genuine and undisputed, what then? Can't the words "it is written in the same style even in Juvenal" be interpreted straightforwardly to mean it was written to Juvenal for unanimous agreement with Dioscorus? Here, the letters to Juvenal of Jerusalem align perfectly with those given by Theodosius to Dioscorus, mentioning only Juvenal and Thalassius as agreeing with Dioscorus's holiness in that synod, noted for grace, honesty, and Catholic faith. No attention was given to the authority and primacy that Dioscorus unjustly claimed. Instead, the words might support Lupus, where Dioscorus, trying to clear himself of the Ephesian synod's accusations, boldly told the fathers of Chalcedon, "Your clemency has shown that our most sacred emperor didn't entrust judgment to me alone but also gave synod authority to the blessed Juvenal and holy Thalassius. So, we judged accordingly. The entire synod agreed with us. Why are these matters focused on me alone when authority was equally given to the three of us, and the whole synod, as I said, agreed with our judgment?" These final words, which Lupus chose not to record, if not used cleverly to gather allies for himself in criminal matters, show that Dioscorus did not arrogantly take on the authority to lead the council with the emperor's divine backing. Instead, this authority was shared equally with him, Juvenal, and Thalassius. But what can support our cause? If the divine decree makes no mention of Leo, the supreme pontiff, who, according to all laws and the tradition of previous councils, should have presided over the synod, it raises questions. I find it difficult to see how Theodosius can be entirely absolved of the accusation that, misled by his ministers, he willingly helped violate the rights of the Apostolic See. Now, the question arises again, did Theodosius write to St. Leo in the same way? There are indeed 2 points that seem to back Lupus's view. One, which we have already discussed in this chapter, relates to the letter of divine Leo to the Ephesian Synod. The other is the testimony of Julius Putialanus, presented by Lupus himself. Regarding the first, only serious conjectures exist. Scholars have not yet found Theodosius's letters to Leo concerning the Ephesian Synod, so we cannot definitively say if they were similar to those sent to Dioscorus. It is clear, however, that St. Leo never believed the leadership role and the right to preside over the synod were his because of others' inability. Otherwise, Theodosius would not have invoked the authority of the Apostolic See, nor would he have subjected his legates to so many challenges and dangers, perhaps giving opportunity and time to scheming individuals, well aware that such times cannot last forever. The Holy Pontiff possessed such remarkable strength and virtue that he was invincible against any worldly power, particularly when it came to the rights and privileges of the Apostolic See. He allowed no harm to come to these lightly, as evidenced by countless examples from his life. Indeed, the words of Julius, the Bishop of Puteoli, carried significant authority. They had the power to clear and dispel the accusation of schism that many writers have placed on Emperor Theodosius. However, the nature of Theodosius's letters has remained unknown until now. Therefore, those who nitpick or accuse the emperor of violating ecclesiastical jurisdiction, or those attempting to reform and completely overthrow the authority of Roman pontiffs in calling and holding councils, would respond, those words relate only to the summoning of the council, indicating that even St. Leo was summoned by the emperor, as were Dioscorus, Juvenal, and Thalassius. However, they do not pertain to the primacy and leadership of the synod, a privilege exclusively entrusted to Dioscorus, as the honorable divine and synodal records reveal. If this were challenged, I would not dismiss Christian Lupus's opinion lightly. In fact, it gains more strength from the protestation of Hilary the deacon, an equally apostolic see's legate, if the learned man had fully presented it, as we deemed necessary to do. Indeed, impartial scholars will judge. Hilary the Roman deacon, with Florentius, bishop of the Lydians, interpreting for him, stated, "The most glorious and Christian emperors, maintaining their love for the Catholic faith and affection, sent venerable letters requesting that the most blessed Bishop Leo, the leader of the Apostolic See, be present at this venerable and holy council. It would have pleased his piety if there had been some likeness in this matter. Your Holiness can understand that neither at the Council of Nicaea, the Holy Synod of Ephesus, nor any other such holy council did the Pope of the Most Holy and Perpetual See attend." Hilarius might be referring to what the Holy Pontiff wrote to Emperor Theodosius and Augusta Pulcheria, explaining the reasons that prevented him from traveling beyond Italy to hold a council. Hilarius then added, "For this matter, following the usual procedure, he sent us. This most holy man, not doubting that he is present among you, knows you to be especially committed to the sincerity of the Catholic faith and the reverence concerning St. Peter the Apostle. He also sent letters through us to the Council of the Holy Fathers, which you must receive and review." This serious address by Hilarius and his rightful petition, based on the rights of the Apostolic See, should neither have been disregarded nor rejected by Dioscorus. Hilarius had testified that the Holy Pontiff was present at the council through his legates and requested that it be acknowledged by the Fathers, and that his doctrinal letter be accepted and read. Then indeed, Dioscorus, unleashing his temper, assumed the role of an ambitious judge over all matters, emboldened by the protection of imperial officials and the support of an armed cohort, boldly ordered, "Let what has been written to this holy and universal synod by our most holy brother and fellow Bishop Leo be received." He prevented them from being reread, and instead of these letters, other divine letters were delivered, which John the priest, and the chief notary, had on hand, and these were read and inserted into the records of the faith on Juvenal's order. Indeed, to honestly admit it, these imply that Dioscorus had appointed himself president of the synod through violent usurpation, as Christian Lupus indicated. However, I am unsure whether they completely exclude the delegation of the prince. However, Rusticus, an ancient interpreter of the Acts of Chalcedon, seems to support Lupus. Observing Dioscorus' actions, he noted in the margin, "Dioscorus' prevarication. The Pope's letter is accepted by the synod and not read aloud." Indeed, as fairness demanded, it was important to clarify Lupus' Christian opinion and address the complex and obscure questions it raised. We needed to write to either resolve or shed light on them, while still adhering to the keen interest of the Supreme Holy Pope Leo, who employed every strong measure to ensure that everything in the declared synod was conducted with the utmost justice. After Dioscorus took full control of the synod, What hope was left for Leo and the entire Catholic Church? What protection was there for Flavian and Eusebius of Dorylaeum when Elpidius arrived at the synod with armed troops, by the emperor's command, empowered to imprison anyone opposing the president's will? I admit this power was granted to Elpidius to counter those disturbing the peace, but how could Flavian, Eusebius, and others, who rightly fought strongly for the Catholic faith and the rights of the Apostolic See, be expected to align with those who, under the guise of honesty, aim to undermine the faith of the Incarnation and suppress the defenders of Catholic doctrine? Bishops who previously condemned Eutyches are forbidden, as Quesnellus notes, from giving their verdict. Indeed, they are ordered to await judgment on their judgment of Eutyches. Furthermore, letters were sent by Augustus to the provincial proconsul, magistrates, and military commanders to enforce the council's decrees. Finally, at the very synod, where Flavian was labeled a troublemaker stirring up new matters in religion, Eutyches was honorably referred to as a good man and a steadfast adherent of truth. This account of the early days of the synod was reviewed by Quesnellus, who didn't stray much from the descriptions provided by Baronius and others. They have recounted this tragic story in a more organized manner. However, we will only briefly summarize it here so as not to repeat what others have already covered. Among the many injustices Flavian initially faced, one was that when Domnus of Antioch, Juvenal of Jerusalem, Stephen of Ephesus, and others gathered at the synod, Flavian was not allowed to sit immediately after the bishop of Antioch but was placed after Juvenal. When 130 bishops gathered in the Basilica of Mary, Mother of God, Dioscorus ordered the emperor's letters addressed to him to be read. The delegates from the Apostolic See, namely Julius, bishop of Puteoli, Renatus, priest of the title of Saint Clement, and Hilary, deacon, informed the synod of their commission and presented the letters sent by the Most Holy Leo the Great to both the synod and Flavian. These letters were indeed received, as we mentioned earlier, but they were not read. Even though the papal delegates repeatedly insisted on their reading and Dioscorus had promised under oath to do so, he chose to be guilty of perjury, violating the rights of the Apostolic Church, and causing scandal worldwide rather than allowing the letters to be read. Instead of these letters, he preferred the emperor's letters to be read, and when the suggestion was made to discuss matters of faith, Dioscorus rejected it, saying that the emperor had decreed that the issues between Flavian and Eutyches in Constantinople should be addressed. The notaries, who were recording the acts at the command of the Bishop of Alexandria, added that the bishops agreed with Dioscorus and proclaimed that nothing should be done or innovated concerning the faith, but this blatant lie was exposed at the Council of Chalcedon during the first session. It was reported that Dioscorus's clerks attacked those of Stephen, the bishop of Ephesus. They erased recent writings and forcefully seized their document cases, almost breaking the fingers of those who resisted. To execute Dioscorus's plans, with Count Elpidius's suggestion, Eutyches was summoned to present his beliefs about the faith, with the bishop's approval. He cunningly called upon the fathers of the synod as witnesses to his faith, beginning by commending himself to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He acknowledged holding a statement of faith, which he offered to the Holy Synod. In it, he claimed that since childhood, he had chosen to live quietly and spent his old age away from disturbances. However, he said he was now surrounded by threats from those who opposed him because he didn't conform to the previous council's definition at Ephesus, except for the faith expressed by the Holy Fathers at Nicaea. As proof of his genuine faith, Eutyches included the Nicene Creed, pretending to reference it, and later stated, "This is what I've believed from the start, passed down from my ancestors. In this faith, I was born, consecrated to God, embraced by His mercy, and in this faith, I was baptized and marked, have lived in it, and wish to die in it." He admitted to accepting what was similarly established by the Ephesian Synod, following St. Cyril's teachings, adding a curse against Manichaeus, Valentinus, Apollinaris, Nestorius, and all heretics up to Simon Magus, and those who claim that the flesh of our Lord and God Jesus Christ descended from heaven. He then recounted how Eusebius of Dorylaeum, aiming to disrupt his peace, accused him of heresy at the Synod of Constantinople under Flavian, without finding any trace of heresy in the documents. Why was it suggested that I was forced by the Bishop of Constantinople to respond to the accusation? That bishop, Flavian by name, often spent time with the accuser and was nearly inseparable from him, assuming I was still in the monastery as I used to be. I was informed about this by the great man Silentiarius, appointed by the emperor, who advised him not to expose himself to the danger of the threatened fate. He mentioned that my presence was unnecessary, as the condemnation seemed to stem from personal hatreds and rivalries, almost like a conspiracy, even before any discussion took place. He then stated that he came to judgment to provide satisfaction, presenting a confession of faith clearly in line with the doctrine of the Fathers of Nicaea, later confirmed by the Synod of Ephesus. However, they neither accepted it nor allowed it to be read at the Council of Constantinople under Flavian. Amidst the uproar from the secretaries and many loud protests, which disturbed his mind, as well as the judge's statements, which he claimed to have in writing, they demanded more than what was established at Nicaea and Ephesus. I, fearing to betray the definition pronounced by the Holy Synod gathered here by God's will, and what was defined by the Holy Fathers at Nicaea, asked to inform your Holy Council that I would comply with what you approved, ready to remain in those things. But nothing about a general council, which you might call upon, has been demonstrated in the previous chapters. We will not dwell on this falsehood in rejecting it. However, this lie was made more serious by the following false accusation, stating that a conspiracy against him was carried out to its end, because suddenly, as it seemed to him, a condemnation was read against me long before the sentence was written. He mentions that his declaration of faith, noted in a series of monuments, was later altered. This was done without any reference to my appeal to your holiness by the most revered Bishop Flavian, nor did it show any respect for my years of battling heretics and confessing faith as I aged. Eutyches particularly highlights his merits, which he believed he earned by opposing the Nestorians, in an effort to gradually gain the favor and sympathy of the judges. However, he crafted an even more damaging slander against Flavian by falsely asserting that the holy bishop arrogantly assumed for himself the authority to judge matters of faith, reserving none of such important judgment for your holiness. He revealed the details of the ruling that Flavian passed against him in 385, which had also been delivered in various oratories and memorials of the saints after the appeal, stating that the sentence against him was read. He anathematized me and those who met or spoke with me, making them strangers to Holy Communion, without waiting for your holiness's judgment. Finally, after such a series of lies and a pile of other falsehoods, he addresses the fathers of the Council of Ephesus with these words: I now therefore beseech your holiness, consider the slander fabricated against me, the factions, and the disturbance caused to the holy churches everywhere because of this, and the scandal arising from this for many. For from the beginning I sought the judgment of your blessedness, and again I testify before Jesus Christ. Who, I ask, as Cardinal Baronius writes, reading these things and not knowing it is Eutyches, would not think it is one of the most holy fathers, the chief defenders of the Orthodox faith, speaking, or who, knowing these words are spoken by Eutyches and unaware of what preceded or followed them, would not immediately associate him with the foremost champions of the Catholic faith, Athanasius, Gregory, Basil, and Chrysostom? Consider how deeply Flavian's mind was troubled by these events, as he was accused of being a slanderer and conspirator against another's innocence, and depicted as a disturber of ecclesiastical peace in a full synod by a deceitful heretic. Hoping to alleviate these mental burdens, Flavian found them only growing more bitter. After Eutyches' document was read, Flavian requested that the accuser be given a chance to speak and that Eusebius of Dorylaeum be allowed to enter, but his request was denied, and Eusebius was barred from joining the assembly of bishops. This new accusation was later brought against Dioscorus at the Council of Chalcedon, where he shifted the blame to Count Elpidius, who in turn blamed the emperor for the order. Eusebius and Flavian were not seen as accusers or as defenders of what had occurred at the Constantinopolitan Synod, but merely as defendants without any chance to defend themselves. From this, Dioscorus quickly suggested that the acts of the Constantinopolitan Council against Eutyches be read. Although Julius, the legate of the Apostolic See, opposed this, insisting that the dogmatic letter of St. Leo should be read first, as Deacon Hilarus also protested, the papal legate's request was denied. Eutyches boldly stepped forward and maliciously claimed that they were hostile and suspicious towards him because they had stayed with Flavian and shared meals with him. Thus, the Acts of Constantinople were read, and when it came to the writings of St. Cyril, Eustathius, the bishop of Berytus, suggested that according to Cyril's view, two natures should not be said to exist in Christ after the Incarnation, but only one, as per Athanasius' perspective. The Eutychians celebrated, believing their case was one. Eustathius, the bishop, didn't grasp the perspective of those two fathers, who sometimes used the terms nature and substance interchangeably. This was a common practice among Greek writers before the Antiochene Schism, as we have explained and demonstrated in our scholarly work. Meanwhile, the other bishops, either out of fear of threats or due to bribery, did not dare to openly profess and explain the faith of the Catholic Church. But during the final part of the proceedings, when Eusebius of Dorylaeum accused Eutyches, asking him to confess that after the union of the Word with the flesh, there were two distinct natures in Christ, Eutyches' supporters and patrons shouted more boldly, "Take him away, burn Eusebius, let him burn alive, let him be split in two, just as he divided, may he be divided." Dioscorus sought to give some semblance of canonical justification to this lawless form of judgment. So he asked the synod, "Is it acceptable to you to say there are two natures after the union?" The synod replied, "Anathema to him who says so." Baronius notes that these words were spoken by those who flattered Dioscorus. The learned writer of the Annals also draws his conclusions from the testimony of those fathers who were present at this synod and later revisited the entire case at the Council of Chalcedon. He particularly cites Basil of Seleucia, who, through Bishop John, asked Dioscorus to amend his statement, saying, "You have placed us in great difficulty, both from those outside and from your own words." Soldiers with weapons stormed into the church, monks with barsumas pressed on, along with a large crowd known as the Parabolani. These acts of violence and fear imposed tyrannically by Dioscorus on the fathers were confirmed by the others present at the Ephesian Council, as described in the Chalcedonian Synod. The representatives of the Apostolic See stood firm, unswayed by fear or violence, refusing to follow Dioscorus's will or deviate from the instructions and reminders given by Saint Pope Leo. They protested openly, as Baronius notes, stating that those acts held no validity because they were obtained through force and tyranny. They insisted that no harm could come to the Catholic faith, whose essence, sent from the seat of Peter to the council, Dioscorus wickedly refused to read. St. Leo later bitterly complained in a letter to Emperor Theodosius about the grievous violation of the authority of the Apostolic See, which we will discuss in due course. Even the bishops themselves had to endure violence from all sides. If they professed belief in two natures in Christ our Lord after the union, they were denounced as Nestorians deserving execution. They said, "We were threatened with condemnation. Exile threats were made against us. Soldiers with clubs and swords stood by. We feared swords and clubs. Where there are swords and clubs, what kind of council is it?" 42 bishops were ordered to remain silent, unable to speak a word, while only 15 who supported Eutyches were allowed to speak. Barsumas was described as the executioner of all the Orthodox because when the Egyptians and monks following Barsumas rose up, they began to say, "Cut in to him who says there are two natures. He who says two natures is a Nestorian." The tragic end of that council can be deduced from the mournful and deplorable state of affairs, the arrangements, and the execution of the acts. Eutyches was proclaimed absolved by Dioscorus himself. Even though Flavian protested, asserting that he had not been heard, the bishops, driven by punishment, fear, and exhaustion, confirmed the absolution of Eutyches with their own signatures. Ultimately, the condemnation of Flavian and Eusebius of Dorylaeum followed. Dioscorus, looking to carry on with his usual schemes, ordered that the acts of the General Council of Ephesus regarding the faith be read. When asked if they agreed with these decrees, everyone gave their consent without hesitation. Dioscorus, in doing so, aimed to find a reasonable excuse so it wouldn't seem like he was condemning the innocent. Instead, he wanted to remove them from the Catholic faith as if they were guilty of undermining it and adhering to the Nestorian doctrine, making them outsiders to the episcopate and all priestly duties, and declaring them as such. Dioscorus, therefore, stated no other reason in his sentence except this, that Flavian and Eusebius of Dorylaeum had violated the decrees of the Ecumenical Synod of Ephesus, reversing and altering almost everything, causing scandal and disturbance in the most holy churches and among Catholic people everywhere. He concluded, "It is certain that they are subject to the condemnations defined long ago by the synods of the Holy Fathers. Thus, affirming what belongs to them, we judge that Flavian and Eusebius are excluded from all priestly and episcopal dignity." To avoid appearing as the sole judge of the entire matter, he turned to the bishops gathered at the synod and said, "Let each of the most religious bishops express their own will and make it clear under the faith of documents." But why did he address the bishops in this way when it was forbidden to speak with the 42? When those who were rightful, legitimate, and most holy judges were denied the right to vote and speak, falsely accused, and persecuted without any opportunity for protest? And finally, how could they express their will with the executioner Barsumas and soldiers present, who, along with others, forced them to sign blank papers with clubs and swords? Baronius notes that there are indeed 96 bishops' signatures, which were later read with great disgrace at the Council of Chalcedon. They claimed coercion was used, with chains displayed and soldiers ready, so that if anyone resisted, they would be bound in chains and taken into exile. Flavian, finally distressed that the cause of faith was being led to ruin by such banditry, bravely exclaimed, "I appeal against you." Hilarus, the legate of the Apostolic See, said, "Objection." Other legates of the same see, undeterred by fear, even though they saw the proconsul with soldiers enter the place where the banditry was taking place, stood up to the audacious Dioscorus, protesting that anything extorted by force and fear was of no validity. This public and solemn protest made by the pontifical legates was not included in the synod's acts by the notaries. For those acts were written by the notaries according to Dioscorus' will, adding some things, subtracting others, and finally interpreting, fabricating, and adapting according to their own corrupt talent. Many bishops testified that no one could moderate or restrain Dioscorus' tyrannical fury and the force of his malice. Among them was Basil of Seleucia, who said at the Council of Chalcedon, "After Flavian's condemnation, when we were all saddened, and some were indeed unwilling to speak, and others were fleeing, Dioscorus rose, stood on high, and pointed, saying, 'See who does not want to sign with me, or who is against me.' And because Eusebius, bishop of Ankara, delayed his voice a little, he also risked being condemned. Some of the bishops sitting there, who saw the divine and ecclesiastical laws being so gravely violated and trampled upon, held Dioscorus' feet, saying, 'Because you also have priests, a bishop should not be condemned because of a priest. He has done nothing worthy of condemnation, but if he is worthy of rebuke, let him be rebuked.' Those bishops were Onesiphorus of Iconium, Marinanus of Synada, and Nunicius of Laodicea. Therefore, even the humble pleas of these people couldn't sway the ambitious and powerful heart of Dioscorus, not in the slightest. Instead, disregarding all the laws of Christian moderation, he became even more daring, heavily relying on imperial power and surrounded by a crowd of rogues. He believed he had such a strong support system that it was almost a matter of religious duty for everyone to obey him alone, whether they were his inferiors or equals, arrogantly claiming the rights of those above him for himself. Who could excuse this unrestrained desire of his mind, and how? Certainly not those who exaggerate the excellence and dignity of the Alexandrian seat, as Quesnellus often does, which held a leading position among the Eastern churches, nor the merits and privileges of his predecessor, Saint Cyril, who presided over the ecumenical council held at Ephesus. As Dioscorus himself, excessively flattered by royal officials, seemed to convince himself, to whom almost all Eastern and Western fathers showed obedience, nor, in the end, was the cause of the Catholic faith, whether difficult or complicated and not yet fully explored, what led him into error, but rather his own cunning, rivalry, and fury. For he knew very well that the Roman chair of St. Peter and its bishops were regarded as the supreme judges and teachers of all other churches. Consequently, he acknowledged in writing and actions that the Roman bishop should be consulted as a father even by the Alexandrian bishop, and that his judgment should be considered the firm rule for all disputes. In the year 445 AD, Dioscorus, having just been elevated to the Alexandrian seat, informed the Holy Pope Leo about his ordination and election to the bishopric. Fearing that he might sometime fail in his pastoral duty, he proposed 2 questions to him for resolution. One concern is the ordination of bishops and priests, specifically on which days it could occur according to apostolic tradition. Another concern is the repetition of the sacrifice on the more solemn days of the year and during recurring festivals, ensuring that attendees are satisfied. Addressing these issues, Saint Leo the Great showed great affection and charity. He wanted to establish more firmly the dignity he had obtained. The Supreme Pontiff starts the letter by saying he acts as both a true father and brother with Dioscorus, so he could receive and rule on the 2 inquiries with a grateful and willing mind. As much, he says, as we extend the affection of the Lord's love to you, you can approve that we wish to establish your beginnings more firmly, so that nothing may appear to be lacking in your love towards perfection, since, as we have proven, the merits of spiritual grace support you. Thus, it is clear that Dioscorus was adorned with exceptional merits, and St. Leo was aware of this. Therefore, he added, the paternal and fraternal discussion should be most pleasing to your holiness, and should be received by you in the same way as you understand it to proceed from us. How Dioscorus should have received these instructions is explained further in the introduction of the same letter. It shows that the Roman episcopate not only obtained leadership in the Church from the Lord but remains firmly in the institutions of divine Peter, from which no bishop is allowed to deviate. Since the most blessed Peter received apostolic leadership from the Lord, and the Roman Church remains in his institutions, it is wrong to believe that St. Mark, who first governed the Church of Alexandria, would have formed the decrees of his traditions with different rules. The importance of harmony between the Roman Church and the Alexandrian Church was emphasized in writing. We therefore do not allow any disagreement when we confess that we are of one body and faith, and that the teachings of the teacher and the student should not appear different. Therefore, Dioscorus could not seek or claim any title or excuse from the excellence of his Alexandrian Church. He understood clearly that it was a rule of church governance that the Roman pontiff should lead the universal church, and that even the bishops of the most prominent sees should recognize and honor him as both a father and teacher. He was driven to such a rebellious act by a certain reckless madness stemming from old rivalries and personal hatreds, fully aware that his decisions against St. Leo, his legates, and the appealing bishops were invalid and had no strength whatsoever. Neither could the actions of St. Cyril, his predecessor, provide any justification for his behavior. Indeed, St. Cyril presided over the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus, not as the Alexandrian bishop, but as the legate of Pope St. Celestine, receiving pontifical letters and instructing that they be read at the council. He wanted these to serve as the guiding rule for all matters at the council. Therefore, it's possible that he faced some serious difficulty in matters of faith, containing such significant and inseparable issues that he could not resolve them, so that the claim of ignorance might seem to support him. But what ignorance could excuse a bishop, otherwise well versed in sacred canons, who presided over the foremost church of the East, and who ultimately could not be unaware of what had been upheld by his predecessors in making ecclesiastical judgments? Furthermore, we can clearly understand from the following words that the basis for judging him was solely what St. Leo mentioned. This fault arose because Dioscorus and those assembled did not use a pure conscience and right judgment, as was customary, concerning faith and those in error. In the judgment itself, we know that not everyone who gathered was present. Notice the careful selection of judges, chosen to comply with Dioscorus's commands. The emperor's gentle intervention and orders, which we previously mentioned when discussing the decrees of Theodosius, are criticized. We learn that some were rejected and others included, who, at the will of the aforementioned priest, gave their captured hands to impious subscriptions. Although none of the three aforementioned titles can defend or excuse Dioscorus, there are still those who claim the right of emperors and princes to convene synods. They may also assert and teach that Dioscorus was following Theodosius's decree regarding the order of judgments. For the emperor himself had forbidden Bishop Flavian of Constantinople and other bishops, who had passed judgment against Eutyches in the Constantinopolitan Synod, from casting their votes in the Ephesian Council. Elpidius forcefully pursued the execution of this mandate, asserting Theodosius's order with these words: "The emperor, fulfilling the order of the laws of which he is both creator and guardian, commanded those who have judged once to maintain this order of judgments." So, who could now use this excuse, with Dioscorus himself trying to clear his name at the Council of Chalcedon, to at least lessen, if not completely erase, the stain of infamy with which he is generally branded? But what about these matters, which bring various complexities and difficulties, that cannot be addressed and resolved with just a few words? With the distinguished Peter de Marca, who argued for the Roman leaders' right to occasionally call synods and appoint judges when necessary for ecclesiastical judgments, and to declare councils invalid if they went beyond the limits set by the ruler, I should delve into a lengthy discussion here. I would reconsider each point, which seems to have a semblance of truth. However, we think it's best to save this for another time, noting just a few points here. First, regarding the calling of synods and the order of matters to be addressed in them, de Marca should have shown some right aligning with natural laws and divine institutions. It's not enough to just focus on fairness, harmony, and the pursuit of peace between the priesthood and the empire, especially if many evils arise to harm either side. Otherwise, we'll always wonder if the general councils of the past 390 years were convened solely by the authority of the emperors or also by the apostolic see. Furthermore, given that Roman pontiffs, unable to oppose the emperor's decisions, went along with the calling of synods, there is a question of whether rulers rightfully or wrongfully called synods, and if they exceeded their authority in doing so. Looking at the First Council of Nicaea, we see that Emperor Constantine indeed called this council, but with the priests' council. Such a large gathering of bishops couldn't have happened or been sustained without the imperial consent, aid, and protection. To prevent disturbances and allow bishops the freedom to attend the council at the set time, temporarily leaving their posts, he sent letters inviting them to make the journey. In this situation, even Marca must agree that he exercised vicariate power. He sincerely admits elsewhere that according to the old canon of the Church, an ecumenical council cannot be held without the approval of the apostolic see. Therefore, if things are as they seem, the emperors did not call general councils on their own authority but rather on the delegated authority of the supreme pontiffs. This is evident from the Council of Ephesus, which we are discussing, as Theodosius used the authority of the apostolic see to call it, as Leo the Great declared in his letter to the same council. We have mentioned his words before, and Marca himself noted them in the margin of the praised place. However, truthfully, the principle of equity and concord always demanded that when serious disturbances arose in the Roman Empire due to clergy scandals and rivalries, the Roman pontiffs should not resist requests from princes and emperors. This was to prevent the affairs of the Church from being overturned, which could lead to the ruin of civil administration, a responsibility primarily belonging to secular powers. Therefore, it's no surprise that, to resolve occasional disturbances, the emperor sought advice on calling councils and requested this ability from the Apostolic See. This is what the distinguished Peter de Marca intended to indicate, in my opinion. Furthermore, regarding the order of matters to be considered, there is a significant difficulty about whether Roman princes could prescribe it, as taught by several examples. Among these, de Marca mentions that Flavianus and Eusebius of Dorylaeum were positioned not as judges but as those to be judged in the council. I can hardly believe that the reasoning behind this Theodosian statute could have been approved by such a learned and illustrious bishop of the Parisian Church, de Marca, since that statute contradicts natural and divine institutions. It was evident that Flavian and his council had done nothing wrong. Yet, Theodosius made an unjust decision to strip Flavian of his right to vote on matters of faith and on Eutyches, which was integral to the priestly dignity he held in the Church of Constantinople. Moreover, what crime were Flavian and Eusebius of Dorylaeum accused of that warranted them being treated as defendants? What legitimate accusations, evidence, or proof were presented to judge them guilty of such serious crimes? Eutyches asserted, both verbally and in written petitions, that he was judged by the council out of hatred and manipulation under the pretense of justice. Yet, the ruler, claiming to protect and maintain Christian peace in the Church and Empire, took it upon himself to meddle in matters outside his concern without understanding the cause. When it came to a new heresy and the judgment upon it, he couldn't violate natural law. Elpidius refers to the emperor as the creator and guardian of laws. But how did he protect the natural and divine laws, which state that others' legitimate rights should not be violated, and that no one should be deprived of their rights without being heard, unless there's a fault that inherently warrants a penalty? Shouldn't the gravest penalty be considered one where both Flavian and Eusebius were stripped of their right to judge and, by imperial decree, were placed among the judged? Only some obstinate present or past crime could have led Theodosius to allow the ancient order of laws to be abolished or altered. But what actually happened? Neither Flavian nor Eusebius were warned or summoned with 3 edicts proposed, or even one called peremptory, and they never refused to appear. Therefore, they couldn't be considered obstinate. In fact, as soon as they received the letters from the synod summoners, without any delay or hindrance, they hurried to the assembly. Where there is injustice, it's said that the emperor, as the first to uphold the law, did not maintain any order, fairness, or law by ordering those who had judged once to take the place of the judges. Therefore, I would rather believe that Elpidius misused the emperor's authority and tried to enforce a law that went against all justice, so that neither Flavian, Eusebius, nor others who were innocent and condemned without any crime would suffer undeserved punishments, even with all forms of defense excluded. However, we do not intend to criticize the distinguished Bishop of Paris for wanting to enforce such secular laws on the rulers. We only wish to explain that the principles from which these rulers assumed the prescribed order of judgments are very weak and false. Finally, I will briefly recount the last part of the events at Ephesus, which Dioscorus concluded like a robbery. The Roman pontiff's envoys refused to attend this synodal proceeding. However, after receiving Flavian's appeal, they could not be forced to stay longer at Ephesus, and they firmly protested, as was proper, that what was decided would not be accepted by the apostolic seat. Dioscorus apparently paid little attention to these protests by the pontifical envoys or to Flavian's appeal, as Hilarus attested in a letter to Pulcheria Augusta. After I could not agree with the unjust will and decision of Dioscorus, Hilarus said he attempted to summon me to another council. That is, as Christian Lupus noted, another synodal action through threats and deceit, so that he might make me, God forbid, either agree to the condemnation of the most holy Bishop Flavian through trickery or hold me as a resistor, preventing me from having the decision to travel to your piety at Constantinople or return to the Roman Church. Confident in Christ's help, I remained innocent and unharmed despite the condemnation of a very reverend and holy man. No amount of whips or tortures could sway me to agree with his judgment. Instead, I left everything behind and journeyed through unknown and pathless places to Rome, so I could inform the most reverend Pope about everything that happened in Ephesus. Hilary, Prosper in the Chronicle, and Theodoret all agree. Dioscorus, however, even after the papal legates escaped, didn't become more gentle or worry about facing consequences one day. Adding new offenses to his list, he not only absolved the monks who supported the Eutychian heresy and welcomed 392 of them into communion, but he also declared that many Orthodox bishops should be removed and expelled from their positions. He exiled others and replaced them while they were still alive. The first to be deposed was Theodoret of Cyrus, who was neither summoned nor heard, and was absent beyond 50 stations, detained in exile by Theodosius's decree. It is well known that Dioscorus tried to justify this condemnation. Even though Theodoret had once opposed St. Cyril's chapters, after peace was made and reconciliation achieved, he was still deposed from the episcopate. Deprived of his episcopal house, he had to rely on the charity of friends, particularly Uranius, the bishop of Emesa, who was notably generous to him. As Christian Lupus adds, he pleaded with the prince through the patrician Anatolius, to either allow him to go to Rome to pursue his appeal or return to his monastery, where he once professed as a monk, 100 miles from the city of Cyrrhus. However, we'll save the discussion of his appeal to St. Leo for another more appropriate time. The second person Dioscorus decided to eject from his episcopal seat was Ebas, the metropolitan of Edessa, due to a notorious letter that defamed St. Cyril of Alexandria, written to Maurice the Persian, who was also condemned without being allowed to attend the synod. Let's talk about the exclusions discussed at the Council of Chalcedon, Session 9, and mentioned in Liber I the Deacon's writings, Chapter 12. Sabinianus, the bishop of Pera in the Euphratesia province, and Evagrius of Epiphania faced the same unfortunate fate. Evagrius notes that Aquilinus of Byblus, Irenaeus of Tyre, Sophronius, the bishop of Constantia, the metropolitan of Cyprus, and John of Germanetia were also deposed. The last to be deposed was Domnus, the bishop of Antioch. Liberatus writes that even after others were deposed, Domnus of Antioch remained due to his involvement with Dioscorus in the deposition of the Orthodox and the absolution of Eutyches. He was deposed through Dioscorus's deceit. After agreeing with Dioscorus on everything, letters Domnus had written to Dioscorus against Cyril's 12 chapters, because they were unclear, were presented. He was condemned, while sick and absent, that day. Finally, Dioscorus took it upon himself to replace, elect, and ordain others in the positions of the deposed bishops, claiming the complete authority of general synods for himself. This was against Canon 4 of the Council of Sardica, which mandates that no one should be substituted for a deposed bishop before the Roman pontiff gives a judgment. Dioscorus was so far from complying with this canon, praised under the name of the Nicene, that he seized control of the entire ecclesiastical governance. This went against all natural, divine, and ecclesiastical laws and faith, aiming to ruin and overthrow the state of all churches, obeying only himself. However, we will discuss these elections and ordinations in the Acts of St. Leo described in Book 2 of the History of the Eutychians, as well as in Chapter 10 of this book regarding the Sardican canons.
Chapter 9.
On the appeal of St. Flavian, Bishop of Constantinople, to the Apostolic See, the false opinions of Jean Launoy, Pasquier Canel, and others, suggesting that he appealed to a new general council, are discussed. Their arguments, seen as weak and misleading, are thoroughly refuted with clear and solid evidence. Canel was so captivated by novel ideas that, eager to promote foreign teachings different from common beliefs, he didn't hesitate to argue with erroneous and false reasoning. Even when confronted with undeniable truth, he refused to abandon his stance. Held captive by his own biases, which he clung to in debates and discussions, he strayed from the paths of the most renowned and learned individuals, merely skimming the surface of issues. He dressed up sophisms and deceptive conjectures as truth, aiming not only to mislead readers but also to incite hatred against the Apostolic See and establish a new governance system in the Church under the guise of preserving and highlighting antiquity. I am convinced that this was his objective in all his writings. This became especially clear to me when I examined his 8th dissertation. When he addressed the famous appeal of St. Flavian to the Apostolic See, I thought he was not driven by envy but intended to follow the prudent and learned writers who had already explored this subject, which we now aim to discuss. Namely, Baronius, Bellarmine, John David, Cardinal Perron, Christian Lupus, and others. Indeed, those who earnestly seek the truth have not only described the state, order, and events of the Council of Ephesus truthfully, as was necessary, but they have also confirmed that the appeal of the saintly Flavian to the Apostolic See was valid and made according to ecclesiastical law. However, Quesnellus was far from wanting to follow this excellent path that leads to a genuine study of church history. Instead, he strayed from the clear paths pursued by those renowned men and brought them forward to be criticized, accusing them of ignorance for believing that Flavian appealed to the Apostolic See rather than to a general council. On the contrary, he followed the false conjectures and fabricated opinions of Launoius, claiming that Flavian's appeal was not made to the Apostolic See or to St. Leo, but rather directed to a general council, requesting a new judgment from the bishop himself. Therefore, Quesnellus, about to undertake his dissertation, pretends to base it on what St. Pope Leo has in letters 39 and 40, which he indicated with the following title: 8th Dissertation on the Case of Flavian, Bishop of Constantinople, condemned and deposed in the Pseudo-Synod of Ephesus, according to letters 39 and 40 of St. Leo to Emperor Theodosius. He then begins this dissertation by writing that the appeal, said to have been brought to the Apostolic See in the early centuries of the Church, is the most famous of all, given by Flavian after the sentence against him by Dioscorus. He briefly outlines the foundations of those who support the affirmative part and immediately adds, about this kind of appeal, which is the main and almost sole subject of letters 39 and 40, he felt the need to at least briefly discuss, even if the argument, already long debated by more learned men, does not require a more extensive treatment. Moving away from the views of scholars who have shed light on this topic, it's important to note that St. Leo never wrote that his seat was appealed by Flavian. Instead, it's commonly stated that an appeal was made, as mentioned in this letter, chapter 3, and that his envoys faithfully protested, with Bishop Flavian giving them the appeal document. It's believed that the Acts of the Greek Synod of Ephesus, which were read again at the Ecumenical Council of Chalcedon, support this. There, nothing else is reported to have been said by Flavian other than "I refuse you," and this was contradicted by Hilary, Leo's envoy, contradicator. The reasoning continues from these points. Whether Flavian understood it as a true appeal, as a new writer argues extensively against Marca, or as a refusal, which others affirm and even David finally admits, the conclusion is the same. I assert that Flavian made no mention of Leo, whether in appealing or refusing. He adopts the defense of the esteemed Peter de Marca's opinion, criticized by David, and strongly challenges his opponent, who stubbornly wanted to uphold the usual canonical judicial formulas in this situation. This is when everything was known to have been assumed contrary to law and morality by Dioscorus, and the usual judicial customs and formulas couldn't be applied to the robbery at Ephesus. He argues that there's no place for refusal according to legal order, except before a sentence is given, nor for appeal except after judgment is pronounced. Ideally, this occurs when a legitimate judge rightly falls under suspicion or when judgment is prepared by someone incompetent. Quesnellus finally concludes, but you will find nothing like this in the Council of Ephesus. He states the synod was lawfully convened by the order of the emperor and with the consent of the Roman pontiff, who was also present through his envoys, and it could not be refused or rejected. Up to this point, Quesnellus intended to mislead the readers, to lead the deceived to his own opinion who doesn't see this. He pretends to pick up the pen against Ioannem David, an adversary of Patri de Marca, and playfully reassures himself that the Ephesian Council could not have been rejected or repudiated at its inception because it was legitimately convened by the order of the emperor and with the agreement of the Roman Pope. But everyone knows, even those who are half-blind or barbers, that the issue does not stem from this convocation. Still, sticking to what was previously said, it is evident that Theodosius provided the authority of the Apostolic See, not just consent, for holding that council. Thus, it could have been rejected and repudiated right from the start. Specifically, when Dioscorus, without any legitimate authority, tried to hold the council on his own, ousting Flavian from the seat where the Bishop of Constantinople was supposed to sit, the rightful shepherd of that church, when, informed about the mandates that the envoys of St. Leo were carrying, he neither gave them their due place and honor, nor allowed the letter of direction and the dogmatic letter they presented to be read in the council. What more? The council could be rejected and repudiated when it became known to Flavian, the papal envoys, and the other Orthodox fathers that Dioscorus was moving every stone so that the adherents of the Eutychian faction alone, by number, authority, and strength, would prevail against the Catholic faith and religious piety. Could not Flavian, Eusebius of Dorylaeum, and the papal envoys have refused to take part in that meeting from the beginning? But they were detained by imperial soldiers, who guarded the church and its doors. Truly, where there are soldiers, swords, and clubs, what kind of council cannot be refused? Therefore, Quesnellum should have considered these things before he freely wrote that the council could not have been refused at the start. However, it was at this point that Dioscorus and his council could first be rejected, as he seized everything for himself through force and crime, overturning all judicial procedures. He seemed to transform from a bishop into a robber and murderer, turning the first legitimate council into a den of thieves. At that time, not only was there room for appeal, which presupposes a legitimate and competent judge, but also for recusal and protest against the assembly, which, as St. Leo says, could not reasonably be called a council. In my opinion, Quesnel is not consistent or has only casually examined the history of the Ephesian Council. So, he should explain where the beginning of this robbery, in which Dioscorus claimed everything through crime and overturned all judicial procedures, should be identified. Does he perhaps assume that Dioscorus didn't start exercising such crime and tyranny as soon as the council convened? On the contrary, the crime, already premeditated in his mind for 3 months, was revealed freely and almost frantically in those early stages, unable to be restrained any longer. It gradually increased and was completed by those tragic actions that filled the entire series of events. Therefore, if according to Kenel, there was room for recusal, protest and appeal from the moment Dioscorus rendered himself an illegitimate and incompetent judge, it follows that Flavian could have rejected and repudiated that council from its beginnings, because Dioscorus was an incompetent judge from the start, and rightly so. All the tricks he applied over the 3 months led to suspicion of such great crimes committed. Does Kenel believe that Dioscorus's tricks and machinations, old rivalries, and private hatreds were hidden from Flavian, Eusebius of Dorylaeum, and the papal legates? It's a witty jest. Therefore, it must be concluded in truth that this council was legitimate only concerning its convocation, because the emperor wished to use the apostolic see's authority to convene it. Quesnel explains the difference between rejection and appeal, highlighting several distinctions. He notes that rejection nullifies a decision by an incompetent judge, while an appeal only suspends the effect of an unjust decision, even if made by a competent judge, until it's reviewed by a higher authority. He further mentions that Leo called the Ephesian judgment unworthy of the synod's name, even before re-examination, suggesting it was more about rejection than appeal. But what does this mean? It implies that the synod was illegitimate from the beginning, something Quesnel had previously denied. To make a stronger point, he quoted St. Leo's words from various letters, where Leo complained that those gathered didn't follow tradition on matters of faith and errors, where the synod's leaders neither opposed nor agreed, where not all attendees participated, where some were rejected and others admitted, and where, under Dioscorus's influence, ungodly agreements were made, causing all churches to suffer. To these words of St. Leo, Quesnel reasonably added, where the writings of the Apostolic See weren't allowed to be read to the bishops, where its representatives weren't given their place, and where the fathers of Chalcedon attested to great violence. From all this, he draws his conclusion. Hence, you see, he says, how justly Flavian cried out, I refuse you. I hope, however, that the reader notices Quesnel's skill here, as he shifts from rejection to appeal and how he attempts to embellish it. He adds that because the agreement and signatures of almost all the bishops gave some semblance of a synod to the corrupt assembly, and since the emperor's authority and power were involved, Flavian, when he later handed the petition to the envoys of the Apostolic See, used this term of appeal to request a new synod by right of appeal. Do you see the goal that the entire preceding story of Kenel aims towards? From Launoy and other writers of novelties, he drew this teaching, which John David cleverly and learnedly refuted from its authors, clearly showing that Flavian's expression, paratumaice, truly signifies an appeal. Indeed, Kenel himself, after much pointless elaboration, was forced to concede both, namely, that Flavian's refusal indicated an appeal. However, he tried to interpret all the points leading to this genuine appeal so maliciously as to argue that it was not brought to the Apostolic See, because Flavian, when appealing, did not mention Leo's name, and Leo himself, in his letters written after the Synod of Ephesus, supports this. Kenel ultimately wants to claim that Flavian's appeal was vague and directed to a new council, as nowhere does the Holy Father affirm that his see was appealed to, something a pontiff most diligent in defending the rights of his see would never have omitted if it had been so. But he asserts that the appeal was simply inserted. This teaching, as we said, was borrowed from Launoy. To argue against Bellarmine, Launoy copied a letter of the Holy Pontiff to Theodosius and presented it to the most eminent defender of papal rights by writing, when I look into Bellarmine's argument and Leo's letter, I am easily led to believe that Bellarmine did not read Leo's letter, but was deceived by his secretary, who told him Flavian appealed to Leo, for the pontiff does not write this in his letter. He writes that Flavian gave a petition of appeal, but he does not specify to whom he gave it. From this point, he starts reasoning as if predicting from previous events. It seems believable that Flavian appealed for a more open and larger synod. Leo and the Roman Synod are working towards having the emperor order a general synod in Italy, aiming to resolve the ongoing conflicts and controversies. Finally, Launoy concludes this section of his letter with the following words. Did Flavian indeed appeal to Leo? He did not appeal for Leo to judge his case alone, but for a general synod with Leo to do so. A delightful falsehood embraced by Kenel, as we have mentioned. But how do these actions align with Flavian's strategy? He had long ago accepted Eutyches' appeal to the Roman pontiff as valid, explicitly writing and appealing to your holiness. And 4 months earlier, he refused to bring his and Eutyches' case to a general council and urged the holy pontiff not to call one. Now, having changed his mind, is he eager for a new general synod and appealing for it to be convened after so many disasters and calamities? What? Did Flavian perhaps anticipate that he would have Leo as an adversary, whom he earlier wanted as a legitimate judge, believing that only the support and consent of the Roman pontiff could benefit him and the entire church? Flavian, with Lanoius as the author and Canel as the supporter, requested a general council for his defense, asserting that the churches were disturbed everywhere due to the holy synods, and that the case required only the pontiff's assistance, demanding that pontifical letters be provided to him. So, is this Flavian, who not only thought about these matters but also expressed them in writing, believed to have appealed for a general synod, and indeed a larger one, after changing his mind and plan? Away with such a fabrication. After the robbery at Ephesus, he realized from experience that old rivalries and personal hatreds are very prevalent in synods due to various factions, and opponents often seek support from worldly powers. Because of this, he couldn't even think about appealing to the Roman Pope to request a new synod. Either Lanoius wanted to portray Flavian as inconsistent or mentally unstable, or he simply didn't understand Flavian's mindset and reasoning. Thus, if I could use his words against him, I'd say he never read St. Flavian's letter to St. Leo, or at least pretended not to, indulging himself in spreading tales and nonsense to James Boethius, just as he did while criticizing Cardinal Bellarmine and challenging his doctrine. The words of Flavian, which we've shared so far without any forced interpretation, are very clear. We think it's important to present them here. Flavian, writing to St. Leo regarding the case of Eutyches before the Council of Ephesus, said, "For the matter needs only your support and defense, with which you should, by your agreement, lead everything towards tranquility and peace. In this way, the heresy that has arisen and the disturbances caused by it will be easily destroyed, with God's help, through your most holy letters. Moreover, the council that is rumored to be held will be removed so that the most holy churches everywhere will not be disturbed." This testimony of Flavian was challenged by John David Lanoius, and he included the response in which St. Leo the Great, addressing the previous petitions of the Bishop of Constantinople, stated that the reason for holding the council did not arise from necessity but was due to the emperor's will, who involved the authority of the Apostolic See, because the merciful emperor, concerned for the church's peace, wanted to convene a synod, even though it was clear that the matter at hand didn't require synodal deliberation. It's quite surprising how Lanoius and Quesnellus could confidently claim that appeals to a general council were necessary to resolve the controversy, when Flavian and Leo suggested otherwise. In fact, Leo, who had thoroughly reviewed the events in Constantinople, was well aware that the judgment of the Apostolic See alone was sufficient to settle the disputes between Flavian and Eutyches. He wouldn't consider convening a new council unless it was needed for a more solemn judgment, as he mentioned in letters to both the emperor and Julian of Cohen, which we've discussed previously. Now, putting Lanoius aside for a moment, let's examine Quesnellus's reasoning. "I read," he says, "that the legates protested here. I read that an appeal was made. I also read that an appeal petition was given to the legates, but I do not read to whom the appeal was addressed." From this, he takes the opportunity to criticize John David, who argued that it was clear the appeal was made to the Roman pontiff, since every appeal must be submitted to some judge. So, when Flavian handed the appeal petition to the legates, he acknowledged their authority to accept it. This authority would hardly be appropriate for them as private individuals. Therefore, it must be that he gave the petition to them as papal legates, recognizing the pontiff as the appropriate judge for the appeal. He criticizes him for writing in a way that deviates from the rules of jurisdiction and for being unaware of what no one with even a brief experience in the legal system would be ignorant of. Quesnellus then adds that, according to Roman law, the appeal petition should be given to the one to whom the appeal is made, who will then issue letters of dismissal to the litigant. Finally, he brings up the example of Paul appealing to Caesar from the governor Festus. He directed the appeal, he says, to no one else but the governor himself. Now, Flavian, appealing against Dioscorus and his unfortunate synod to another council, to whom would he have submitted his petition, if not to the Roman legates, who were almost the only ones not agreeing with Dioscorus' unjust schemes? Flavian should have presented his petition of appeal to the papal legates for 4 reasons. First, because Dioscorus, using force and oppression, would not allow any form of law to be observed. Second, because all the leaders of the synod surrendered to Dioscorus. Third, because Flavian specifically appealed to Western bishops, like Theodoret, making it necessary for Flavian's appeal to be known to the Patriarch and the foremost among all. Lastly, when appealing to a universal council of the entire Church, who should he turn to with his petition of appeal, if not to the one who is both the supreme head of the whole Church and, in matters of faith, the universal representative responsible for the main concern and care of convening an ecumenical council, and who is entitled to the first judgment and position in councils? This is the ultimate point of his dissertation, which Canel concludes with these words: These are the true reasons that moved Flavian to submit his petition of appeal or refusal into the hands of the legates, who for this purpose did not need to have their own jurisdiction or the name of a pope, but it was enough for them to be part of the council and suitable witnesses of the appeal presented. Up to this point, he used all his skills to overturn and abolish Flavian's appeal made to the Apostolic See, bringing forth various violent interpretations, which he believed favored his own efforts and opposed the doctrines and arguments of the most esteemed men. However, although he was abundant in his reasoning, he appeared inconsistent and not at all coherent in his statements. If we hadn't understood the flaw from other sources, we could best grasp it from the warning he added to the letters of Emperor Valentinian, Empress Galla Placidia, and Empress Licinia Eudoxia, which were addressed to Emperor Theodosius. What do these letters contain? He tries to convince readers that the praised letters were written at the urging of St. Leo and the entire Roman Synod, which was then in session, suggesting that they were dictated by Leo himself. So, if he thought the matter was as he described, why did he write in this dissertation that nowhere does he read to whom Flavian appealed? In fact, in his letter, Valentinian clearly states that Flavian appealed to Leo. For this reason, he says, according to the solemnity of councils, the Bishop of Constantinople appealed to him in writing because of the dispute that arose about the faith. Here, 2 points contradict Quesnel's statements. First, from Emperor Valentinian's testimony, Flavian followed legal order by appealing according to the solemnity of councils. Second, that Flavian appealed to St. Leo the Pope, not to the council, through writings. It is not an obstacle that the Supreme Pontiff discuss such an appeal in the Roman Synod, which he held annually in October. It was very appropriate that, with the arrival of Deacon Hilary in the city as a very faithful narrator of all the events that happened at Ephesus, and with some bishops from other provinces still present who had come to the Synod, he should reveal to them what had been done to undermine the Catholic faith and religion, the downfall of Orthodox bishops, and the contempt of the Apostolic See, due to Dioscorus' tyranny alone. Leo needed to report these as null and void, damnable and detestable to the assembly of bishops, so that they might remain in communion with Flavian, abstain from Dioscorus, and defend the gravely injured and violated rights of the Roman See, as was proper. The Supreme Pontiff didn't need their support because he was already considering other ways to address these serious issues and repair the damage. The same Holy Pontiff clearly explained the reason for holding this synod every year in his writings. With God's grace, it's easier to prevent scandals or errors from arising in the churches of Christ when everything is discussed publicly before the most blessed Apostle Peter. This ensures that all his decrees and the Church's canons remain intact among all the priests of the Lord. As there could be no more serious scandals or harmful heresies in the Church, which had almost completely undermined the faith in the East, he needed to address these issues with other bishops during the annual Roman Synod. He decided that the only solution for these serious growing issues was to convene a new general council. This would ensure the safety of the Catholic faith, restore the rights of the Apostolic See that had been shamefully violated, and offer forgiveness to bishops who had strayed from the correct path, causing harm to the souls under their care, through a freely made formal retraction. This is highlighted by the words of Emperor Valentinian, who reminded Theodosius of the duty to defend the faith passed down from their ancestors. He added that the honor of the supreme priest and the dignity of veneration proper to the blessed Apostle Peter should also be defended and preserved today. Therefore, the most blessed bishop of the Roman city, to whom antiquity granted leadership of the priesthood over all, should have the place and authority to judge matters of faith and priests. So, tell us now, Quesnellus, how could St. Leo the Great have safeguarded the honor of his supreme dignity, repaired the damages to his violated jurisdiction, and restored the authority that antiquity granted him over all, if he had not convened a general synod of bishops from all over the world? Wasn't the Catholic faith, the dignity of the Pope's position, the leadership of the priesthood, and the honor of St. Peter's chair disregarded and solemnly overthrown at the Council of Ephesus? Therefore, at the new solemn council, the faith needed to be reinforced, the rights of the Apostolic See needed to be restored, and the appeal made by Flavianus to the General Council had to be addressed, even though St. Flavianus himself had appealed only to the Pope as the legitimate judge of his case. Yet, in the meantime, so that I do not appear to deviate from the common path of discussion to Quesnel or anyone else indulging in his studies, I overlook other letters either from Galla Placidia or Eudoxia Licinia written to Theodosius and focus on those 2 letters of St. Leo assumed by Quesnel as the foundation of his dissertation. In these letters, the Holy Pope assigns 3 reasons that prompted him to convene a new general council. One was the injury to the Catholic faith. Another was the distressing state of all the Eastern churches, greatly disturbed either because of the deposed bishops or because of those who, obeying Dioscorus, gave their captive hands to impious subscriptions. Finally, the third was the repeated outcry of the papal legates when they saw, from the beginning to the end of the council, that the rights of the Apostolic See were not only neglected but utterly destroyed and abolished. St. Leo indicated those first two reasons in these words when writing to Emperor Theodosius. Thus, he said, "The council of bishops that you ordered to be held in the city of Ephesus for the sake of Flavianus, is proven to both harm the faith and wound all the churches, and this has been confirmed to us not by uncertain reports, but by the most reverend bishops themselves, whom we sent," etc. And a little further down, wishing to express the grave wounds inflicted on the churches, he added, "But we learned that not all who gathered were involved in the judgment, for we learned that some were rejected, others admitted, who under the influence of the aforementioned bishop gave their captive hands to impious subscriptions. Knowing they would harm their own position if they didn't follow orders, and understanding that such a judgment had been declared to attack all the churches, he wanted to move on to the third reason that motivated him to hold a new council. He used papal authority, blending the seriousness of his mind with ecclesiastical moderation, and gently rebuked the emperor for listening to imprudent people and not opposing their malicious practices. He also reminded him of the dangers to faith and religion, highlighting the gravest evils to be removed from conscience, so that human presumption would not harm the gospel of Christ. Finally, adding prayers to his exhortations, he asked that, with all the acts of the Ephesian robbery abolished, everything be restored to its former state, as it was before any judgment, until a larger number of priests from all over the world could gather, ensuring they were not burdened by someone else's sin. Leo himself judged that such a synod should be held, both because our legates, those of the Apostolic See, faithfully protested against the violated rights of the Roman See, and because Bishop Flavian gave them a petition of appeal. Understanding the purpose of the protest by the papal legates wasn't difficult for Launoy or Canel if they paid attention to the Ephesian Acts we previously explained. They protested against actions conducted in the synod without the consent, institution, and mandates of the Roman pontiff. They protested against the injury inflicted on the Apostolic See, even before Eutyches was absolved and before they heard the condemned and deposed Flavian. They protested against the force used to extort the votes of the bishops, and finally, they protested to prevent the execution of the most wicked decrees made there, so that, according to legal rules, all judgment would remain in suspension until the prohibition of the Supreme Pontiff Leo, whom they represented, could be awaited. Who could deny that this objection is truly an appeal of 401, or, as Canel suggests, would affirm that Flavian and Theodoret appealed to make this appeal known to the Westerners? Shouldn't they have approached the one who is the highest leader of the whole Church and, in matters of faith, the universal representative? This is a new way of speaking, a new role for the Roman pontiff that, as far as I know, no one has considered before. But we will challenge this idea, even without the countless opinions of the most holy fathers who called the Roman pontiff the true and legitimate judge of faith disputes, before we move away from the current topic. Indeed, if the papal legates had received Flavian's petition of appeal to deliver to Leo as the case's representative, certainly St. Leo, before the ecumenical council he was organizing, would not have issued any decree or prohibition at all. He wouldn't have declared the Acts of Ephesus null and void in his other letters, wouldn't have removed the unjust judgment against Flavian from Dioscorus and that synod, and wouldn't have said in letters to Augusta Pulcheria by his own authority, Bishop Flavian remains in our and everyone's communion. As the representative, he could have communicated with Flavian, who was excommunicated by the synod according to the rules of law, but how could he have persuaded all the other priests of the Roman synod to communicate with him? What's more, before the new ecumenical council he was striving to convene, he condemned Dioscorus as guilty of a great crime. A great crime, he says in a letter to Anastasius of Thessalonica, was committed with the Alexandrian bishop as either author or executor. Furthermore, it was not only him and the Roman synod who wished to remain in communion with Flavian, but he also sent letters to the clergy, dignitaries, and people of Constantinople, urging them not to be intimidated by threats or fear into separating from their legitimate bishop. He added a declaration of the highest authority, stating that whoever dared to take over Flavian's position as bishop while he was still alive and in office would never be accepted in their communion nor be counted among the bishops. So who, looking honestly and without bias at all of St. Leo's actions, could truly believe that the Roman pontiff was merely acting as a legal representative under the authority of that appeal? Since when do legal representatives and advocates have the power to issue rulings, make declarations, nullify previous judicial decisions, absolve those who have been condemned, command, request, and restore everything to its previous state before an investigation even begins? I, for one, who have never even set foot in a court or legal tribunal, cannot see how all of this fits together. I have always understood that legal representatives can only plead cases before legitimate judges, presenting written or verbal arguments that may lead the judge to recognize and pursue the truth. But tell me, Quesnellus, I beg you, before what judge did you believe that Leo was advocating for Flavian's appeal, or that he ought to have done so? Was it before the emperor, whom he strongly urged to call for a new council in Italy? But Leo was not merely advocating, he was pressing the emperor to ensure the free and solemn enforcement of his decrees so that the truth of the Catholic faith, which had been shaken by so many dangers, would be made known to the entire world. He sought to put an end to the scandal spreading through the East, strengthen the resolve of the faithful, and provide healing to those who were willing to accept correction. As per these considerations, letters from St. Leo to the Emperor, Augusta Pulcheria, the clergy, esteemed citizens of Constantinople, Julian of Corinth, Anastasios of Thessalonica, Pascasinus, and Emperor Marcian testify that St. Leo requested the formation of a new council. We find it unnecessary to include the contents of these letters here. Despite the serious implications of these reasons, which have been explained and demonstrated, showing that St. Leo, alongside the protests of papal legates and the appeal submitted by Flavian, performed the legitimate duties of a judge, Quesnellus believes he has won the case. He argues that from Leo's letter 40, he has drawn a strong argument supporting his opinion, proving that a synod was indeed appealed by Flavian, with Leo as the head of the synod. Let's examine the clever reasoning of the opponent. He claims that the necessity of convening an ecumenical synod arises from that bishop's appeal, making it as clear as day that the synod was indeed appealed, and no other authority was challenged by the document of appeal, to pass judgment on the decision of the robber Council of Ephesus. He immediately adds the words of Leo, from which he imagines he can derive the preceding argument for himself. However, what is necessarily demanded after the appeal has been interposed is supported by the decrees of the canons held at Nicaea. If, adds Quesnellus, an appeal is made to one of the Western bishops with a provincial or diocesan synod, why does he alone prepare a judgment with his fellow provincials? Why are the priests of all the churches removed from their seats if the case can be resolved by the judgment of one? Why is an ecumenical synod necessarily demanded when an ecumenical synod is not appealed? If the primary seat is added to the document, let the pontiff of his seat summon the litigants, discuss the matter, ask for the opinion of the bishops, declare the judgment, and the case is finished. Therefore, Quesnellus added these and similar points out of a desire for debate, aiming to strongly apply the testimony of the Holy Pope. Notably, he claims that Liberatus the deacon supports his position, who clearly writes, however, those holding the position of Pope Leo objected to all that had been done. Flavianus, after the sentence was pronounced against him, appealed to the apostolic seat through his envoys with a petition. Despite this, since Quesnellus emphasizes the necessity of convening a new ecumenical council, something Leo strongly urged with tears and pleas in his 40th letter to Emperor Theodosius, I don't believe Quesnellus strengthened his argument, as he doesn't counter what we previously presented. First and foremost, it's useful to question the opponent who deemed it necessary to call an ecumenical council amidst such significant issues and upheavals. Was it Flavianus? Or the Supreme Pontiff St. Leo? Certainly not Flavianus, whom we know only appealed to the apostolic seat. It's highly probable and certain that he didn't even consider a general council. This is not only because he strongly opposed the rumor 4 months earlier that a council should be convened for his and Eutyches' case, but also because from Leo's letters, we clearly see that Flavianus submitted his petition of appeal into the hands of the Pope's envoys, wanting and requesting St. Leo alone as the judge of his case. St. Leo's words, which appear in letter 42, clearly indicate this. Upon receiving the petition of appeal from the holy bishop through Hilary the deacon, as the sole and supreme judge of that case, Leo wrote to him, making it clear that he would overlook nothing for their common cause in the matters to be addressed, so that initially we might deserve those things that can reach the universal faithful. He mentioned that he was writing a very short letter, but he added that in such a time of deep mourning and sadness, Flavian might find some comfort from the bearer of this letter, who can explain what we aim to achieve through faith and love, with the Lord's help. I shouldn't have criticized Quesnel, who took on the task of illustrating and embellishing the writings of St. Leo, because he undoubtedly knows these things. However, I ask him to note that Leo, speaking for the common cause, wanted to show that he spared no effort to ensure the cause of himself, Flavian, and all the faithful. He does not mention a single word about the synodal judgment to which the case should rightfully be referred. He doesn't assert the necessity of holding a synod as prescribed by the rules of the canons whenever someone appeals from a previous synod. If it had been a well-known, common, customary, and accepted practice that appeals made to the apostolic see should then be referred to another general synod, St. Leo would have used a different form of writing. nor would he have told Flavian that the bearer of the letters could explain what we aim to achieve through faith and love, with the Lord's help. Who then believes it was necessary for Leo to expend effort in devising the most effective remedy to completely uproot and eliminate the evils spreading in the Church, if it had already been determined by the canons that appeals must be concluded in ecumenical councils? Don't those words, whatever it is that, with the Lord's help, we aim to achieve, imply that the Roman pontiff had full authority to define, deliberate, prescribe the method and order, and the remedy itself, by which he could provide for the failing faith and the broken charity among the priests of the East? But now, Saint Pope Leo, driven by reasons of faith and charity, decided that an ecumenical council was necessary as a remedy. Canal would have understood this perfectly if he hadn't taken the words he references out of context, ignoring the other words Saint Pope Leo used to address Emperor Theodosius. He explained the dire situation by indicating that the judgment and acts of the Ephesian robbery had been referred to the tribunal of the Apostolic See, both due to the protest of his legates and because of Bishop Flavian's appeal. Since our representatives protested faithfully and Bishop Flavian submitted a letter of appeal, he immediately added this crucial point, connected to the rights of the Apostolic See. Order a general council to be held within Italy, which will either remove or mitigate all offenses, so that there may no longer be anything doubtful in faith or divided in charity. He reminded Emperor Theodosius of the dire necessity and miserable state of the Eastern churches to ensure the decree didn't seem unjust or irrational. The bishops of these churches, some had disgracefully fallen in the Ephesian Synod, others had been deposed, and others had been overcome by threats and injuries. For all of them, he prescribed an ecumenical council as the only necessary remedy. He asserted that this alone could restore everything to the original path of truth. Those who, driven by fear or deceived by ignorance, strayed from the principles of faith and charity, or even those who maliciously stained themselves with crimes, should not be cut off or separated from the unity of the Church whenever, through a change of heart, they were led back to repentance by due solemn retraction. Therefore, Canal needed to consider the meaning of the following words before assuming he had won the case against John David and other writers of better judgment and doctrine. St. Leo says, "When the bishops of the eastern provinces gather, those who have been led astray from the path of truth by threats and injustices should be restored completely through healing remedies, and even those whose case is more difficult, if they accept better counsel, should not be cut off from the unity of the Church." That this is necessary after an appeal has been made is clearly demonstrated by the decrees of the Council of Nicaea, which were established by the priests of the entire world and are included below. It is evident then, what outcome the Most Holy Pope Leo sought to achieve, one that neither the emperor nor anyone else could have reasonably opposed as unjust or inappropriate, even in the face of widespread corruption. He based this effort on two powerful legal foundations, which he insisted justified calling an ecumenical council. The first foundation came from the authentic canons of Nicaea, established by the priests of the whole world. The second was based on the solemn protest of the Pope's legates and on Flavian's appeal. Since previous writers had not clearly distinguished these two foundations, they were free to reason according to their own interpretations, leading to differing conclusions and opinions. This is evident to those who have studied the works of Launoi, Pierre de Marca, Quesnellus, John David, and others. However, it seems unnecessary to include here the various interpretations of these writers, who often contradict one another. None of them have fully grasped the reasoning behind St. Leo's writings, even though they focused entirely on the Sardican canons and relied on various conjectures, which we will not discuss at present. Instead, we will gradually dedicate our efforts to analyzing the claims of Quesnellus. Quesnellus claims, the appeal was not made to just one Western bishop along with a provincial or diocesan synod. But who has ever truthfully stated, or ever will state, the claim that Quesnellus imagines? Who could be so dull and unimaginative as to overlook this point? We don't refer to the Roman pontiff as an appellant with a provincial or diocesan synod because, when Hilary, St. Leo's envoy to the Council of Ephesus, was on his way to Rome during the anniversary council, he presented the entire issue to the fathers gathered in the city for discussion. It's clear that the fathers didn't make any rulings concerning the very troubled state of the Eastern churches. We only know that they added their bitter complaints to the tears and sighs of the highest pontiff, hoping to persuade Emperor Theodosius to allow a new ecumenical council, as the highest pontiff had already decreed upon receiving Flavian's appeal. But Quesnellus adds, why was an ecumenical council necessarily requested if it wasn't called an ecumenical council? And he further argues that in such a critical situation, if Flavian had appealed solely to Leo, the only bishop, he could have summoned the disputants to him, examined the matter, sought the opinions of fellow bishops, and rendered a decision. I am truly surprised to hear someone, considered by those who reviewed and approved his works in the writings of St. Leo, as very learned and well-versed in ecclesiastical matters, making such claims without regard for the principles of fairness, prudence, and justice, which always guided St. Leo in his advice and deliberations. For the judgment of the Holy Pontiff had to be pure and straightforward, without any exceptions. Its strength should rely not only on authority and power but also on the necessary formalities to restore the rights of his seat to their original state, which could never have been fully achieved without involving the entire universal Church. Moreover, what kind of remedy would it have been to call the disputants to him, examine the matter, and pass judgment? If the dispute had been only between Flavian and Eutyches, then perhaps St. Leo could have handled the matter himself, since he had full authority. In that case, he might not have been compelled by the grave circumstances and disasters at hand to call for an ecumenical council. But tell me, Quesnellus, how could St. Leo have forced Dioscorus and the entire Eutychian faction to appear before the Apostolic See? How could he have brought back into public and solemn retraction the 92 bishops who had given their captive hands in impious subscriptions at the Synod of Ephesus? And how, finally, could he have curbed the intolerable audacity of the Constantinopolitan and Egyptian monks, so that they might repent, cast aside all pride and impiety, and not be cut off from the unity of the Church? The Supreme Pontiff certainly had a duty to provide the necessary protection for Flavian's righteousness and sanctity. But he also had to prescribe a remedy that would benefit everyone, otherwise, with so many instigators of wrongdoing and their allies, the entire community of Catholics in the East would have been lost. Quesnellus should have foreseen that this matter closely parallels what he himself described about Pope Innocent I in the case of St. John Chrysostom, who had been unjustly deposed. Quoting from Sazaman, he wrote that Innocent sought to convene an ecumenical council, and in a letter to the clergy of Constantinople, he asked what remedy should be applied in these words. But what remedy shall we apply to these affairs at present? A synodal judgment will be necessary, which we have long said must be convened. For that alone can restrain the force of such storms. Until we achieve this, it is best to entrust the healing of this calamity to the will of God and Christ our Lord. Later, speaking of the same council he had decreed, he stated that he was deeply considering how it should be carried out, adding, "We are seriously deliberating on how an ecumenical council can be convened, through which, by divine will, these turbulent disturbances may be put to rest." Who doesn't see that he's essentially hurting himself by appealing to Pope Innocent against Quesnellus? The Holy Pope decided to hold an ecumenical council solely because Chrysostom appealed to him. Despite this, our opponent flatters himself with his deep wisdom, arguing that two major conclusions can be drawn from the previous points. The first, which we rejected earlier, is that Flavian's appeal wasn't directed to any single pope but was extended to all the bishops of the West. The second is that delegates of the Apostolic See attended the Second Council of Ephesus not only in the name of the Roman Pope, nor did they usually attend ecumenical councils in the East, but they represented all the Western bishops, whose duties they managed since they couldn't attend themselves. He adds that it was customary for the Roman bishop, when a universal council was first announced, to inform all the bishops in his patriarchate and gather a council in Rome, inviting Westerners. Indeed, these are significant claims, which he tries to sell to people unfamiliar with the history and affairs of the Roman popes. But let's briefly examine these 2 points according to the rules of law and truth, to understand their origins and on what grounds appeals made to a single supreme pontiff are seen as being extended to at least all the Western bishops. One must either believe that such cases are transferred to a council by the will and intention of those making the appeals, or by the decree and arrangement of that single bishop to whom the appeal is made. If it's the first, then the appellant shouldn't direct his petition to just one bishop, or if he does, and wants it judged by the other 406 Western bishops as well, he must clearly express this. But where does he find that Flavian mentioned any of the Western bishops in his petition? From what we've observed, along with other writers, it's evident that they appealed solely to the apostolic seat and specifically to one pope, St. Leo. Therefore, John David's reasoning holds substantial, indeed very significant, weight in demonstrating that Flavian did not present the appeal document to the bishops of Milan, Aquileia, Ravenna, Arles, or Lyon, but exclusively to the Bishop of Rome. This was done despite the objections from his envoys. Thus, it follows that Flavian's case should have been transferred solely to the Western Council by the will and decree of St. Leo. But what diminishes the supreme authority of the Roman popes if they choose to discuss, examine, and resolve matters in various orders, manners, or solemnities? Can they not summon some or many bishops of the West to join in their concern, revealing and explaining the entire series of matters to them, even using their votes, ensuring nothing is lacking from the solemnity of judgments, which St. Leo intended to indicate with the writing formula, Leo, and the Holy Synod, which convened in Rome. However, of more critical importance is another deception introduced by Quesnellus, which he solely used to diminish and limit the authority of the Roman popes to the narrowest boundaries. Therefore, he should be questioned about where he got the idea that St. Leo's envoys were appointed by the mandate and delegation of the entire Western Synod for this task. However, those writing formulas persuade us that St. Leo sent them on his behalf without consulting any other bishop, those whom I sent from my side, who may attend the holy assembly of your brotherhood in my stead, who might sufficiently fulfill my presence, and similar phrases we frequently encounter in letters written before and after the Synod of Ephesus. Therefore, Quesnellus must either admit that the authority of the entire Western Synod resides solely in the Roman bishop, or that those envoys represented only the person of the Roman pope. If the Roman pontiff alone has the authority of the entire Synod, then he can establish, define, judge, and decree by himself. His decrees will carry the same weight and strength as if they were pronounced by the entire Western Synod. This remains true even if the envoys acted solely on behalf of the Roman pontiff. Thus, Quesnellus contradicts himself by suggesting this new fallacy. He must concede and will be forced to admit that those envoys acted only on behalf of St. Leo. However, it's clear that the envoys we're discussing did not receive their mandate from the Western Synod of Bishops. We have seen before that St. Leo the Great couldn't have convened the Western Synod, even if he had wanted to. In May, he received letters from Theodosius for the Synod to be held at Ephesus, and he immediately sent envoys there. This is evident from his letters to Flavian, Theodosius, Julian of Coenz, Pulcheria Augusta, and the Synod itself at Ephesus, written in mid-June. Could he have, in just a few days, convened, conducted, and concluded a council of Western bishops, so that the envoys, armed with its authority, would set out from the city towards the east? Let Quesnellus say if he foresaw this argument when examining and preparing the writings of St. Peter, and if he foresaw it, how he planned to address it. Those two fabrications, propose to deceive the reader by asserting that it once happened again by the Roman pontiffs, either during the ecumenical council under Pope Celestine in 407, or when the envoys of the Western bishops had to attend the Sixth Synod, cannot indeed remove it. He noted first that St. Cyril at the Council of Ephesus, summarizing the opinion of the envoys from the Apostles' See, speaks thus: "For they deposed those who were filling the place of the Apostolic See and the entire Synod of the most holy and God-beloved Western bishops. And in the report sent to the Emperor, the most pious Archbishop of your great Rome, along with the entire Western Synod through the most holy bishops it sent to us, etc." The report further states, "It is evident from the Acts of the Sixth Council, where the bishops of Portus, Paternus, and Rhegium are mentioned as representing the Council of Ancient Rome, where 120 bishops had gathered. Thus, when our Pope sends legates from the Synod, he often writes not only in his own name but also in the name of the Council, as follows: Leo, and the Holy Synod, which convenes in Rome, etc." Up to this point, Quesnellus, who either intended to mislead the reader with a semblance of truth or showed that he was completely unaware of the histories he referenced. To clarify both points, we do not deny that the Roman popes, sometimes seizing the opportunity when many bishops were visiting the city, whether for an annual synod or when they approached the Holy Apostles' thresholds to seek counsel from the Apostolic See regarding their dioceses, held assemblies, or during the customary annual synods, addressed matters brought from the East. This was especially true when it concerned condemning new heresies and guarding against their proponents, namely, to prevent any error from gradually taking root, which could mislead the innocent, and to avoid associating with those of compromised faith. In both scenarios, legal and factual issues were discussed in the synods held in Rome, and the resolutions decided by the Roman Pope were sent to the Eastern synods or bishops as firm rules to be adhered to by all. This occurred in the case of the Nestorian doctrine before the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus was convened, as clearly shown by the letters of St. Celestine the Pope to St. Cyril of Alexandria. The instructions are clear: if Nestorius doesn't publicly renounce his views both in speech and in writing within 10 days, he will be excommunicated, and a new bishop will be appointed to the seat of Constantinople. Our opponent cannot question this directive. During the synod held this year, there was no discussion about sending representatives to the East for the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus. The representatives of the Apostolic See, mentioned by Quesnellus, were actually appointed in another Roman synod held the following year concerning Nestorius. When I first examined the Ephesus Council documents, which our opponent emphasizes, I suspected that the situation was presented differently than it really was. I realized that my suspicion was indeed correct. After reviewing the Acts of the Roman Synod convened by Celestine in 431, I clearly understood that not only was Quesnellus's argument weak, but it completely fell apart. In the Acts of that council, As the wise and illustrious Stephanus Belugius also noted, we find two categories, or orders, of representatives. Some were appointed by the Roman Synod to execute the condemnation of Nestorius, others were chosen by Pope Celestine himself to represent him and act on his behalf in the ecumenical synod. One of Pope Celestine's representatives was Cyril, the Archbishop or Patriarch of Alexandria, and the other was Philip, a Roman priest. The Pope sent Philip personally, but after a long exchange of letters, Cyril, who never traveled to Rome for the synod, was entrusted in 408 to represent both him and the Apostolic See in the ecumenical synod. The Roman Synod decreed that a delegation should be sent to the Ephesus Synod, and Arcadius and Projectus, bishops who would present the views of the entire Holy Western Synod, were chosen for this mission. Therefore, Quesnellus should have realized that the representatives of Pope Celestine and the Western Synod were not the same. He understood that the earlier envoys were tasked with acting as the high priest and representing his position. However, the later envoys were appointed to present the opinion of the entire Western Holy Synod to the Ecumenical Council. This difference in roles and missions clearly challenges the Quesnellian interpretation, which argued that the envoys of the Apostolic See participated in the Synod on behalf of all Westerners and acted in their stead. We also see this difference in the Acts of the General Council of Ephesus, and we are not swayed by the words of St. Cyril as recited by Quesnellus. Although St. Cyril does not specifically mention each envoy, he indicates those who represented the Apostolic See without naming them, and those whom the Western Synod under Coelestin had appointed. Therefore, he stated, the representatives of the Apostolic See and of the entire Synod of the most holy and God-beloved Western bishops have deposed him. Both groups of envoys were expected to equally dedicate their efforts to the rights of the Apostolic See, as is clear from the instructions given by St. Coelestin. He directed that upon arriving at Ephesus, they should consult with our holy brother and fellow Bishop Cyril for guidance and act according to his judgment. He then added, and we command that the authority of the Apostolic See be preserved. He specified how they should conduct themselves at the Synod with these words, if it comes to a dispute, you should judge their opinions, not engage in conflict. Coelestin wanted this instruction to safeguard the honor and authority of his see in the entire Western Synod, and to act as the supreme judge of ecclesiastical matters and doctrines of faith. He had already resolved Nestorius's case in Rome, and nothing more was needed than the execution of the sentence passed against Nestorius. It's no surprise then, that from the title of the mentioned reminder, we understand the decision of the Roman Pontiff and the Western Synod was strongly impressed upon the bishops and priests traveling to the East. Everyone needed to cooperate with Cyril to fulfill the wishes of the Roman Pontiff. However, I would easily forgive Quesnel for not noticing a difference among the envoys mentioned earlier, either because he reviewed the Acts of the Council of Ephesus too quickly, not considering if the sequence of events supported his interpretations, or because, driven by enthusiasm for a new opinion, he convinced himself with his writer's words, thinking that only the legates of the Western Synod were sent to the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus to represent Pope Celestine. But it's hard to excuse him for missing what's clearly indicated in the actions before and after. In these, there's frequent mention of the Roman priest Philip, who represented Celestine and acted as a legate for the Apostolic See. Then, there are mentions of two bishops, Arcadius and Projectus, named as legates of the Roman Church. In these actions, Philip was the first to speak, given the first place, and by the power of his legation, he indeed occupied Celestine's place. Therefore in these records, Philip, presbyter and legate of the Apostolic See, said, Arcadius and Projectus, though they held a higher clerical rank, spoke after Philip, and to indicate their delegation, the council's notary used the following words, Arcadius, bishop and legate of the Roman Church, said. And again, Projectus, bishop and legate of the Roman Church, said. When I noticed the variety in speaking and writing styles, it became clear to me that the entire previous structure of Canel was destroyed and reduced to nothing. This is especially evident when we consider that Philip himself, as the second speaker, requested the letters of Pope Saint Celestine to be read at the Synod. After these letters were read, he thanked the Ecumenical Council and briefly praised the rights, privileges, and primacy of the Roman pontiffs over the entire Church. Then, because he was troubled and faced many challenges, he couldn't reach Ephesus before the General Synod had begun on the appointed day, and since the first session had already been completed while Bishops Arcadius and Projectus were still absent, he asked for an explanation of what had been done so that, with the authority given to him by the Roman pontiff, these could be confirmed. In another session, he also praised the Roman pontiff, the successor of the divine Peter, by adding, we, fulfilling his presence, have sent to the Holy Synod. Now let us inquire whether the Acts of the Sixth Council can support Canel's opinion. However, in this matter, The Roman Synod convened by Agatho in the case of the Monothelites shows that Canel himself stood against the truth with a lie. In this synod, although those 3 legates were elected, namely John of Porto, Abundentius of Paternus, and John of Reggio, the Supreme Pontiff wanted to uphold his rights and added his own delegation to this public legation. For this task, he selected Bishop Theodosius, Presbyter George, Deacon John, and Subdeacon Constantine, to whom, as Anastasius the librarian says, he gave a letter written in his own name to the emperor. Therefore, a double legation must be acknowledged for the 6th General Synod. To ensure that the testimony of Anastasius the librarian is not considered false or misinterpreted, the Acts of the 6th Council, although altered and corrupted by the Greeks, are in Honorius and the Apostolic. The opposition of the seat, however, will be beneficial to bring into the spotlight, from which we will clearly demonstrate the truth we are discussing. Among the first to sign the Acts of the General Synod were the legates of Agatho. As we read, Theodore, humble bishop of the Holy Roman Church, representing Agatho, the thrice blessed and universal Pope of the city of Rome, I have signed. 2 other legates of Agatho, though not ordained bishops, used a similar signing format. They signed immediately after Theodore, before any bishops or their legates, George, humble priest of the Holy Roman Church, and representing Agatho, the thrice blessed and universal Pope of the city of Rome, I have signed. Next, John the deacon, also a legate of Agatho, signed among them. However, if we examine the subscription of the legates of the Roman Synod, we find it to be quite different. In the 9th position, the name of John, Bishop of Portus, appears with the following formula: John, unworthy Bishop of the Holy Church of Portus, legate of the entire Council of the Holy Apostolic See of the City of Rome, defining I have signed. Finally, in the 12th and 13th positions, the subscriptions of 2 other legates of the same Roman Synod are recorded under the preceding formula. So, where does Canel find that the legates of the Roman pontiffs in ecumenical synods were accustomed to act as representatives of the entire Western Council? Where does he deduce that the legates of the Apostolic See attended ecumenical councils in the East not only in the name of the Roman pontiff but also as representatives of all the bishops of the West, whom they represented, as they could not attend in person? Indeed, these 2 examples, entirely fabricated by him, prove the contrary. And so, it seems that Quesnel, rather than focusing on the realities of church history to seek the truth, was instead led astray by the fantasies of dreamers. These dreamers, even while asleep, imagine they have already found what they desire most when awake. Yet, Quesnel still convinced himself that these earlier fabrications held some value and strength. Sticking to his original plan, he refers to letter 77 of St. Leo, addressed to the bishops of Gaul. However, disregarding the context, timing, and reasons that prompted the pontiff to write this letter, he directs his critique at John David, arguing that since it was claimed the appeal document was handed to the legates, an appeal was made solely to Leo by Flavian. He then asserts, from this, it is clear that the legates represented not only the pontiff but all Westerners, therefore, the appeal was made to all, in whose name they attended the synod. Here is another fantasy of Quesnel. Now, he believes he has defeated his opponent David and celebrates victory, claiming to have shown that appeals to the Roman pontiff alone go against ecclesiastical tradition and synodal rights. Instead, he should have lamented the impending disaster due to the serious fabrications perhaps crafted to undermine the authority of the Roman pontiffs. Meanwhile, regarding the letter from the Holy Pontiff to the bishops of Gaul, our current approach does not permit us to delve into it. We will cover this in another volume of the works of St. Leo, examining his actions post-Council of Chalcedon, to maintain the chronological order. For now, we just note that the letter makes no mention of Flavian's appeal, which is at the heart of our debate. It simply informs the bishops of Gaul about the profession of their faith accepted in the synodal manner, which they acknowledged in the letter. The doctrines regarding the incarnation of the Word, which he had written long ago to Flavian, serve as a definitive rule of faith to be followed by all. He expresses gratitude to God that, with complete agreement and without any disputes, they have chosen to adhere to the evangelical and apostolic tradition. There isn't a single word supporting Quesnel's cause, which is now entirely defeated. Therefore, it's necessary to move on to other matters addressed in the 6th section of the same dissertation, where he begins discussing the Nicene canons praised by St. Leo in the aforementioned letter 40. He first notes in the margin, David wrongly argues from the canons of Sardica praised by Leo. Then, in the body of the same chapter, referring to David, he says, indeed, says this writer, St. Leo cites the authority of the Nicene, specifically the canons of Sardica, to support the fairness of Flavian's appeal. However, the canons of Sardica mention no appeal except the one pertaining solely to the Roman bishop. Therefore, he suggests, St. Leo either misuses the synod's decrees or he believed Flavian's appeal was transferred to him. Quesnel, the adversary, denies that David's case can be supported by these weak foundations compared to the opposing arguments he proposed, and since there is no mention of appeals in the Nicene canons, David is almost ridiculed for attempting to use divination with other writers. Yet, he reluctantly admits that the canons of Sardica, presented here under a different name, were used by Leo to argue the necessity of an ecumenical council. However, if this reasoning were valid, he argues, who wouldn't find it unworthy of Leo? He later presents an argument, known as a syllogism in schools, to refute David. And as beginners often do when first practicing dialectic studies, he says, "Do you see, my David, how absurd that major premise is, on which your argument must rely?" He persistently argued that a syllogism, arranged and explained according to David's method by himself, should be organized differently, so that it would lead to the conclusion that, based on the decree of the Sardican canons, a council should be convened to discuss the appeal. Later, following the scholar's method, he assumes something he believes is foreign to David's intention and considers it crucial, namely, that it was suggested to the Pope that when the Sardican Synod allowed bishops to appeal to the Apostolic See or the Roman bishop, they intended the appeal to be referred not to a bishop individually, but to him surrounded by the bishops of their dioceses, judged only by all the Western bishops assembled under the Patriarch. Therefore, he indeed puts all his effort in vain to support the proposed system. He then cites those words of St. Leo urging Emperor Theodosius, when the bishops of the eastern provinces gather, and adds, then the reasoning of the Pope will not be flawed, thus urging Augustus, but will fully align with the rules of logic. To demonstrate this, St. Leo's enthemy must be resolved into a syllogism, making what he had in mind and what must necessarily be supplied as clear as the midday sun. A beautiful building, painted with the color of truth, but since it is poorly constructed, it must appear utterly ruinous to those who are accustomed not only to examine the appearances of things but also to strive to scrutinize and observe things as they are truly constructed. Therefore, for now, I will let go of that subsequent syllogism constructed by Quesnel to criticize David. In constructing it, since Quesnel labored under a false assumption, as the schools say, it not only falters but completely collapses. And let it not be objected to me about David, who understood the Sardican canons in the name of the Nicene canons and appealed to them. But why Quesnel brought up these Sardican canons in the first place, he concealed. David was making his case against Linnaeus and other supporters of this opinion. To criticize them, he needed to first align with the same principles and, by refuting their views, demonstrate that, according to ecclesiastical law, the appeal of Flavian was directed solely to the Roman Pope, not a Western Synod. So, I don't see how David could be accused. Instead, his opponents, particularly Quesnellus, should be blamed, as they failed to understand the manner of speaking or the leadership style of the Holy Pope. To grasp the mind of the Holy Pope, we must distinguish between two things, neither of which should be linked to the canons of Sardica. One relates to divine law, and the other to the 5th and 6th canons of Nicaea, which we believe St. Leo primarily referenced. The right to accept appeals and thoroughly investigate the cases of appealing bishops was given to the Roman popes not only by the decrees of the canons but by divine institution. Therefore, it became their responsibility, after receiving the appeals, to decide and establish the type of judgment they deemed most suitable and necessary, considering the needs of the matters, the changes in times when they sometimes had to accommodate the irregular actions of secular powers, and the benefit of the churches and the priests' peace. Thus, it's no surprise that although they have the authority to choose and establish various remedies after receiving appeals, they decide based on what aligns with the sacred canons and benefits the entire community of the faithful, not just a select few. Considering the state of the Eastern churches, which was clearly shown by the robbery at Ephesus, our most holy Pope, mindful of both divine and ecclesiastical law, wanted to issue a decree based on an appeal he received. He decided that the issues facing all the Easterners should be discussed and resolved in a new general council. To hold this synod, he laid out rules to restore the violated rights of his seat due to Dioscorus' inability, believing it would benefit the universal church. This is clearly indicated by Leo's words, which we explained earlier, though Quesnellus recently objected to them, thinking they might support his lost cause. Certainly, when the bishops of the eastern provinces gather, those who have strayed from the path of truth due to threats and injustices should be restored with healing remedies, and those facing more difficult situations, if they agree to better advice, should not be excluded from the unity of the Church. What is necessarily demanded after such an appeal is supported by the decrees of the Nicene canons, established by priests from all over the world, which are included below. Quesnellus adds, the decrees held at Nicaea, praised by St. Leo, are so obscure to most people that nothing could be more unclear. Indeed, nothing like that is found among the Nicene canons, and David is forced to refer to the Sardica canons, which Leo cited under the name of the Nicene canons, as many before him have speculated. However, we do not reluctantly concede that the Sardica canons, presented under a different name, are used by Leo to argue for the necessity of an ecumenical council. Up to this point, Quesnellus, who criticizes David at his own discretion, presents two arguments. One argument is based on David's own principles, while the other is crafted by Quesnellus from his imagination to completely undermine and discredit David's views and those of other wise men. Quesnellus then examines the Sardican canons to understand the mind of the Holy Pope. He transcribes 3 Sardican canons, the 3rd, 4th, and 7th, and claims that the earlier words of St. Leo should be linked to these. However, those who are not focused solely on the final words of the Holy Pope, and are willing to consider the entire context, the structure, and the meaning of the words, will undoubtedly conclude that Quesnellus wasted both time and effort in the year 413, along with me. Indeed, if all of these are compared with the Nicene canons, the many misinterpretations that have arisen where, under Quesnellus's influence, these decrees were seen as so obscure that nothing more obscure could be imagined will completely vanish. Therefore, let's present the 5th Nicene canon. Regarding those excluded from communion, whether clergy or laity, a regular decision by the bishops of each province should be followed, ensuring that those rejected are not accepted by others. It should also be ensured that bishops are not excluded from the congregation due to faint-heartedness, contention, or any other fault. Therefore, to investigate more properly, it is agreed that twice a year, councils are held in each province, so that, with all the bishops gathered, such questions are discussed, and those who have sinned are reasonably judged by all to be excommunicated by the bishop until it pleases the assembly of bishops. The compilers of councils have noted in the margin, or in common, or if it pleases the bishop to pass a more lenient sentence for such people, etc. Let's have Quesnellus compare his proposal to illustrate the works of St. Leo with a fresh perspective. Can the words of the Holy Pope urging the Emperor be compared to the decree of this canon? He uses a reasoning method that scholars refer to as from the lesser to the greater. What does Leo say in these words that doesn't align with this canon? It's about a layperson or cleric who has been unjustly removed from their position through oppression and force. However, Leo is addressing the case of bishops who have strayed from the truth due to threats and injuries. The council deals with issues affecting only one province, involving laypeople or clerics who are irregularly excommunicated, and it discusses bishops who exercised force and tyranny. It suggests convening a provincial synod as a remedy to investigate these matters more appropriately and discuss such issues. On the other hand, the Holy Pope was not asked to address issues limited to a single province based on an appeal, but instead, he was urged to eliminate the scandals affecting the entire East, to defend the faith of the Catholics, and to vindicate the most holy bishops who were excommunicated and deposed through force and oppression. He requests a general synod as a necessary remedy, prescribing their full restoration with effective solutions. The Council of Nicaea decrees that for those whom the synod reasonably believes to have been excommunicated by the bishop, no indulgence should be granted until the entire synod or the bishop himself decides to pass a more humane sentence for such individuals. Similarly, St. Leo, speaking about those bishops who, in the robber Synod of Ephesus, acted out of malice or ancient rivalries, and who were transgressors, prescribed that if they chose to follow better advice through repentance, they should not be excluded from the unity of the Church. Tell me, Quesnel, does this decree of Leo really align with the canons of Nicaea? What's the difference? Some argue, as both Lanoyam and Quesnel have noted, that St. Leo the Great's words don't match the decrees of Nicaea since none of them mention appeals. We only vaguely infer this idea of appeals from those 3 Sardican canons. So, it's reasonable to think that the Holy Pontiff referred to these canons under the name of the Nicene canons. But what does this response really achieve? Anyone who examines the writings of the Holy Pontiff can see that Leo's words have a different meaning. He didn't claim the right to receive and judge cases of appealing bishops based on the canons. Instead, he offered a remedy to uniquely help and benefit the troubled affairs of the East, the faith in danger, and its oppressed defenders. This was what was needed after an appeal was made, as the decrees from the councils at Nicaea show. So, he assumes here that the right of appeals is his for another reason, not because of the canon's decrees, but because this right comes from divine institution, through which the administration of ecclesiastical matters was spread throughout the world. He mentions this responsibility given to him by divine authority in many letters. When writing to Anastasius, Bishop of Thessalonica, whom he involved in his responsibilities by delegating some of his governing duties, he provides no other reason than this, that the care we owe primarily to all churches is by divine institution. In the final chapter of the same letter, it distinguishes the different ranks of bishops. Some are appointed in smaller cities of the provinces, while others serve in larger ones, taking on lesser or greater responsibilities. Through them, the care of the universal church flows to the one seat of Peter, ensuring nothing opposes its head. We find a similar expression in the letter to the Palestinian monks, which begins with, "Through the reports of many, it has come to my attention, a responsibility I owe to the universal church and all its children." Reflecting on the heavy burden placed upon him by God on the anniversary of his Assumption, he asserts that managing all and each individual bishop is part of his duty. He states, "When people from all over the world gather at the seat of the blessed Apostle Peter, and the love of the universal church entrusted by the Lord to him is demanded from our management, we feel the weight of our burden even more, as we owe more to everyone." Leo exercised this universal care independently of any council in matters concerning the eastern regions, as clearly shown in a letter to Anatolius. In this letter, addressing those who gravely sinned in the case of Eutyches and claimed a superior position for themselves in that unfortunate council understood as the Council of Ephesus, he warns against burdening their humbler brothers with the prejudices of their arrogance. If they repent and, ceasing to defend their actions, turn to condemning their own error, and if their satisfaction seems acceptable, it should be reserved for the more mature decisions of the Apostolic See. Thus, after examining and weighing all things, it may be judged what should be established concerning their actions. Pope Leo wanted the reservation of judgment to hold such importance that neither Anatolius nor the priests of the Church of Constantinople were allowed to read the names of the lapsed at the altar until he decided, based on the unfolding events, that their penitence should be accepted. He immediately added, "Neither in the church where the Lord has placed you as a leader should the name of any such person, as we have already written, be read at the altar until the process of events shows what should be decided about them." He concludes the letter by saying that he had instructed the legates, whom he sent in 415, about everything to be done and addressed at the new council in Chalcedon. However, if something needed to be discussed beyond what he had described in the instructions, he requested that everything be referred to him, so he could carefully decide what should be observed. And if, he said, something more needed to be discussed, a report should quickly be sent to us. So, after considering the nature of the causes, our diligence should establish what needs to be observed. From the above, it's clear that Canal and his supporters are being urged more seriously. For what need did Leo have to claim for himself the right of appeals made by Eastern bishops, based on the strength of the decrees of Sardica, when he already, in all his writings and opinions, stated that his authority arose from divine dispensation, allowing him to take care of all the churches, to pass judgment on matters of faith, to define and settle contentious cases, and to relax canonical penalties? What need was there to insist on those canons, written in the 4th century of the Church to protect the prerogatives and privileges of his seat, when he affirmed that he should devote his care to the universal Church and all its children, and that this care was entrusted to him by the Lord due to the dispensation of his office, which he considered most serious, because he owed more to all the faithful? What, in conclusion? The practice of bringing cases to the apostolic seat started with the privilege of the Council of Sardica's canons. By divine institution, the care of the universal Church should flow to the seat of Peter. This is pure nonsense. St. Leo reasoned differently, ensuring the members adhered to their head without discord. So, it's not surprising that under the title of ecclesiastical primacy granted to him, he established rules to be strictly followed for conducting matters in synods, including ecumenical ones. He limited the authority of synods in making judgments within narrow confines, independently of any synod. Finally, he reserved for himself the right to decide whether the satisfaction and penitence of those guilty of serious crimes deserved pardon and reconciliation. There's another serious issue to address regarding Quesnellus and others previously mentioned. The Holy Pontiff wanted to ensure that bishops at the Council of Chalcedon would not grant indulgence to those already excluded from communion. He forbade Anatolius and other priests or bishops of the Church of Constantinople from reciting their names at the altar before the apostolic seat had decided what should be done. As he stated, "Our concern must establish what should be observed, having considered the nature of the cases." These points are necessary to expose the nonsense and deceptions of Quesnellus and to refute the false arguments regarding the appeal of St. Flavian to the apostolic seat and the sole supreme pontiff, St. Leo. However, we couldn't include all the instances scattered in the works of the Holy Pontiff, which affirm that his care of the pontificate is divinely instituted to extend throughout the whole world. Otherwise, this exercise would become excessively lengthy. As we aim to wrap this up, we felt it important to add one more point. Pope Leo not only referenced the authentic canon of the Fifth Council of Nicaea in his letter to Theodosius, but also the Sixth. This should be understood not in the way common manuscripts present it, but as it was read at the Council of Chalcedon, specifically, that the Roman Church has always held primacy. The bishops from around the world, by approving this reading, clearly affirmed that the primacy of the Roman pontiff primarily rests on divine institution. Thus, it wasn't necessary for Leo to refer to canons beyond the Nicene or those of Sardica, which were considered part of the Nicene canons, to assert his rights. Finally, since Quesnellus, aiming to challenge the Roman pontiffs, put a lot of effort into interpreting the 416 Sardica canons according to his own view, we will reserve our comments on these for the next discussion, which we now approach as an appendix to this.
Chapter 10.
This chapter primarily focuses on the 3 canons of Sardica. Scholars like Lannoy and Canel argue that Saint Flavian was compelled by their authority to appeal to Saint Leo the Great, seeking a larger council for his case. However, the arguments they present are shown to be weak or false, as evidenced by the letters of Saints Julius, Leo, and Gelasius. I may not have elaborated enough on Saint Flavian's appeal to the Supreme Pontiff, Saint Leo, in my earlier discussion, according to those familiar with the works of John Lannoy, Pascasius Canel, and others from this school of thought. They understand that the right of appeal to the Roman pontiffs by bishops was established by ecclesiastical law, derived from the canons of Sardica, particularly when dealing with the Western Council. Initially, when I considered these writers' opinions, I was uncertain whether a separate discussion was necessary, as an appendix, to further investigate the intention behind establishing these notable 3 canons. I reflected on the fact that these fathers did not ignore or wish to conceal the divine right granted to the Roman pontiffs to judge all church matters. However, after reviewing Lannoy's letter to James Boet and the latter part of the 8th dissertation by Pascasius Canel, I decided to discuss the canons of Sardica here, ensuring that what was previously described wouldn't seem doubtful or weak. To further affirm the truth of these statements, I believe that the actions of the Supreme Pontiffs before the Council of Sardica, who accepted appeals and delivered final judgments without opposition, could be highly significant. The most notable case, I thought, was that of Athanasius of Alexandria. At that time, the Sardica canons had not yet been established, as the Fathers only convened for that synod 5 or 7 years later. When Athanasius was accused by the Eusebian and Arian factions of various crimes through slander, he was judged, condemned, and removed from his bishopric by Eastern synods. He had to travel to Rome to present his case to Julius and explain the severe persecutions he faced out of hatred for the faith, while also seeking a new examination of his case. This was to prevent the decisions made at Tyre and Mareotis from becoming final judgments. There is no doubt that Athanasius appealed against the judgment of the Easterners and sought the judgment of the tribunal he approached and before which he wished to stand. But what rights did Athanasius have that allowed him to appeal to only 417 of the many Western bishops, whose judgment his opponents could neither refuse nor reject? I cannot see how this was possible unless we consider divine and apostolic authority. The Sardica canons, which had not yet been established, certainly did not support Athanasius. Nor did any other canons exist, according to authors like Canel, Lannoy, and others, that granted the right of accepting appeals to the Roman pontiffs. Above all, we should not heed Canel, who, in his writings, seeks to undermine or diminish the authority of the Roman popes, claiming a certain right common to all Catholic bishops exists, obligating them to offer their services for matters of faith and the Church. In the case of Athanasius and others like him, it wasn't just about enduring hardships for the stability and safety of the common faith or the Church's benefit. It was about making a decisive judgment to abolish the synodal canons of the Eastern churches, and curb the reckless actions of many factional bishops who had forcibly removed Athanasius from his position and wrongly assigned his bishopric to a heretical man. Furthermore, if any bishop is expected to help in similar cases, why did Athanasius appeal to Julius, the sole Roman pope? Why did Julius himself, wanting to thoroughly investigate Athanasius's innocence and make it known to all Catholics, compel the accusers to come to Rome, at least through their representatives, to explain why they had convened in Tyre without the Apostolic See's consent to falsely accuse a very holy man? Why did the Arians and Eusebians, when summoned by Julius to present their case before him, not protest the judgment's incompetence? They certainly used various evasions to avoid the public disgrace they knew was looming over them, as the most reliable records attest. We also know that Athanasius was worn out, waiting for their promised arrival in the city for 15 months. But who could ever affirm or will ever affirm that the case couldn't be brought before the tribunal of the Apostolic See, where Athanasius had appealed? Indeed, it's evident that the Eusebian and Arian bishops didn't dare to deny the jurisdiction of the Roman Pope, which compelled them to come to the city, as shown clearly by the repeated disturbances they raised against Athanasius after the death of Emperor Constantine. So, when the Eusebians were called by Emperor Constantius to the dedication of the Antiochene Basilica, which was started by Constantine, They couldn't accept that the holy bishop had been restored to his position after 15 months. They seized this moment to hold a council. Using new schemes and depending on the emperor's favor and authority, they expelled Athanasius and installed Gregory in the Alexandrian seat. Gregory, backed by 5,000 armed men, forcibly removed the holy bishop and took control of the church through violence and intimidation. Once again, the sole defender of Athanasius was Pope Julius. When Athanasius, along with Marcellus, the bishop of Ankara, and others exiled by the Eusebian faction, requested a new trial for a full re-examination of their case, everyone knew how it would end. Athanasius, Paul, the bishop of Constantinople, Lucius of Adrianople, Marcellus of Ankara, Asclepius of Gaza, and many others were formally acquitted and declared innocent by Julius and the Roman Synod, and they were deemed worthy to return to their positions without any canonical barriers. To make sure this judgment was seen as final by everyone, Pope Julius reinforced it with all the legal conditions. The leaders of the Eusebian faction were summoned to Rome with canonical citations to explain the unfair judgments made at the Tyrian and Antiochian synods. This was in line with the Church's canon, as Theodoret mentioned, which required that judgments should not be made without hearing both sides and that no sentences should be passed on those who were absent. However, the supporters of Eusebius, uncertain about their position and aware that Roman soldiers and officials couldn't protect them, offered various weak and misleading excuses. They mentioned the short notice given to them and cited the emperor's war against the Persians as a hindrance to travel, along with other reasons they thought might justify their delay and evasion. Despite this, when they learned that their judgments were nullified and overturned by Julius and the Roman Synod, they paid little attention to the fact that all matters were under the Roman Pope's authority, as Sazomenes notes, or that the Roman Church held a privilege above others, as Socrates mentions. The supporters of Eusebius were greatly disturbed and regrouped in Antioch. They wrote a letter to Julius filled with elegant words, irony, and not without serious insults. This disturbance among the Eusebians is also narrated by Sazomenes. But we understand the truth more clearly from Pope Julius's authentic letter, in which he individually counters their objections, refutes their false arguments, and strongly defends the rights of the Roman See, as passed down by the apostles through tradition. Severinus Binius carefully summarized the complaints from Julius's letter, listing them in this order. First, they were upset about being summoned to Rome. Second, they felt the time set for the council was too short. Third, they were displeased that the acts of the Council of Tyre were to be reviewed again by Julius, arguing it was improper for another synod to revisit matters already decided, and that Julius was undermining their judgments. Fourth, to avoid the judgment of the Roman Church, which is typical of all heretics, they insisted that the dignity of bishops shouldn't be judged by the size of their cities. Fifth, they complained to Julius that when writing to them, he did not address letters to each of them by name, but rather inscribed the letter to Eusebius and his associates. Finally, in a letter to Julius, they complained that Athanasius, Marcellus, and other bishops, who had previously been condemned by them, were now accepted into Catholic communion. Sazomen adds that they stated in their letters they would never make peace with Julius unless he approved what they had established. No one could fail to be amazed at such boldness from the heretics. But why? Because they argued with Julius, the Pope, and denied him the rights that tradition taught were derived from the apostles? Meanwhile, what should we think? That they had a better understanding of the rights and privileges of the Roman popes than they did of the divinity of Christ the Lord and the consubstantiality of the divine Word with the Father. It is well known to everyone that they were not afraid to deny these things about Christ the Lord. Therefore, if the Eusebians followed no law other than their own will, it's no wonder they refused to obey any ecclesiastical command. To defend their stubborn defiance with some plausible appearance, they invented canons stating that the decisions of one synod couldn't be overturned by another. But what kind of deception were they creating? They themselves had initially convened several synods to abolish the Nicene statutes. Then, when they were summoned to Rome by Pope Julius to present their case, they didn't claim the judge was incompetent, as they say. They didn't challenge the citation or summons. They simply delayed, repeatedly using various evasions. When the Pope could no longer wait for their arrival and their envoys secretly fled, leaving behind the acts of the Tyrian and Mareotic synods in the Pope's hands, the truth of all matters was clearly recognized. A decree of absolution in favor of Athanasius and his companions was issued. All the acts fraudulently and oppressively concocted in the East were declared null and void. Realizing that all their wicked schemes had been completely exposed and defeated by the judgment of the Roman See, they began to boldly challenge its authority. They wanted the Roman pontiff to adopt their corrupt views by confirming and accepting the wicked decrees they had established. However, this new eagerness and ambition, being contrary to the apostolic decrees of Paul and the teachings of the Fathers, is primarily refuted by Pope Julius. He criticizes those who introduce novelties with these words, which fittingly apply to those who believe appeals should only be made from council to larger council. Are you unaware that it is customary for matters to be first reported to us, so that what is just can be determined from here? Therefore, if there was such suspicion against a bishop, it ought to have been referred to our church, but now they have acted as they pleased without informing us, and they want us to be supporters of a condemnation in which we did not participate. This is not how Paul's ordinances are, nor how the Fathers taught, but it is arrogance and a new eagerness. Finally, the Supreme Pontiff uses an appeal to urge the stubborn Eusebians to listen. What we have received from the blessed Apostle Peter, I communicate to you, not intending to write what I believe is already known to you, unless the events themselves had disturbed us. He lists all the evils that occurred in the Church due to their efforts and schemes, urging them to refrain from similar actions in the future and to oppose those who would dare such things, with great composure, so that they do not become ridiculous among the pagans. Now, if I wished to discuss this letter of Julius to the Eusebians more extensively, I could more clearly demonstrate that the authority of the Apostolic See, which the Pontiff mentions, is founded on divine law and apostolic canon, as has been proven quite learnedly by others. Christianus Lupus brings up various examples from church history, particularly those he believes can be found in the works of Eusebius of Caesarea and others. He also references the well-known testimony of Tertullian against Praxeas, mentioning Zephyrinus in the case of Montanus, and the decree of the Antiochene Council against Paul of Samosata. This decree only gained significance after being confirmed by Dionysius of Rome, as noted elsewhere during the preparation of a Latin edition of Eusebius of Caesarea by Rufinus. Therefore, we will bypass these examples and similar ones that distinguished scholars have used to explain the divine and apostolic law granted to the Reverend Fathers for handling appeals. We aim to stay on topic and avoid repeating what others have already covered. We focus solely on the testimony of the esteemed Pope Julius, whom the followers of Eusebius did not dare to oppose. Who would believe that a cunning group of heretics, driven by hatred and rage against Athanasius, would have remained silent if Julius had falsely appealed to his rights, the customs of the churches, the ordinances of the apostles, and the teachings of the Fathers to protect his own, especially when they accused him of being overly ambitious and seeking new innovations? Yet this custom and exercise of divine law, which the followers of Eusebius did not attack, were at least questioned by Quesnellus and Lanoius. Even though they admit that Julius wanted to examine the case of Athanasius and others in the year 341, with representatives from the Arians present, they downplay the fact that they were acquitted and reinstated. They simply claim that the Roman Council was convened and conducted as if by mutual agreement of both parties. They therefore assume no authority in the Roman pontiff beyond what he received from the litigants. Yet Lanoius, using similar tactics, argues that Julius was appointed as the arbitrator of Athanasius's case by the followers of Eusebius themselves, on the condition that he could only judge at their request. Just like in some disputes, where people avoid the usual judges established by law and instead choose new arbitrators, Lanois tries to mislead his friend, John the Good, by adding these words from Athanasius. The Egyptians wrote these things to everyone and to the Roman bishop Julius because the Eusebians also sent letters to Julius, and in order to intimidate us, they ordered a synod to be convened, and they entrusted the judgment of the case to Julius if he wished. However, the deceptions of both Quesnel and Lanois quickly unravel, as the very words of Pope Julius, previously praised, come to light. When exploring the legitimate rights of a judge, he references ancient customs, the ordinances of the apostles, and the teachings of the Fathers. Therefore, he should have highlighted the compromise already made by the Eusebian faction and made it known publicly, so that everyone would understand that he was involved in the Eastern Synods because the disputing parties had given him the authority to judge. On the other hand, he accuses them of ignorance and mocks them by saying, "Are you unaware that this is the custom, that the matter should first be written to us so that what is just can be determined from here?" So, it wasn't within the Eusebians' power to appoint Julius as the arbitrator and make a compromise, allowing him to decide the case based on justice and fairness. Rather, he had received the authority to judge matters of the Church and bishops from God, and since the time of the apostles, the Roman pontiff has maintained such rights. Lanois also unwisely brought up Athanasius's words to explore the intentions of the Eusebians in appealing to Julius. What else can be understood from these words, except that the Eusebians were confident in their case and had already promised to either the Roman Synod or Julius himself to accept their judgment, as the apostolic ordinances and customs required. The decision doesn't suggest a compromise or align with both adversaries' arguments. Instead, for the Latins of that time, it means judgment or command. typically from someone with legitimate authority, as shown by Horace and Cicero. We haven't fully grasped the impact of Athanasius's words unless we realize that no one can be deterred by an arbitrary judge's ruling made through compromise. It can't be seen as a compromise unless the disputants agree among themselves to abide peacefully by the coming judgment. So, since the Eusebians sent letters to Pope Julius to deter Athanasius, they intended to appeal to that tribunal beyond this. They weren't allowed to seek evasions or file appeals, as a definitive and final judgment was to be made. By this judgment, as the Eusebians themselves wanted, Athanasius would no longer be allowed to return to his Alexandrian church. A definitive and final judgment means all hope of further dissent is removed from the condemned, and this kind of judgment can only instill fear. Furthermore, the Eusebians were compelled to send their envoys to Rome not based on compromise but a true appeal. They never mentioned holding a council unless, when they found themselves defeated by Athanasius's envoys, they sensed their cause was lost. Initially, they didn't refuse to have Julius as the legitimate judge of the entire dispute. They only began to refuse when they were completely defeated by the adversary's envoys. Julius himself criticized the Eusebians with these words, "Indeed, your envoys, the priest Macarius, Hesychius, and the deacon Martorius, were no match for the priests sent by Athanasius when they came here. They were consistently refuted and defeated by them. They requested that we convene a council and send letters to both the Eusebians and Athanasius in Alexandria to summon them, so the case could be judged fairly in everyone's presence. They claimed they would then prove something about Athanasius that they couldn't prove before." One cannot suspect that Julius' words refer to some private discussion between the envoys of both parties, for the Holy Pope immediately added these words to highlight the solemnity of the judgment and inquiry. "Before us publicly, Martorius and Hesychius were refuted, with the priests of Athanasius confidently and eagerly resisting. Indeed, if the truth must be told, Martorius and his companions were defeated everywhere, which led them to request a general council. They did not initially request a general synod until they realized their case was failing. Then, following the usual course of action typical of heretics and schismatics, they decided to distance themselves from the judgment of the Supreme Pontiff, attempting to deceive the Holy Father with the evasions of rebels, and they requested a council be convened. Meanwhile, it became clear that this petition held no strength at all, for the Pope, using the divine authority he had received and following the rules of law, declared Marcellus and Athanasius innocent of all charges and welcomed them into communion. He declared the records of the Acts, which had been drawn up in the synods of Tyre and Mariotis, null and void. Consequently, Athanasius and the other Catholic accusers, driven to despair and fearing the punishments of slanderers according to the decrees of the canons, secretly left the city of Rome at night and fled. However, noticing the irregular actions of these envoys, Pope Julius himself, with utmost gentleness, attempted to resolve the severe disputes among the Easterners. So, after accepting the appeal from the same envoys, even though there was no urgent need to convene a council, he sent letters instructing Eusebius and his associates to come to Rome for a council. But when that schismatic group continued to frustrate the Pope's efforts with evasions and delays, he once again declared in the council that Athanasius and his allies were innocent of any crime, and decreed that they were deserving of being restored to their positions from which they had been unjustly removed. Thus, Julius, as if wanting to explain his actions, addressed them with these words, "Therefore, beloved ones, you should have come here without hesitation, so that the matter could be resolved. Indeed, reason demands it, for they would have come, as I said, if they had hoped well for their cause." The Eusebians never denied the right of the Roman pontiff to summon bishops of the Eastern churches, nor did they claim exemption from the obedience owed by all the churches of the Christian world to the Holy Apostolic Roman See. However, Lenoius, realizing he was entangled in these issues, devised the following argument, saying, "Neither by the decree of Pope Julius nor by the decision of the Roman Synod was Athanasius restored to his position. It was by the judgment of the Sardican Council, which was far more numerous than the Roman Synod and confirmed whatever had been done by the Roman Synod." This is a weak argument against all the rules of law and logic. He tries to blur the distinction between the right to judge and the execution of an already issued decree, wrongly suggesting that the judgments of the Roman pontiffs are insignificant unless confirmed by general synods. But let him say whether justly or unjustly the judgments and decisions of both Julius and the Roman Council were delayed? Certainly not justly, since both the Eusebians and Athanasius and his allies, they did not refuse to accept the Pope as a judge, as is clear from what was previously mentioned. Therefore, the Arian faction unjustly opposed the decisions of Julius and the Roman Synod. With the support of Emperor Constantius, it was ensured that Athanasius and others were not reinstated to their positions. It's important to note that the Council of Sardica did not add any strength or confirmation to the judgment of Julius and the decision of the Roman Synod, as observed by Lannoy and Canel. They made the following formal declaration. From this, the fairness of the judgment of our brother and fellow Bishop Julius will be clearly evident, who gave his decision not with reckless advice, but with mature deliberation, so that nothing remains doubtful about the communion of our brother Athanasius. Another escape from a much larger synod, which both our adversaries rely on, also falls apart. The authority of synods doesn't come from the number of bishops present, but from the one who has the power to convene them and from the canonical and apostolic rules maintained in the form and order of judgments, as St. Leo the Great clearly indicated in Letter 80 to Anatolius of Constantinople, which we will discuss in Chapter 10 of the following book. Therefore, if the adversary's argument held, the Council of Sardica could not have examined the case of Athanasius and his associates, since this had already been decided multiple times. First, indeed in our province, as Athanasius says, when nearly 100 bishops gathered for it, and second in Rome with the other adversaries of Eusebius present. There were, however, more than 50 bishops in that assembly. Therefore, if the weight and authority of judgment were based on the number of bishops, the decrees of the Alexandrian and Roman synods should have held more firmly than those of Tyre and Mareotis. Indeed, both the Alexandrian and Roman synods were more numerous, in which Athanasius was acquitted and restored to his position. Speaking of this last matter, Athanasius in his second Apology says, "For the priest Vitus brought more than 50 bishops to the council, where our defense was accepted, and we were deemed worthy of communion and fellowship." Besides the Roman pontiff and the bishops brought by the priest Vitus, others might have attended the meeting. However, we can't be certain about this due to a lack of records. This argument from our adversaries was long ago countered by St. Leo the Great, who rebuked Anatolius. Anatolius thought he could use the larger Council of Chalcedon to overturn the Nicene Canon concerning the rights and privileges of the churches. This long-standing recognition of the rights of the Apostolic See, which the Eusebians tried to dispute in various ways, was finally confirmed when Arsacius and Valens, brought to repentance, swore they would consider it settled and firm with the following words, "Moreover, we promise never to maliciously bring him to judgment if the Easterners, and indeed Eusebius himself, want it, without your decision." Or as we read more clearly in the fragments of St. Hilary, "Without your knowledge, we will not be present." Therefore, we can't doubt from the sequence of these events that even before the Council of Sardica, the apostolic custom had been established. Roman pontiffs would receive the appeals of bishops and judge these cases either in synods or outside of synods, and no one was allowed to pass judgments on the cases of bishops without the knowledge of the Roman pontiff. Thus, the entire argument that adversaries Lannoy and Canel tried to construct solely from the Sardican canons of 423 collapses. They claimed that the Roman pontiff could receive and judge the appeals of bishops condemned in provincial synods of the East only by the right derived from the ecclesiastical Sardican council. Lannoy should not be allowed to challenge Bellarmine by citing Pope Gelasius, who wrote in a letter to the bishops of Dardania, "We do not remain silent about what the Church throughout the world knows, that the see of the blessed Apostle Peter, bound by the decisions of any bishops, has the right to resolve them, as it has the right to judge over the entire Church, nor is anyone permitted to judge its judgment. Indeed, the canons wanted appeals to be made to it from any part of the world, and from it, no one is permitted to appeal." Bellarmine has omitted these words. The canons wanted appeals, claiming that appeals can only be received by the canonical or ecclesiastical law of the Roman pontiff, and that this law should be sought from the councils of the Church alone, decreeing that it should be done for the public benefit of all. Thus, Lannoy reasons, unjustly attacking Bellarmine. Indeed, Pope Gelasius in his letter did not deviate from the views of his predecessors, who affirmed that the bishops of the Roman See can judge the causes of all churches by divine law, without anyone being allowed to judge its judgment. Nor can our arguments or those of Bellarmine be weakened by these words. The canons wanted appeals, for in that context, Gelasius did not use the word canons to mean the decrees of councils, as the adversary incorrectly tries to explain, but the pontiff used it to indicate that rule established by divine disposition and confirmed by practice, by which the see of Blessed Peter was given the right to resolve the judgments of all churches, and no one was permitted to judge its judgment. And lest I seem to be speaking without basis, I ask Lannoy if he has ever examined the letter of Gelasius we are discussing. It must be believed that he has examined it, since he accuses Bellarmine of fraud for omitting these words, "The canons wanted appeals." Therefore, he should have known that the aforementioned letter bears this title. Gelasium shows that Acacius was rightfully condemned by the judgment of the Apostolic See alone. The bishop, in discussing the condemnation of Sabellius and the defeat of the Arian heresy at the Council of Nicaea, along with other councils convened for various reasons, surely knew that no Christian could be unaware of the decisions made by each council, which the universal Church approved. It was appropriate for the First See to implement the decisions of each council, as it confirms and safeguards them with its authority and continued moderation, in line with the primacy given by the Lord's command to the blessed Apostle Peter, which the Church has always followed and upheld. Thus, it is explained here how the Apostolic See obtained and retained this primacy by the Lord's command, confirming and safeguarding each council with its authority and continued moderation. Indeed, if it confirms each council, why does Lanoius claim this doesn't apply to general councils? Additionally, Gelasius himself, to demonstrate that the Apostolic See acted by divine right in condemning Acacius, never relies on the canons of councils, but instead refers to his predecessor pontiffs who judged similar cases, disregarding the sanctions of the Sardican Fathers. This serves as another argument for his supreme authority. We acknowledge that the Apostolic See often, as mentioned, following the tradition of the ancestors, even without any preceding council, had the power to absolve those unjustly condemned by a council and to condemn those who needed it, without the existence of an active council. He then provides these examples, which wonderfully support the question we are currently discussing. Athanasius of Alexandria, condemned by Eastern synods in 424, but absolved by the Apostolic See. John of Constantinople, condemned by a synod of Catholic bishops, yet absolved by the Apostolic See, even when it stood alone in its disagreement. And also Flavian of holy memory, condemned by the assembly of Greek bishops, whom the Apostolic See absolved in the same manner because it alone did not agree. It opposed the impious synod. Understand this as the robber Council of Ephesus by not consenting, and for the sake of truth, it alone decreed that the Council of Chalcedon should be held. It is clear that in presenting these examples, Gelasius did not refer to the canons of the Council of Sardica. As we have seen, he asserts that these rights were awarded to the Apostolic See by the command of the Lord, and the Roman Church has always remained in possession of these privileges, even though heretics and schismatics, driven by envy and hatred, stirred up great disputes over this legitimate possession. Moreover, as we have seen, even 7 years before the Council of Sardica was convened, the Roman Church exercised such rights by absolving Athanasius of holy memory. Furthermore, let us consider that Lanois might have ignored all this to freely and contentiously attack the learned man Bellarmine. Could Quesnellus have done the same, who, while preparing the works of St. Leo, had to examine this letter 89, which is addressed to the bishops of the province of Vienne, among others? St. Leo himself, discussing the right of appeals, supports his claim with the testimony of Pope Julius, and affirmed most fully that they derive from no other source than divine institution. Therefore, disregarding the canons of Sardica, he writes that the Apostolic See has been approached by priests from all provinces through numerous reports and appeals, as ancient custom required, for the purpose of reviewing or confirming judgments. Quesnellus notes this testimony. However, he disregards the earlier mention of the authority of judgments agreed upon by the parties involved, and tries to diminish the impact of these words by noting in the margin of his edition, he claims appeals only based on ancient custom. I fail to see how this annotation supports Quesnellus's argument. In fact, it suggests that Quesnellus might be guilty of either negligence or intentional deception. Here, the Holy Pope aims to explain the ancient custom of frequent consultations and appeals to the Apostolic See, having already described in the previous chapter of the same letter the structure of ecclesiastical governance arranged by Christ, with the most blessed Peter as the highest apostle, so that from him, as a central head, his gifts would flow to the entire body. Thus, anyone who dared to stray from Peter's foundation would find themselves excluded from the divine mystery. Therefore, St. Leo stated that consultations and appeals are made to the Apostolic See by priests of all churches for 2 reasons: divinely, because of the ecclesiastical governance instituted by Christ, and factually, which he aimed to prove from ancient custom through various appeals or by confirming judgments of other bishops and synods. Nor should Quesnellus presume that this form of governance, the reasoning of ecclesiastical judgments, the dignity of bishops, or the authority of churches could be undermined. The Holy Pope himself marvelously asserts that these things are connected through divine arrangement, adding, "Since our concern is not seeking our own interests, but those of Christ, the dignity given by divine power is not taken away from the churches or their priests. Indeed, no right of dignity or external authority can be harmed in the order of bishops if everyone, seeking the things of Jesus Christ, does not dare to distort these arrangements, and remains attached to the supreme head in matters of faith and church affairs, through which heavenly gifts should flow into the whole body." nor can those who dare to depart from the firmness of Peter be participants in divine mysteries. Athanasius adhered to this firmness of Peter, while the Arians and Eusebians departed from it, as we have explained in the preceding. Whether Quesnel wished to stand for Athanasius or for the Eusebians in this case, I do not clearly perceive. I only understand that our adversary has focused all his efforts on granting the right of appeal solely to the Roman popes based on the canons of Sardica, and that these canons were established in favor of Athanasius, according to his own intention, as if they were constituted from a prejudice he created when seeking Rome. But who, eager to seek sincere truth, can read this without indignation? A bishop unjustly deprived of communion and his episcopal seat, and sent into exile through wickedness, if he appeals to the solid seat of Peter, creates prejudice for himself, infringes on the rights of others, if he adheres to the head through which divine gifts flow to the members, while seeking the things of Jesus Christ and those pertaining to his church, he indeed created prejudice for himself, both in the opinion of the Arians and of Quesnel, but not at all in the correct opinion of the Orthodox. For those who have a deep desire to follow divine commands and uphold the divine order established by Christ the Lord, it's always been taught that one must turn to the authority instituted by the Church's very founder. This can be supported by numerous examples from various writings if needed. Quesnellus continues his reasoning, and after including the three notable canons of Sardica in the 8th dissertation, he explores what the Fathers intended when they created these rules and tries to explain it. Firstly, he notes that they assumed a bishop, judged by his provincial council, feels wronged and seeks a renewal of the council's decision. To gradually convince the reader of his perspective on the new right supposedly granted to the Roman pontiff by the council, he portrays Hosius of Corduba as being exhausted by heretical schemes, suggesting it was wise for someone to be given the authority to decide on appeals, ensuring church judgments were as secure as secular ones. For he notes, you can find this in the 7th book of the Code, Title 65, etc. He adds, who else would the Synod appoint to this role but the Roman pontiff, the father of all, and in whose memory St. Peter the Apostle was to be honored? The provincial synod was suspect to the condemned, and it wasn't beneficial for the Church to gather bishops from neighboring provinces for this reason. Thus, this responsibility was given to the Roman, who only needed a summary from previous judges' letters rather than a detailed investigation, similar to how a secular judge can quickly determine which appeals civil law allows. But who doesn't see that Quesnellus's assumption is both false and fictitious? He presumes that the Fathers of Sardica granted a new right to the Roman pontiff so that the entire Church would honor him as the father of all, in whom the memory of St. Peter was to be revered. So according to Quesnel's view, before certain canons were established, the Roman pontiff wasn't allowed to judge provincial synods, investigate the reinstatement of bishops expelled due to hatred and rivalry, or declare the ordinations of those who intruded into the seats of the deposed as null and void. If Quesnel's claims were true, then the ancient right Pope Julius asserted against the Arians would have been completely imaginary. We would have to say that his judgment in the case of Athanasius and his companions, delivered at least 5 or 7 years earlier, in the year 426, was null and void, as it came from someone without authority. However, there's no doubt that Julius did judge the case of Athanasius and the Orthodox. Besides his earlier letter and the Apologies of Athanasius, there's another letter from Julius to the priests, deacons, and people of Alexandria. In this letter, he encourages them to warmly welcome Athanasius back to his position, stating he was restored pure and innocent from great dangers, judged as such not only by Julius but by the entire synod. I don't know how Quesnel can stay consistent with his other arguments. He boldly denied Eutyches's appeal to the Apostolic See, claiming instead that he appealed to the bishops of principal churches and their synods, arguing this was the custom of Eastern Appellants. Yet, it's stated that the new right granted to the Roman pontiffs by the canons of Sardica required them to briefly determine from previous judges' letters whose appeals they could accept according to civil laws. What is this if not the power to judge the decrees of synods, to decide whether a sentence against someone was given justly or unjustly, and to have the authority to suspend and annul it until the popes, either alone or with others, conduct a more thorough investigation of the previous judgments? However, the Council does not claim that all these executions are necessary, and indeed, it should not be said to be necessary if it can decide and establish all these things summarily and from the letters of prior judges. Quesnellus, nonetheless, consistently argues in his assertions that this right of appeals was newly granted to the Roman pontiffs and to Julius himself. But what evidence did he provide to support this? Perhaps by inventing that the canons of Sardica appeared to have certain contradictions, which, among others, the learned Christian Lupus resolved long ago with his explanations, or by asserting that the Sardican fathers, through later reflections, derogated from the earlier ones, so that the interpretation of earlier decrees should be taken from the later ones, and that the authority of the Roman pontiff, generously granted in the third and fourth canons, is limited in that seventh canon? Quesnellus is entirely mistaken. Those canons do not contradict each other in any way, and the supreme right that confirms the authority of the Roman pontiff in receiving appeals in the third and fourth canons is further confirmed in the fifth or seventh canon, so that it is in his power to judge by himself, to delegate the judgment to others, to summon the litigating parties to him, or to convene a new synod, where the entire matter in question can be solemnly re-examined. Therefore, so that we do not appear to be speaking without basis, let us consider the canons. The third canon primarily restrained the Eusebian faction, which was bringing the Nicene canons into contempt. With reckless boldness, she was removing Orthodox bishops and clergy from churches outside her jurisdiction and was replacing them with other condemned and heretical figures. To either hide or downplay the rash actions of this Eusebian faction, Quesnellus did not fully transcribe the canon as it appears in the manuscripts of Dionysius Exiguus. Instead, he perhaps carelessly omitted the first 4 lines. Bishop Ogius said, "It must also be added that bishops from their own province should not move to another province where there are bishops unless perhaps invited by their brothers, so that we do not seem to be closing the door to charity." He only included the remaining parts, which follow, namely, that if any province, etc. As we mentioned, the learned Lupus illustrated this canon with scholarly notes, and observed that it consists of 4 parts. In the second part, judgments by foreigners, often made by the Eusebians, are condemned. The third part deals with the judges of provincial synods, whose duty it is to write to the Roman pontiff, so that the episcopal judgment is referred to the apostolic seat, as Pope Innocent I explained in his letter to Victricius of Rouen. Finally, the fourth part of that canon discusses the right of the apostolic seat, which Quesnellus previously called new thes. This cannot indeed be called new, as it flows from divine institution. It is evident from what has been written so far that it flows from divine institution, not from canonical law, regarding the care that the Reverend Fathers extend to all churches. This is clearly explained by St. Leo the Great in his letter to Bishop Anastasius of Thessalonica, and by Pope Julius himself in the praise letter to the Eusebians. So, when the controversy between Julius and the Eusebians was being carefully resolved, the factious Eusebians were questioning the authority being used. It was declared that to prevent any future disregard or undermining of the decrees and judgments of the Apostolic See by provincial synods or any other bishop of the Catholic Church, the tribunal of St. Peter should be honored. They decided that those who made judgments should write to Julius, the bishop of the Romans. If needed, the judgment should be reconsidered by bishops from nearby provinces, and Julius should provide judges. However, if it couldn't be proven that the case required a new judgment, the original decisions should remain unchanged. If these words of the canon are understood in their true sense without forced interpretation, they should relate to the boldness of the Eusebians, who argued against honoring the memory of the Apostle St. Peter, and believed that the judgments of provincial synods should stand firm, unable to be repealed by anyone. Therefore, the bishops of Sardica, aiming to curb such audacity, declared that only the memory of the blessed Peter should be honored, as those who have judged, etc. They didn't pursue any other course of action in drafting the fourth canon, which concerns bishops deposed by synodal judgment, ensuring that no one else would occupy their seats until the Roman pontiff examined the case and gave his verdict. Here they decreed that the judgment of the synod should be subject to the judgment of the Roman pontiff, considering it valid and in accordance with divine law, as Julius the Pope had written to them at least 5 years earlier when he discovered that Gregory of Cappadocia had been installed in the Alexandrian seat without his consultation. Therefore, nothing was assigned to the Roman pontiff in those 2 canons that he did not already possess by right of possession, as they say. How peaceful possession was denied or disturbed by futile attempts, unless there were people of broken faith who sought to completely overturn and abolish the rules of the Nicene doctrines. Similarly, they tried to oppose the authority of the supreme judge and guardian of the canons. To prevent future attempts by provincial councils of factional men to harm or undermine the peaceful possession of the Roman pontiffs, the Council of Sardica sought to establish 2 praised canons as an appendix to the Nicene ones. This was because the previous Nicene Synod had established that the privileges and prerogatives of the churches should be preserved. The Pope stated that the Roman Church always held primacy, as was acknowledged in the Chalcedonian Synod and observed in the preceding ones. Now, let's look at what is contained in the 7th canon, which clarifies the authority of the Roman pontiff in receiving and judging the cases of appellants. This canon effectively resolves the disputes of the Eusebians and all schismatics, who deny that judges of provincial synods should be approached to provide reasons for past judgments. It is indeed necessary to restrain the powerlessness, hatred, and fury of judges against the condemned. Pope Julius demonstrated this against the same schismatics from the Nicene canons, writing, "Those who have good intentions about the things they have done, and in which they themselves were judges, do not usually bear it with indignation if what was judged by them is examined by others, as they are confident that what they have judged justly can never become unjust." Thus, the bishops gathered in the Great Synod of Nicaea, not without divine guidance, allowed the acts of the previous synod to be examined in another synod. This was to ensure that those who were judges would carefully consider the future judgment about the matter, weighing the cause with all diligence. Those who received the sentence would know they were condemned not by the animosity of previous judges, but by right and merit. Please pay attention to the following words, as Quesnellus should understand that this rule was already established by apostolic tradition and was simply renewed and clarified at the Council of Nicaea. St. Julius adds that if such a tradition existed before and its memory was recorded in writing at the Great Synod, yet you do not allow it to hold sway among you, you are indeed acting improperly. Now, let us consider the fifth canon of the Council of Sardica. Dionysius Assigus's manuscripts presented out of its natural context, and Quesnellus cited it in a mutilated and truncated form, against the interpretations of all translators. Bishop Hosius said, "It has been decided that if any bishop is accused and the bishops of the same region have gathered and removed him from office, and he appeals to the most blessed bishop of the Roman Church and wishes him to hear the case, and if he considers it just for the examination to be renewed, he shall write to the bishops who are nearby the province, so they may carefully and accurately investigate everything and give a judgment based on the truth. If anyone requests that his case be heard again, and it seems appropriate for the Roman bishop to judge according to his plea, he may send presbyters from his side, and it will be in his power to decide whatever is rightly proven. If he decides that it is appropriate for those who are to judge with the bishops to be sent, having the authority of the one who sent them, this should be established. If he thinks it sufficient to rely on the knowledge of the case and the judgment of the bishops, he will do what seems right according to his most prudent counsel." The bishops replied, "What has been said is agreeable." Christian Lupus noted that this canon harmonizes remarkably well with the two preceding ones. Indeed, they now demonstrate that it was published primarily to clarify the authority of the Roman pontiff, highlighting the ability to send priests as legates. These priests, either alone or with bishops from a neighboring province, can examine and resolve cases, ensuring there's no endless room for appeals. However, it doesn't permit judgments by bishops from a neighboring province alone, without the assistance of Roman priests. I acknowledge that various questions have been raised by interpreters about this canon among ancient and more recent writers, as seen in the works of the esteemed Christian Lupus. Yet, no one has tried to interpret it as diligently and forcefully as our adversary Quesnellus. He, having arbitrarily created a new interpretation for the canon and removed the words indicating the full authority of the Roman pontiff in handling and resolving appeal cases, argues that judgment and counsel should be seen as one and the same. He further adds, "And indeed if judgment were to be taken as a sentence, it would not have been said in judgment, but simply judgment. It is therefore clear that the counsel of the Roman bishop is meant here, but we must investigate what kind of counsel this is." He asserts that a multifaceted counsel is under the Roman pontiff. Therefore, with the preface of the common distinction of the degrees of ecclesiastical administration suitable to the Roman pontiff, namely, the bishop of the city, the metropolitan of the Roman province, the primate of the suburban dioceses, and the patriarch of the western region, as the head and pinnacle of the whole church, he concedes that he can also arrange various synods according to the nature of the cases, but with the caution, however, that he never judges alone, even though he should thoroughly examine the cases. When someone from within the parish or their own diocese appeals a decision from a lower judge, the case should be reviewed by the parish synod or by the supreme pontiff himself, with advice from his clergy. If the case originates from the province, it should go to the provincial synod. Cases from the suburban diocese should be referred to the diocesan authority. For cases from the western region, they should be taken to the western synod. And for other parts of the church, the case should be brought to the ecumenical and universal synod, unless the appellants choose otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, the meaning of the Sardican canon should be understood in this way, and similarly, Flavian's appeal should be judged. It's indeed a clever and very ingenious interpretation of pontifical law, if it could hold. However, despite Quesnell's efforts to support it, the canon's own words are the first to undermine it. Then there are the very old interpreters who explain the canon, and finally, the actions of Pope Leo and other Roman pontiffs, who, after taking up appellants' cases, either immediately delivered a definitive judgment themselves or decided that a general council should be convened. They believed that public solemnity in judgments was necessary to resolve the most serious disputes and schisms, which, due to the factions of wicked men, were disturbingly harming the state of the most holy churches and causing scandal among Catholics. This was to break the stubbornness of those who strayed from the rules of faith and ecclesiastical discipline, and to reconcile penitent offenders who had renounced their wrongdoings, after making a solemn confession of the Catholic faith. Finally, to implement all the statutes of the Apostolic See deemed necessary according to the times and the nature of the issues. Therefore, 4 things must be distinguished. First, there's the protest from the deposed bishop who objects and appeals the decision or judgment of the provincial synod. Second, there's the tribunal of the apostolic seat, where the appeal is made. Third, the judgment of the apostolic seat itself, or the Roman Pope in the parish synod, or in the consistory, concerning the appellant's case, their rights, and the preceding judgment of the provincial synod. Fourth, finally, it involves executing the judgment of the apostolic seat, which often requires the coercion of a new patriarchal or general synod. Therefore, the Reverend Fathers send legates to ensure everything they defined is faithfully executed. So, it's not true that a judgment must be renewed and a council convened for the same issue, as Quesnellus imagines. Once an appeal is made, a renewal of the judgment is required, which the opponent must accept, whether they like it or not, but not another convocation of the council. We have explicit words in the last canon transcribed by us. But if anyone asks that his matter be heard again, and it seems good to the bishop of the Romans to judge at his request by sending priests from his side, it will be in his power to confirm whatever he has found to be right. What free power would the Roman popes have in confirming whatever they might if they couldn't rightfully judge themselves or send priests to hear the matter for which the appellant has appealed? If the Reverend Fathers didn't grant full power to the Roman popes but only intended to restrict pontifical rights to a single new council, they should have used different phrasing. Among many means suitable for new cognizance of things, they are given the freedom to choose what is more apt and convenient, according to their wise judgment. This is clearly implied by the last words of the canon recently reviewed. Meanwhile, Quesnellus, flattering himself, sought happiness by believing he could prove that Flavian's case had been referred to the General Council solely based on the authority of the Sardican canons. Moreover, through various twisted interpretations, which we clearly showed to be completely misleading in our previous examination, he once again turned his critical style against John David. He accused him of being a deceiver and trickster for claiming that Flavian had appealed to the one and only Roman Pope. But who wouldn't fully grasp the audacity of someone wanting to compare our arguments, drawn not from imagination but from genuine documents, with so many empty trifles, quibbles, and false conjectures and interpretations, which he zealously compiled to support and strengthen a new system and presented to readers.
Chapter 11.
After the acts of the Ephesian robbery were abolished, St. Leo wrote various letters to the Easterners. St. Flavian died as a martyr, and Anatolius was appointed in his place. The Roman pontiff did not agree to this appointment until a solemn profession of faith, according to the form he prescribed, was made. To ensure this, he sent 4 legates from his side to go to Constantinople. As soon as the great Leo received news from Hilary the deacon, the legate of the Apostolic See returning to Rome, of all the events that occurred at the Ephesian robbery, he was deeply troubled and grieved by the collapse of the Catholic faith's doctrine and the universal subversion of all the Eastern churches. However, he did not refrain from making a judgment. Without any hesitation, he boldly used vigilance and the rules of economy that best suited his supreme pastoral duty of the whole Church. By his authority and benefit, he immediately aimed to counteract the many evils arising from the schemes of Chrysaphius, the blasphemies of Eutyches, and the impiety of Dioscorus. He sought to immediately heal them and completely abolish them. Therefore, he first annulled all the preceding acts of that predatory synod as null and void, as Pope Gelasius also clearly indicated in writing to the bishops of Dardania. Likewise, he absolved Flavian, the Pope of holy memory, condemned by the congregation, with the same consistency, since only the Apostolic See did not consent. Instead, he condemned Dioscorus, the bishop of the Second See who had been accepted there. By not consenting, he dismissed the impious synod, and for the sake of truth, he alone decreed that the Council of Chalcedon should be held. Let no one object to me, following Launoy's opinion, that Pope Gelasius referred to ecclesiastical canons whose authority and privileges seem to indicate that only Leo the Great used the praised words. Pope Gelasius explained how the Apostolic See, using its authority, decides whether to reject or approve actions taken in synods based on truth and justice. He adds, a synod conducted improperly meaning against the Scriptures, the teachings of the Fathers, or ecclesiastical rules, which the whole Church, and especially the Apostolic See, did not accept can be corrected by a properly conducted synod. This means a synod conducted according to the Scriptures, the traditions of the Fathers, ecclesiastical rules, and in support of the Catholic faith and communion, which the entire Church accepted and the Apostolic See approved, could be revised. However, a properly conducted synod should not be altered by a new synod in any way. It is clear from the letter's context that Gelasius discussed judgments made solely by the Apostolic See without any council assembly. The Pope collected these judgments from the authentic archives of the Apostolic See or remembered them as a witness to the events involving Flavian and the Eutychians. He became Pope in 492, after St. Leo passed away in 461. We can hardly doubt that the Apostolic See, as a faithful interpreter and guardian of the Holy Scriptures and the teachings of the Fathers, could nullify any synod not meeting these standards, then issue decrees to other bishops so they wouldn't support what had been rejected. It is evident that St. Leo followed this approach, as will soon be described. As autumn returned, during the time of the annual synod in Rome, he informed the bishops and other church ministers gathered there about the poorly conducted plundering Synod of Ephesus. He advised them to distance themselves from Dioscorus and the Eutychian faction in the future and instead support St. Flavian. Feeling sympathy for the unfortunate state of the Eastern churches, he decided that a general council should be convened. Since the entire matter was entrusted to him by divine and ecclesiastical law, due to the protest of his legates and the appeals of Flavian and others, he needed to choose more effective solutions. These solutions would strengthen the weakening faith, uplift fallen bishops, condemn the stubborn and obstinate, and provide freedom to those who, out of fear of threats, had signed impious agreements, allowing them to formally reconsider. For this reason, St. Leo, gently and kindly collaborating with Emperor Theodosius, ensured that he suggested through various letters that all obstacles be removed and everything be restored to its previous state before judgment, until a greater number of priests from around the world could gather. Alongside these suggestions, he included the prayers of the Western bishops, stating, "All the churches of our region, all the priests with sighs and tears, implore your kindness." These pleas were made solely to address more easily and quickly the serious issues affecting the Eastern churches. Meanwhile, to offer some comfort to Flavian during his difficulties, he wrote to him, expressing deep compassion for the severe troubles he was facing. He shared his sorrow over the downfall of those through whom the truth was being attacked, and the very foundations of the church were being shaken. He also informed him that he was working for the common cause so that, above all, they might achieve what would benefit the universal community of the faithful. This letter shows us that the Pope was not yet aware of St. Flavian's death in 432. Cardinal Baronius, supported by Quesnellus, noted that there were various rumors about the death of this holy bishop due to differing opinions among writers. Prosper, in his chronicle, says that St. Flavian died a glorious death while being led into exile. Nicephorus claims that he died 3 days later. Count Marcellinus and the Greek Metalogia mention that he was exiled to Eppa in Lydia, where he succumbed to weariness, pain, and torture. The brief account of the Eutychians states similarly. Flavian is led into exile and died at Eppa, a city in Lydia, either from a sudden or inflicted death. The Synodical book, chapter 85, claims he was killed by kicks. The Acts of the Council of Chalcedon accuse Barsumas the monk of the murder. Evagrius, in Book 2 of his History, chapter 2, based on the testimony of Eusebius of Dorylaeum, attributes his death to Dioscorus, who is said to have attacked him with kicks, expelled him from the church, and killed him. Indeed, no one doubts that he was badly treated under his influence, as Quesnellus says. Many finally called Dioscorus the murderer and killer of Flavian, and another Cain, at the Council of Chalcedon. Amid such a variety of writings, one thing is very clear. Flavian, afflicted with beatings and exhausted by great sufferings, breathed his last. Although the exact time of his death cannot be precisely determined, we can conjecture that it happened no earlier than the following year, 450, probably in winter, as can be easily inferred from the ordination of his successor. Therefore, the Greeks celebrate his triumph annually on February 18, the day his remains were transferred to Constantinople under Emperor Marcian. Baronius praised this proclamation recorded in the Greek Metalogion. It commemorates our Holy Father, the Archbishop of Constantinople, Flavian, who was expelled and exiled by the impious Dioscorus and heretic conspirators. He endured many pressures and hardships until his passing. The Western Church also acknowledges these events on the same day. I find it important to note that Cardinal Baronius, from the various opinions mentioned, considered the most accurate to be the one affirming Flavian's exile. He was beaten by soldiers, bound in chains, and led away, where his victorious soul, crowned with martyrdom, departed to God. The Roman Church held Flavian's virtues in the highest regard, and these glorious struggles for the defense of the Catholic faith are depicted in the mosaic paintings in the noble oratory of the Holy Cross. Hilary, the legate of St. Leo, who later became his successor on the Roman pontifical throne, built this oratory to the right of Constantine's baptistry. Although the entire oratory was destroyed under Sixtus due to the wars threatening Italy, its memory, according to Baronius, was at least preserved in records. Meanwhile, the Church of Constantinople, deprived of its holy pastor, was filled with grief and sadness. This feeling intensified when they saw Anatolius appointed in the place of the deceased. Since he had long been the apocrisiary of Dioscorus of Alexandria and was supported by the emperors, even in ecclesiastical matters, St. Leo rightly thought he might be too inclined towards Eutyches and his faction. However, it can be argued with several points that Anatolius, after attaining the See of Constantinople, did not adhere to Dioscorus. Firstly, after Dioscorus was informed that all the actions of the Robber Council had been formally declared null and void by Pope Leo I and the Roman Council in the year 433, he returned to Alexandria furious. He convened a meeting with bishops and pronounced the sentence of excommunication against the Supreme Pontiff, committing an unimaginable act. In this serious act, he managed to persuade only 10 bishops, who were reluctant and tearful. It is clear that Anatolius did not support him at all in this matter. Secondly, Anatolius himself, perhaps anticipating that his election as the Bishop of Constantinople would be controversial and highly suspect for many reasons to Pope Leo, humbly requested in his letters, possibly written in late May, to be accepted into communion with the Apostolic See in the future. Pope Leo, influenced by serious motives derived from the Nicene canons, might refuse to acknowledge him as legitimately elected. It's likely that Anatolius' letter was either lost over time or remains in some secret archives. Only a fragment of it survives in Greek and Latin in the Quesnel edition, reportedly extracted from a royal manuscript, which provides some insight into the history we're discussing. From this, we understand that after Flavian's death, Emperor Theodosius ensured that the clergy of Constantinople would search for someone to govern the church. Initially, he instructed the most religious clergy of the city to determine who was most suitable to lead, reserving the final choice for himself. However, the emperor's directive could not easily restrain the corrupt ambitions of some individuals. There was a lot of disagreement among the electors. With everyone divided into various factions, the emperor ordered that clergy be gathered in the royal city, even from other cities, to handle certain matters, as often happens. The goal was to ensure that the most outstanding among them could be promoted to the bishop's dignity without any bias. Anatolius wanted to clear himself from the accusation of ambition, which could rightly be made because of his previous close association with Dioscorus. He explained he was elected as the chief bishop by the votes of all, not because of his own righteousness, but so that Jesus Christ might show all his patience in him, according to the apostle. The election was followed by ordination. The Synod of Bishops residing in Constantinople proceeded without delay to ordain me. These are the only details mentioned about Anatolius's election and ordination from the letter fragment. It is unfortunate that the rest is missing, which would have shown that Anatolius not only sought the customary communion from St. Leo, but also especially desired that his election as the Bishop of Constantinople be ratified and confirmed. We have noted various things previously when discussing Eutyches' appeal, and we will explain again about Anatolius's letter written to the same St. Leo after the Council of Chalcedon. Even more regrettable is that the letter of Theodosius written in favor of Anatolius to the same Supreme Pontiff has completely disappeared. We can only infer its meaning to some extent from the response of the same St. Leo to the emperor. Noticing this, Baronius said, although he was unfortunately misled by Eutyches and Dioscorus, he accepted the condemnation of Flavian. However, he did not fall so far into impiety as to completely disregard the authority of the Roman Church. On the contrary, understanding that this seat is the head of all, he believed that Anatolius appointed by Dioscorus to replace Flavian should not be accepted until he was approved by the Roman Pontiff. He wrote to St. Leo to inquire about his will and seek his guidance. He added that this can be proven precisely from the letter of the Holy Father, which we shall discuss shortly. However, a significant question arises if we compare this letter from the Pope with the previous letter from Anatolius. It seems somewhat clearly indicated by the words of the Holy Father that Anatolius had not yet been initiated by sacred episcopal ordination, as he withheld his consent for his ordination and required a profession of faith, just as we read in the first chapter of the summary of this letter. We also see this more clearly from the words of Leo. But so that I might not seem to have acted against the Catholic defense, I thought nothing should be written hastily either way about the ordination of the one who began to preside over the Church of Constantinople, not denying affection, but awaiting the manifestation of Catholic truth. These words could indeed be interpreted, without forcing the meaning, to suggest that Anatolius had not yet been ordained but was only elected as bishop, and then awaited the consent of the Roman Pontiff to receive the gift of sacred ordination. However, this explanation does not align with Anatolius' words, in which he admitted that the Synod of Bishops present in Constantinople proceeded without delay to ordain him. To reconcile the meanings of both letters, I believe one of two things must be affirmed. Either the emperor wrote to St. Leo immediately after Anatolius was elected as bishop and before he was ordained by the bishops. He confidently assumed this ordination would not be rejected by the Roman pontiff. With the same determination that led him to secure Anatolius's election, he acted quickly so that a council would ordain him. This suggests that the fragment of Anatolius's letter was misplaced in the Quesnelian edition and should have been placed after Theodosius's letter. Whatever might be said about this very ambiguous issue, I believe it is not relevant to our purpose, especially since the rights of the Apostolic See remained completely intact and were preserved through Leo's careful handling. He hesitated to consent to Anatolius's ordination until he had obtained certain and solemn testimonies about the new bishop's integrity and sincerity of faith, as well as about those with whom he had communion. Therefore, while respectfully dealing with the emperor and maintaining the majesty and authority of the pontifical dignity, he asks the emperor not to be displeased with his hesitation, saying, "I beseech your clemency to bear this patiently, so that when he has demonstrated himself as we desire concerning the Catholic faith, we may rejoice more abundantly and securely in his sincerity." To remove any negative suspicion and the cause of the entire difficulty, he seeks to address it by not demanding anything burdensome but invites him to something that no Catholic can refute. He asks Anatolius to recall the doctrine of the Greek and Latin fathers on the mystery of the Incarnation, by which the Nestorian heresy had already been condemned, and to simultaneously revisit what was preached by Cyril, Bishop of Alexandria, in the exposition of the Nicene faith, which the archives of the Apostolic See received from him. Ephigeny, he mentioned that the synodal acts of Ephesus should be reviewed, where testimonies from Catholic priests about the incarnation of the Lord were included and cited by Cyril, of holy memory, against the impiety of Nestorius. He also insisted on reviewing my letter, known as the 24th to Flavian, which aligns completely with the piety of the Fathers. When he understands that this is sought for his benefit, he should fully embrace the opinions of the Catholics, so that in 435, he may openly declare the sincere profession of the common faith with full subscription before all the clergy and the entire people, to be shared with the Apostolic See and all priests and churches. However, since all these actions could have been deceitful and merely superficial by Anatolius, whose faith was rightfully suspect to the Apostolic See, the Roman pontiff, due to the great distance, took every precaution to avoid being deceived. He advised the emperor to ensure Anatolius would send the writings of the Constantinopolitan bishops to us as soon as possible, clearly stating that if anyone believes or asserts anything different about the incarnation of the Word of God than what all Catholics and my profession declare, they should be separated from his communion, allowing us to rightfully extend brotherly love in Christ to him. St. Leo demanded these conditions from Anatolius and clearly added that he should pronounce anathema on Dioscorus, Eutyches, and all their followers. The faith of Anatolius, the Bishop of Constantinople, needed to be examined to remove any ambiguous or opposing suspicion from the pontifical mind. Therefore, without delay, he decided to send 4 legates of proven integrity to Constantinople, who would receive his profession, entirely in line with the pontifical instructions, to determine whether the new bishop should be considered worthy of communion with the Apostolic See. Regarding this important mission, Emperor Theodosius received advice in this letter with the following words: "To achieve a quicker and fuller effect through the faith of your clemency with the Lord's help, I have sent to your piety my brothers and fellow bishops Abundius and Asterius, along with the priests Basil and Senator, whose devotion I trust. Through them, and with the instructions we have sent, you can honorably recognize the nature of our faith. If the Bishop of Constantinople wholeheartedly agrees with this same confession, we can confidently rejoice in the peace of the Church, ensuring nothing remains unclear to avoid unnecessary suspicions." Therefore, he did not just demand any profession of faith from Anatolius, but one that precisely matched the instructions of the legates and the formula he himself had written and presented to the new bishop. Anatolius then had to solemnly bind himself by oath before all the clergy and the people of Constantinople to uphold and profess it perpetually. Thus, it is unnecessary to recount here the Supreme Pontiff's rights in the Eastern churches, as this manner of action clearly indicates the highest and greatest authority, known to all. However, the subsequent parts of that letter reveal that Leo had directed the mission of these legates toward another goal. "If some indeed dissent from the purity of our faith and the authority of the Fathers, may your clemency allow a universal council within Italy, as the synod that convened in Rome for this reason has requested with me, so that when all those who have fallen, either through ignorance or fear, gather together, remedies of correction can be applied." Anyone who considers this statement will clearly understand that Leo was led to prescribe a general synod for no other reason than to offer remedies of correction, with priestly authority, to all those who had fallen. So, Flavian's appeal didn't require a general synod to be held, nor did his removal from ecclesiastical matters, as Galla Placidia notes, prompt such a need. The Pope of Rome couldn't have been motivated to request it in 436 for these reasons, especially since Flavian had already passed away by then, and a new bishop had taken the Constantinopolitan throne. From this, we gain new points to support the previous discussions mentioned in earlier chapters. The same Supreme Pontiff wrote another letter to Pulcheria Augusta, summarizing that he awaits Anatolius's declaration of faith, has sent legates to the East, and stresses that scandals need to be resolved through a general council. Therefore, if this letter is compared with the one written to Theodosius, you'll see they differ only in wording. At the end, he appeals to the clemency of Augusta, urging her support to convene a universal council of priests in Italy, so that, with deception removed, it becomes clear what should be either restrained or healed through deeper discussion. Meanwhile, we believe it's important to carefully examine why Pope St. Leo hesitated in granting assent to Anatolius, who had already been appointed to the bishopric of Constantinople, and delayed writing to him, not out of a lack of affection, but while waiting for the manifestation of Catholic truth. We mentioned earlier that this suspension in the Pope's mind arose from many causes. However, St. Leo explicitly revealed two of these in another letter to the archimandrites of the Constantinopolitan monasteries, found in Canal 53. In this letter, he states that he's troubled by anxiety, which makes him fear that the wickedness of Eutyches, which should have been eradicated, might, over time, become more persistent and widespread. Fear spread due to the actions of the new bishop of Constantinople and those who had consecrated him. They failed to inform us about the errors that were suppressed or renounced, acting as if there had been no scandal or offense in that church. It was as if the bishop's merit shouldn't have been demonstrated by teaching things contrary to Catholic beliefs. Thus, St. Leo was merely informed about Anatolius' ordination. Neither the emperor nor the bishops who gathered for Anatolius's ordination provided an honest report to the Apostolic See about the state of the Church of Constantinople, nor did they give a true testimony about the faith, merits, and qualities of the newly elected bishop. The bishop not only intended to communicate with the Roman pontiff but also requested that his election and ordination as bishop be considered canonical. To prevent the examination of the truth from dragging on with excessive delays, as often happens between distant regions, and to avoid acting rashly or confirming anything that could harm the cause of faith and the rights of the Roman See, St. Leo decreed that a formal delegation be sent. He entrusted 4 very reputable men with sufficient instructions from the paternal authorities. He added, "In all things, dearest brothers, we wish for your diligence and care to assist them." Confident in the faith and teaching of the praised archimandrites, whom he knew loved the truth greatly, he urged them with these honorable words to expend efforts for the cause of faith, praising the sacrament of the Catholic faith and the authority of the Roman See. And therefore, you who are justified by faith because you love the Catholic truth, and have been taught about the unique sacrament of human salvation through the Holy Spirit, collaborate with us and strive with as much devotion as you can, so that, with falsehood destroyed and the strength of faith defended, we may enjoy God's peace securely throughout the world. However, Leo, who was deeply committed to strengthening the Catholic faith and ensuring peace within the Eastern churches, hadn't yet taken all the necessary steps by the year 437. This was despite having written letters to Theodosius, Pulcheria, and the Constantinopolitan archimandrites, and continuously working toward a positive resolution of this matter. With 4 legates already on their way to Constantinople, the Holy Pope wrote additional letters. He addressed one to the priest Martin and others to his colleagues, as noted by Quesnellus in the margin, commending them for enduring hardships in defense of the truth, a truth whose unity transcends distances. He stated that he sent his legates to bolster the resolve of devoted minds and encourage them to blend care and counsel with their pious efforts. Soon after, he penned another letter to 2 priests, Faustus and Martin. Whether this Martin was the same as in the previous letter, I won't speculate, but it seems likely that he was the same priest. Thus, the Supreme Pontiff wanted these priests to partake in his efforts for the care of the universal Church. Believing the legates already in Constantinople had received comprehensive instructions, he said, "Now, through our son Maximinus, the Count, we continuously encourage you in conversations, so that, with the Lord's favor, as the freedom of Catholics has greatly increased, you may take spiritual courage against the forerunners of the Antichrist." With these concluding words, he aimed to criticize Nestorius and Eutyches, as the Holy Pope immediately elaborated in the following chapter. However, Leo didn't specify how the freedom of Catholics had increased, from which the praised priests were to draw spiritual courage against the forerunners of the Antichrist. So, we had to look for information from other sources to show what Quesnellus completely left out. We found that the freedom of Catholics increased for 2 main reasons. The first reason was during the severe schism in the East, where the bishops of Egypt, Thrace, and Palestine sided with Dioscorus, while the eastern, Pontic, and Asian regions supported Flavian and the Catholics. This is noted by Liber I the Deacon in his breviary, chapter 12. The emperor didn't resolve the schism after Flavian's death until he seriously considered the troubles facing the Eastern churches. Initially influenced by Pulcheria's excellent teachings, he was later swayed by the eunuch Chrysophius and his wife Eudocia. This led to numerous significant problems in the East, giving favor and support to heretics, schismatics, and plunderers at that time. However, enlightened by divine light, he realized he had been deceived by the eunuch's cunning and his wife Eudocia's schemes. He decided to atone for his wrongdoing by following Pulcheria's new and holy suggestions. Since he couldn't reverse St. Flavian's death, he directed his anger towards Chrysophius. As Nicephorus reports, he first stripped Chrysophius of his dignity and possessions, exiling him to an island where he reportedly perished in the waves during the journey. Cedrenus also mentions him, stating that he was killed by Jordanes, partially supported by Marcellinus Comes, who says, Pulcheria handed over this most unjust eunuch Chrysophius to Jordanes, the son of John, who killed him deceitfully, and Jordanes repaid the favor. Theodosius had already demonstrated signs of repentance. He harshly criticized his wife, Eudocia, blaming her for the troubles in the East, and sent her to Jerusalem to do penance. He took several other actions as noted by Nicephorus. However, Baronius rightly cautions that Nicephorus may have been mistaken in claiming that Theodosius ordered the sacred body of Flavian to be transferred to Constantinople in a solemn procession. This transfer is well documented as being decreed by Marcian. At present, it's unnecessary to delve into the specifics of how these events occurred. Since nothing else relevant to Pope Leo's approach comes to mind, we will wrap up this segment here. There is a short letter written to priest Faustus, where St. Leo commends his faith and encourages his diligence. However, it's unclear if this letter should be connected to the previous matters, as the text doesn't mention the issues to be addressed in Constantinople by the envoys, nor is it possible to determine this from the absent consular date. Regarding the Synod in Constantinople, where Anatolius made a solemn profession of faith, and St. Leo the Great's actions before the Council of Chalcedon, we will cover these in the next chapter.
Chapter 12.
Theodosius Augustus does penance and passes away. Through the efforts of Pulcheria Augusta and the Senate, Marcian is proclaimed emperor. He immediately orders the punishment of the Eutychians. He writes to St. Leo about organizing a new general council. He welcomes Abundius and the other legates of Leo with honor. A council is held in Constantinople regarding Anatolius and those who have lapsed. Once again, Marcian and Pulcheria ask St. Leo to convene a general council. Letters from Theodoret, Ebus, and Aquilinus, bishops, are sent to Abundius, the legate of the Roman pontiff. The freedom of the Catholics increased with Emperor Theodosius's penance. It grew even more when, after the death of Chrysophius and the banishment of Eudocia from the imperial court, the most holy Pulcheria, favored above all other sisters by the emperor and called Augusta, was able to gradually inspire her brother with teachings of sincere piety. She had instilled these teachings in him since childhood, having raised him from almost infancy to at least his 20th year. Therefore, Theodosius, intending to show even greater signs of penance, built a remarkable sacred church dedicated to the Mother of God. As his death approached, he traveled to Ephesus to venerate St. John the Evangelist. Upon entering the temple, he devoted himself to prayer. In this prayer, he asked God to reveal who would succeed him in the Roman Empire. After God showed him through a vision, he returned to Constantinople. Shortly afterward, he died. While leading his army against Attila, he left the city and, during a horse ride, fell off and dislocated his spine. Thus, he was carried back to the palace on a litter. When he realized he was about to die, he secretly called his sister Pulcheria to him. He spoke about having Marcian, a tribune, as his successor in the empire, saying it was pleasing and agreeable to God for Marcian to govern the Roman realm after him. Baronius, drawing on Nicephorus, described these events, noting that the cause of Theodosius's death was depicted differently by Theodorus in his collection. Theodorus states, Theodosius the Younger went out hunting and was swept away by the White River. He died the following night and was buried in the tomb of his father, Arcadius. And Empress Eudocia went to Jerusalem and did not return. In terms of our studies, we believe the exact timing of this death isn't crucial for understanding whether the Council of Constantinople, held at St. Leo's command in the case of Anatolius, occurred while Theodosius was still alive, or after Marcian took over the empire. Baronius asserts that Theodosius died on July 29, 450, at the age of 49. Shortly after, by the will of St. Pulcheria, the empire was conferred upon Marcian through a decree of the Senate. The counsel of this holy woman was especially praised by writers because she wanted a man to ascend to the empire with the title of husband, an experienced, wise man proven in self-discipline and renowned for military valor. Through this choice and diligence, the affairs of the empire and religion could be more easily attended to. Indeed, Marcian, barely clad in the imperial purple, demonstrated every sign of devotion towards religion. He enacted a law against the Eutychians, decreeing that they should be punished with the same penalties established against heretics by previous laws. "We order," he said, "that they be detained and expelled from the territory of the Roman Empire, as the statutes of previous laws against the Manichaeans have decreed," dated August 1, during the consulship of Valentinian VII and Avienus. Then, turning his attention to the Roman pontiff, he decided to do everything according to his wishes and wrote to St. Leo, informing him of his election as emperor. Finally, he declared his willingness to convene a synod, with Leo as the leader, to abolish every impious error and establish peace among Christian matters. He said, "By convening a council to eliminate all errors, with you as the leader, may there be great peace among all bishops of the Catholic faith, pure and unstained by any crime." This letter was written in the year 450, as indicated by the consular note. However, it is certain that it was not delivered to Leo until the following year, when Adelphius held the consulship. During this time, Abundius, Asterius, and 2 other envoys were sent to Constantinople regarding the case of Anatolius. They arrived there and delivered the papal letters addressed to Theodosius, who had already passed away, to his successor, Marcian. Upon receiving these letters, and treating the envoys with great honor, Marcian ordered that all of St. Leo's requests be fulfilled, and a provincial synod in Constantinople was promptly convened. This synod addressed the faith of Anatolius and the acceptance of those who wished to return to penance. It is unfortunate that the acts of this synod, along with many other documents related to this matter, have been lost over time. Nevertheless, from a certain fragment of these and from the letters of Emperor Marcian, Empress Pulcheria, and the same Constantinopolitan Bishop Anatolius, the eminent Baronius described almost the entire series of events. Although he remained uncertain about some other matters discussed at that Constantinopolitan synod, he believed they could be reasonably inferred from the acts of the Council of Chalcedon. Thus, we do not need to dwell longer on these matters. Instead, we will briefly indicate what occurred. Therefore, Marcian, after listening to the requests of the envoys in 440, decreed by his pragmatic sanction that all bishops who, while defending the Catholic faith, sided with Flavian in the Ephesine robbery be recalled from exile and immediately allowed to return freely to their own seats. Eager to comply with the Roman pontiff's orders, he gave the envoys the freedom to summon bishops from nearby areas, even those who had lapsed, so they could be admitted into communion with the Catholic Church, following the pontiff's instructions. So, when the Council of Constantinople was convened, Anatolius, the Bishop of Constantinople, the New Rome, received a letter from Pope St. Leo regarding the confirmation of the Catholic faith against the heretics' madness. He read it aloud to everyone, as it had been previously presented by the Blessed Abundius. Bishop Anatolius, with full devotion, subscribed to St. Leo's letter, which affirmed the truth of the Catholic faith, along with the testimonies of the Fathers decreed by the Apostolic See, declaring anathema to Eutyches and Nestorius and their teachings with their followers. All the bishops, priests, abbots, and deacons present did the same. The hearts of not only the august emperors but also St. Abundius, bishops Asterius and Basil, and the priest-senator were filled with great joy. They said, "Thanks be to Almighty God, for we have recognized that the professions of the venerable bishops, priests, abbots, and the entire clergy profess the true faith handed down by the Fathers. Thus, the subscription of the same is included in the present records." Furthermore, the envoys added that they were sent from Rome by Leo to make the Catholic faith known to everyone. Therefore, they also declared anathema to Eutyches and anyone who follows his treachery, claiming there were 2 natures in Christ the Lord before the Incarnation and only 1 nature after. Those absent were instructed to carry out the same through these envoys. The envoys of the Apostolic See then sent the famous letter of St. Leo to Flavian to each metropolitan of the East, so that everyone would subscribe to it, as gathered from Act 4 of the Council of Chalcedon. Finally, at this synod, it was decided that bishops who had faltered at the robber Synod of Ephesus and wished to return to the Church's communion could do so, but only within their own diocese, not the entire Church. It was also decreed that the names of Dioscorus of Alexandria, Juvenal of Jerusalem, and Eustathius of Beirut should not be read at the altar, as they were considered unrepentant and leaders of schismatics. However, it's important to note that Harduin made a mistake, incorrectly suspecting in his notes on this council that anathema was declared against Photius of Tyre. He wrote, Perhaps this was the same synod of bishops in which Photius of Tyre was excommunicated by Anatolius of Constantinople, as reported in the Council of Chalcedon, Session 4. But who could ever believe that a case so contrary to the Nicene canons and harmful to Photius' piety and innocence, could have been addressed at a synod convened by holy men, the legates of the Roman Pope, against the mandates of the Apostolic See? Therefore, the excommunication of Photius of Tyre and the violation of his metropolitan rights attempted by Eustathius of Beirut, confirmed by Theodosius' pragmatic decree, should be attributed not to this synod, but to another from the previous year, in which Anatolius was promoted to the throne of Constantinople. We have written a complete dissertation on this matter under the auspices of our Holy Lord Benedict XIV, which we presented at the Academy of Councils, and we will publish it in the next book discussing the actions of the Council of Chalcedon. With the affairs of the Church of Constantinople settled peacefully, Emperor Marcian meanwhile seriously decided to eliminate all the troubles of the Easterners and abolish schisms. He first ordered that the body of Saint Flavian be brought to Constantinople with solemn ceremony and pomp, to be buried in the Basilica of the Apostles, where the remains of his episcopal predecessors were interred. Then he wrote a new letter to Pope Leo, in which, after affirming Anatolius's faith, he respectfully invited him to visit the East and hold a synod. This was to fulfill both his and his wife's desires, and to determine what is beneficial for sacred religion. He mentioned that if it would be too difficult for him to travel, His Holiness should let them know through his own letters. This way, their sacred letters could be sent throughout the East, and even to Thrace and Illyricum, where all the most holy bishops could gather as they wish and declare what benefits the Christian religion and Catholic faith, according to the instructions your Holiness has defined in line with ecclesiastical rules. Up to this point, Marcianus wrote in another letter to St. Leo, similar to what his wife Pulcheria wrote on the same occasion. We reasonably believe these were delivered to the Roman Pope by Anatolius's clerics, who were sent to Rome with a profession of faith, as we will discuss later. Meanwhile, Theodoret was overjoyed that, through Marcianus's edict and the efforts of the Pope's legates, he and others who had opposed Eutyches were recalled from exile, allowing them to reclaim their bishoprics and churches. Therefore, he promptly sent a letter to Abundius, the legate of the Roman Pope. In it, he first testified that the true and apostolic faith is preserved with a pious mind in the Roman Church of the West, and he expressed gratitude to Almighty God, especially because the religion that was endangered in the East was renewed through your Holiness and brought to light. He compared this Roman faith to Noah's Ark, so that the Western Church, preserved from the flood of the Eutychian heresy, could also help the Eastern Sacred Church maintain the true religion, which a sacrilegious and new heresy was already trying to completely destroy and consume. He mentions that he has learned the complete truth of faith from the letters of the most holy and religious Archbishop, Lord Leo, whom he describes as the great advocate and defender of truth. He says he has agreed with these letters and signed them along with Ebas of Edessa and Aquilinus, bishops of Byblos, against whom the imperial forces armed the creators of a new heresy. Finally, he concludes his letter with the following words. It is up to you, together with the most holy men, to support the Holy Church and remove the impious wars that threaten. Therefore, prevent the sacrilegious sect that has risen against piety, and restore the former peace to the churches, so that you may receive the rewards of apostolic labors from the Lord, who promised to grant those very rewards. We could present many other examples of Theodoret's submission and reverence towards the Apostolic See, which clearly reveal the attitudes of the bishops of the East during that time regarding the moderation of ecclesiastical matters. These suggest that only heretics and schismatics dared to deny the Roman pontiffs the supreme rights related to judging matters of faith, accepting appeals from all over the world, convening general synods, or confirming, retracting, or abolishing their judgments. However, so that I do not seem to deviate from recounting the deeds of St. Leo, I will set those aside for now. For many things will later be discussed in another treatise about the appeal of the Bishop of Cyrrhus to the Apostolic See, which Cannell attempted to challenge and overturn.
Chapter 13.
Things in the East improved significantly, leading to the downfall of the Eutychians and providing protection for the Catholics, transforming the sorrow of the great Pope Leo into joy. This joy was shared in various letters addressed to Marcian, Pulcheria, Anatolius, and Julian of Cosenza. The origins of this situation are explored. The viewpoints of Baronius, Henri Valois, and the esteemed Stephen Baluz are mentioned. Ultimately, the Holy Pope focused all his energy on organizing a general synod. I have often pondered whether the events in the Eastern Church brought more sorrow or joy to Pope Leo the Great. Initially, the Church faced great troubles and was nearly devastated by the Eutychian heresy and its followers. However, these issues were later resolved, bringing peace and triumph to the Catholic faith, thanks to the Pope's dedication and efforts, so that the Church, the Bride of Christ, remained free from the errors of the wicked? I couldn't definitively answer this question. Therefore, to avoid spending effort on uncertain inquiries, I will simply affirm that Leo felt immense joy when he realized that his past efforts and sorrows had greatly benefited the Church's freedom and the management of divine matters. We see evidence of this joy in the letters Pope Leo wrote to Marcion, Pulcheria, and Anatolius of Constantinople, after receiving the full account of the Council of Constantinople, which Abundius and other envoys sent to Rome. Considering the great benefits bestowed upon the Catholic Church by divine generosity, he promptly sent letters to Marcion to express his heartfelt joy over the faith's integrity being more securely defended against enemies through imperial protection. He acknowledged that he owed many thanks, better understood through the benefits conferred on the Church than through mere words. He mentions that he couldn't write longer letters at that time because the clerics from the city, sent by Anatolius with a profession of his faith, were about to leave. However, he adds that they have sent more detailed writings on everything related to his concern for the state of the churches and the harmony among the Lord's priests through their envoys. It was revealed in the final words that he had sent new envoys to Constantinople. Since the reason for this new delegation isn't mentioned in the letter, we must look for it in other subsequent letters. Initially, I thought, since the writings mentioned there are missing, he had arranged a formal embassy to congratulate Marcion on becoming the Roman emperor, to secure greater support for himself and the Church's affairs. However, the envoys mentioned were directed to a different purpose, as Leo's writings to the emperor and letters written on the same day to Pulcheria, Anatolius, and Julian, bishop of Caesarea, clearly show. Above all, Saint Leo, writing on the same day to Pulcheria, praises her piety supported by divine mercy. She had worked so that the two heresies, Nestorianism and Eutychianism, would neither remain hidden nor gradually undermine the hearts of the faithful. He intended to indicate this with these words, and it is certain that those who had chosen elements of the twin impiety fell by the one truth of the Catholic faith, especially when he immediately followed up on Pulcheria's efforts to break the stubbornness of the Nestorians, adding that another crown of triumph and palm over the defeated error of Eutyches was due to her. Therefore, in the following section of the letter, he continues to congratulate both her and the emperor on behalf of the Church, for their works of faith and the assistance they provided to the legates of the Apostolic See. Namely, they restored Catholic priests who were once unjustly expelled from their churches by Dioscorus's sentence, or they ensured, with due honor, the return of the relics of blessed memory Flavian to the church he had faithfully presided over. Another issue addressed was the reinstatement of bishops back into communion, provided they admitted their mistakes concerning the faith and signed a retraction. This also involved the Church of Dorylaeum, whose rightful pastor, Eusebius, was residing in Rome as part of the papal communion, while the church was being attacked by an intruding plunderer. Therefore, it was the perfect time to recommend the Church of Dorylaeum for imperial protection, similar to the protection given to Bishop Julian of Coence and the clerics of Constantinople who had already supported Flavian faithfully. This summarizes the letter to Pulcheria Augusta, and we believe it is similar to the one sent through his envoys to Marcion, acknowledging that Leo consistently responded in his dealings, especially when he had to send letters on the same day about the same issue to the East. Something noteworthy appears in two other letters, signed on the same day, one directed to Anatolius and the other to Julian of Coence. The difference in the letters came solely from the different roles they held within the Church. After congratulating Anatolius on his profession of faith according to the rules he prescribed and signed, he mentioned sending back to the East 3 clerics from the Church of Constantinople who had delivered the praised writings. He detailed the names and ranks of these envoys, so that the spirit of your love might be confirmed through our discussions. We have sent back our sons, Castrius, or Castorius, the priest, and Patricius and Asclepiades the deacons, who brought your writings to us after the venerable day of the Easter festival. He then instructed Anatolius, as the head of the Church of Constantinople, to ensure that in divine matters, no priests or bishops dared to recite at the sacred altar the names of Dioscorus, Juvenal, and Eustathius. As our envoy stated, this should not be done there. If Quesnellus had paid attention to these words, I doubt he could have claimed that the Synod, or Assembly of Bishops, was convened by Anatolius instead of the papal legates, as noted in the previous chapter. The rest of what he writes in the 3rd chapter of his letter aligns entirely with what we've already reviewed in the letter to Pulcheria. Regarding Bishop Julian of Coence, we don't have much to add beyond what we can infer from those same letters. It's well known that Julian sent various letters to the Roman pontiff concerning the Nestorian and Eutychian heresies. But since all those letters are missing, as Paschasius Quesnellus also noted in his catalogue of monuments related to St. Leo, we can only talk about them based on conjecture. Meanwhile, what Julian wrote to St. Leo, either at the end of 450 or the beginning of 451, is indicated in a letter once numbered 41, now 61 in Quesnellis's compilation. The Reverend Father began it with these words: "I have received the letters of your brotherhood through our sons, the Constantinopolitan clerics, messengers of your well-being, in which you indicate that you have been burdened by great tribulations." Bishop Julian was disliked by the Eutychian faction for many reasons. He acted with vicarious authority for the Apostolic See among the Easterners. At the robber Council of Ephesus, he resisted Dioscorus as much as he could, never straying from the directives of the papal legates, as can be gathered from another letter from St. Leo written to him on the Ides of October in 449. Another reason he was disliked by the Eastern heretics and schismatics might have stemmed from his homeland. Being Italian, his name wasn't well received by the Easterners, and they were quite upset that someone from a foreign nation held authority over them. He worked diligently to ensure church rules were upheld, making sure to carry out the instructions of the Apostolic See and protect its rights. Faced with serious challenges from bold adversaries of the Catholic faith, and with a mind firmly attached to the truth, he grew weary and longed to return to St. Leo and his homeland. As St. Leo said, "I truly hope that this would happen so that I might better understand all the heretics' evasions directly from you." Yet, with divine protection, he escaped unharmed from the hands of impious enemies, allowing him to benefit the Church's causes. He was free to live among those whose agreement we knew to be reliable, as shown by our brother Anatolius's writings and the actions witnessed in his presence. After this, he sends a greeting of goodwill and encourages him to apply careful diligence against the deceptions of falsehood, knowing both your spirit and our authority support you in this. However, our view might seem less certain to some, as we assert that Julian of Coensom was Italian by birth, mainly guided by the opinion of the renowned Stephen Baluz. Baluz, in discussing this Coensom bishop, a legate of the Apostolic See, in his new collection of councils, claims the man was Greek. Moreover, he notes the error of Baronius and Henry Valasius, who, sometimes misled by corrupted readings in manuscripts, confused him with Julius of Puteoli, a bishop whom St. Leo had sent to the robber synod with others. Therefore, he asserts that Julian of Coensom, the bishop, was a Greek, who was first instructed by Leo to translate into Greek a letter written to Flavian, noting that he likely had some knowledge of Latin, which was manageable for a brief and simple writing task. After the Council of Chalcedon, Leo instructed the same person to translate the Acts of the Chalcedonian Council, which were written in Greek, into Latin. He noted that it was a significant task to translate those extensive Acts from Greek into Latin, especially for someone whose primary language was Greek. Although this person was a delegate of the Apostolic See among the Greeks, they couldn't fully grasp the Latin language. Yet, some leniency should be given to such a diligent individual, who did not notice the previously explained letter of Leo. Meanwhile, Emperor Marcian, deeply considering that the prosperity of his entire empire greatly depended on religious matters, recognized that the affairs of the Eastern churches, due to various factions and conflicts among bishops, could soon fall into disarray unless a general synod, as St. Leo had already decreed, was convened. He wrote letters to the Holy Pontiff, requesting him to travel east, hold a council there, and decide on matters believed to be beneficial for religion. If this seemed too burdensome, he added, His Holiness should express this through his own letters. This would allow imperial letters to be sent throughout the East, as well as to Thrace and Illyricum, so that all the most holy bishops could gather at a designated place and declare by their decision what would benefit the Christian religion and the Catholic faith, as your Holiness, he said, would define according to ecclesiastical rules. Titianus, the prefect of the city of Rome, delivered this letter to Leo, as we learn from the response that Leo himself sent to the emperor. In his response, praising Marcian's zeal, he congratulated him for striving to restore matters of faith and empire, so that with God appeased by a single confession, both heretical falsity and barbarian hostility would be eradicated. However, since the pontiff found it very challenging to address the issue of holding a new synod through back-and-forth letters, he first indicated to the emperor that it was necessary to focus only on those who were in error, and not at all on faith or scriptures, which otherwise than the Holy Scriptures. The fathers believed it was wrong to interpret, so, he addresses the imperial concern through a delegation, which he mentions will promptly reach you, God willing, with what he considers the most complete and appropriate suggestions for the benefit of the cause. The Pope didn't wait long to send new letters to the emperor, possibly because within 47 days, he received new letters from the emperor. Indeed, on the 7th day before the Ides of June, he felt confident enough to reply, drawing from the emperor's letters and the report from Abundius and the other envoys returning from the East. They showed, not just in words but also in actions, that divine protection, he claims, is with you for the defense of the Catholic faith. Among other things mentioned, He shares that he has already sent Bishop Lucentius and Presbyter Basil, who, he says, are capable of fulfilling his duties, as he promised before. He sent them on this mission to reconcile the fallen bishops, so that those who are repenting wouldn't be burdened by a longer wait, nor would harmful leniency be accepted recklessly and indiscriminately. He acknowledges that he requested a general council as the emperor suggested. However, the needs of that time, due to impending wars, didn't allow the gathering of priests from all provinces, as it prevented some bishops from leaving their churches. Thus, he believes that the convocation of bishops should be postponed for another time. On the same day, he wrote a similar letter to Pulcheria Augusta, in which he praises the envoys, condemns the Eutychian blasphemy, and finally asks the Augusta for Eutyches to be moved to more distant places. He requests that a Catholic abbot be appointed over his monastery, who can both free that congregation of God's servants from false doctrine and instill them with the teachings of truth. After taking action with Emperor Marcian and Empress Pulcheria, the Holy Pope continued his efforts. On the same day, he wrote to Anatolius, whom he had previously welcomed into communion, acknowledging and confirming his election as Bishop of Constantinople. He explained the necessity of sending new envoys to the east, Bishop Lucentius, and Priest Basil. He advised Anatolius to accept the lapsed penitents through sincere satisfaction and a clear profession of faith for reconciliation. However, he emphasized that both kindness and justice must be upheld, without favoritism, and that divine judgment should be considered in all matters. In another part of the same letter, addressing those who sinned more seriously in the robbery synod, claiming a superior position in that unfortunate synod, he stated, "If their satisfaction seems not to be rejected, the case should be reserved for the more mature Council of the Apostolic See, so that after examining and considering everything, it can be determined what should be decided about their actions." He forbade their names from being read at the altar until the course of events reveals what should be decided about them. This reservation, ensuring that the leaders of heretics are not admitted to reconciliation, clearly demonstrates the authority of the Roman See in judging Oriental cases outside the Council. Furthermore, in another part of the letter, he instructed that if more deliberation on some cases was needed, a report should be quickly sent to him, so that after considering the nature of the cases, he could establish what should be observed. Thus, two things, unless I am mistaken, should be noted, which both present clear and evident examples of the supreme moderation used by Roman pontiffs in the affairs of the Eastern churches. One pertains to those penitents who lapsed out of fear. Leo himself set rules for receiving them that aligned with justice and did not show leniency towards injustice. To reconcile them, he sent two respected envoys, Lucentius and Basil, giving them specific instructions and guidelines. No one, not even Anatolius, the Bishop of Constantinople, was allowed to deviate from these rules. Therefore, those who had fallen from this order and were to be reinstated to their former ecclesiastical positions, dignities, and ranks could only be restored by the authority of the Apostolic See. They were permitted to enjoy their previous honors. For those considered the authors of the schism, whose cases were more complex and serious, Leo's decree determined whether they could retain or lose their honors and ranks, communion, and reconciliation, based on any signs and testimonies of satisfaction. The Supreme Pontiff reserved the right to make more mature judgments on these and other potential issues. It's important to note that Quesnel deliberately concealed these 2 points. He aimed not to be forced to admit what he denied while preparing the works of the Holy Pontiff. He used numerous and forceful interpretations that he believed were enough to undermine the authority of the Roman pontiffs in judging Eastern matters. Indeed, the notes on Leo's letters that he added at the end of the 2nd volume show that he intentionally concealed the arguments of this letter. He completely omitted it, considering it unworthy of his notes and observations. But what then? Leo himself, needing no interpreter, left even clearer evidence of his supreme authority and judgments on Eastern matters for future generations in his letter 67 on the same day. For instance, when, during Flavian's lifetime, 2 presbyters of the Church of Constantinople, Basil and John, were accused of the Eutychian or Nestorian heresy in 447, they came to Rome to clear their names. After clearing their names before the Apostolic Seat and planning to return to the East, the Holy Pontiff wrote to Anatolius. He expressed that after their long journey, they demonstrated their sincere loyalty to the Apostolic Seat by condemning both heresies we mentioned earlier. In closing this brief letter, the Holy Pontiff addressed Anatolius. Through them, dearest brother, returning to their own with our testimony, we have sent our writings to your affection, confidently praying that those adorned with the grace of the Apostolic Seat may also rejoice in being aided in every way with favor. It's noted that some might argue this letter is less effective for proving our point, due to those strong words, confidently praying, which seem unworthy of a judge's authority. However, This issue is addressed either by the variety of readings or by a certain fragment of Flavian's letter discovered in the Vatican Library, not yet published, which we will share in the next volume. Many manuscripts, including Grimani's, as noted by Quesnellis in the margin of his edition, have confidently urging the situation involving the two priests should be placed in the year 449. And although the complete series of Leo's letters is missing, from that one fragment of Flavian's letter on this matter, it's clear that St. Leo acted as a true judge. These two priests came to Rome to account for their faith, and ultimately, not from indulgence, but after examination and approval, Leo accepted them into communion and declared them innocent. The fragment we mentioned includes only Flavian's report to St. Leo about the faith and conduct of the priests Basil and John, which we will explain more thoroughly. The Holy Pontiff wrote this letter on the 13th day before the calends of July, shortly before appointing envoys to the new General Council and sending them from the city to the east. Now, the following topics are the preliminary matters of the Council of Chalcedon. Pope Leo played a significant role in convening and organizing it canonically. We will discuss these in the chapters of the next book.